Only 3.5% of all CO2 on the planet comes from human activity. From this small amount, Europe produces just 8%. And from Europe's share, only 20% comes from transport. And an even smaller part comes from making new cars. So think about this. When we put heavy costs on our citizens, when we stop making cars here, when we force our factories to buy expensive permits to operate, what do we actually achieve? For every factory we close in Europe, 2 new ones open in Asia. Usually ones that pollute much more than ours did. While Donald Trump is protecting the USA, its industry and workers, also through dismissing the Paris Agreement. Ursula von der Leyen and her kins keep destroying our competitiveness with each new regulation and environmental fantasy. There are 1.5 billion cars in the world. If we stop making traditional cars in Europe, it will change nothing for the global picture. We cannot achieve zero emissions. It's impossible. We cannot have production without any emissions, with transport without any emissions, or life without any emissions. And even if all of Europe had zero emissions, it would not change the world's weather, or climate if you want. I hope these next 5 years will be the last where we follow the Soviet-style central planning that is destroying our industry. The result of your policies are already devastating. Forcing our companies out of global market and making European products uncompetitive. History will judge this Commission's actions just as it judged those who weakened Europe before. We must return to protecting our production, our workers and our future. Thank you.
Thank you very much, dear colleague. On behalf of the ECR Group, Madame Bretsionova.
Naše konkurenceschopnost je zabíjena byrokracií.
Our competitiveness is being undermined by over regulation and red tape. Our farmers should be able to produce good, nutritious food, and they should be rewarded for this. They shouldn't be subject to hundreds of inspections and controls and be filling in forms. So I'm glad to hear that we're talking about change. It's also important that we finally do something. Otherwise, we will not improve our competitiveness. We need to revise our legislation and regulations, and we need to ensure legal certainty. We can't keep on adopting legislation without impact assessments being delivered in good time. That's what we have to work on. Thank you.
On behalf of the Renew Europe Group, el señor Cotrim de Figueredo.
Gracias, Sr. Vice-Presidente, Madam Commissioner. A Declaração de Budapest.
The Budapest Declaration is one of the best things which has come out of Hungary in recent times. It talks about economic growth at last. It talks about founding a single market. Great. It talks about the Capital Markets Union. Great. It talks about future-proof technologies. Great. And it also refers to mobilising private investment. Wow. It's promising a massive slashing of red tape. And allegedly, this is all to be done as a matter of urgency. Great. It seems to have been written by a liberal. That said, here's the sticking point. The declaration has to be rolled out, and there need to be tangible outcomes. Otherwise, it will just make the headlines and will not be put into action. We've just voted in a commission which needs to get down to the nitty-gritty work right now to ensure competitiveness across the economy, including the processing industry and the farming sector. And the Commission should not do this by dint of subsidies. So I would call on the new Commission not to dilly-dally and adopt the right policies to improve people's lives. The time is ripe.
On behalf of the Greens European Free Alliance, Mr. Weitz.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, if you read the Budapest Declaration, you have to go all the way through the bullet points to the last bullet point, which is finally touching agriculture. And yes, it says we need a resilient and sustainable agriculture, and God's sake, it says farmers need a proper income. But isn't that in contradiction with point 11, open trade policy? And unfortunately, you missed the word fair. It's not in the text, so it's not about fair trade. And you want to put us into a competition with global agriculture that is heavily industrialized, that is destructive, poisonous, that is actually troubling the local communities. That's the competition you want to put farmers into. I think that's not going to work because that's unfair competition with lower production standards. And did you actually think of the potential of farming that it has for CO2 sequestration, that it has to protect to biodiversity, that it has for flood prevention? Is that something you consider? No, you missed it in the text. This is a potential that agriculture has and that we urgently need to leverage. And towards feeders, you take care for agriculture. Yes, you took care that agriculture comes under control of your feeders, Orban Viktor friends, oligarchs. That's how you take care for agriculture. You're talking about agriculture. You're misusing the bad state agriculture is in for your rhetorics, but working on bettering the agriculture, that's not something I've seen up to now. So don't tell us this fake news here. Thank you.
Thank you much. Thank you very much, dear colleague. On behalf of the Left Group, Mr. Everding.
Dear colleagues, the Budapest Declaration contains nothing new, unfortunately. Ambitious goals such as circular economy, sustainability and social rights are only touched upon. More attention should be paid to the last sector, the agricultural sector, including expansion of EU-owned funds. I'm firmly in favour of more own means, since there will be more and more tasks on our plate in the future, and we want the EU to be crisis-proof and competitive. There's a link between sustainability, agriculture and more own funds, which really needs to be emphasised more. The agricultural sector, due to massive cattle farms, accounts for dozens of percent of emissions, and that entails massive risks for health, biodiversity and so forth. If we want to filter out the best of the Budapest Declaration and implement it, then we must have own funds within the agricultural sector. This needs to be carefully and rationally looked into as a possibility and implemented so forth. When it comes to the production of food, we should not compete with the rest of the world. Food should not be the object of speculation.
Mr. Tarr.
Vážený pane předsedající, dámy a pánové, budoucnost zemědělství v Evropské unii.
The future of agriculture in the EU looks bleak. Many farmers are giving up, and big farms are facing big obstacles. It's somehow cheaper to import cheap, poor quality products from halfway across the world than to be able to produce them at home. The Green Deal is actually standing in the way of agriculture in Europe, in fact across the board, but particularly for agriculture. The Greens and the Left and the Renew progressives keep on inventing more and more obstacles and curbs for agriculture. Their survival is really in danger. We rely on agriculture. We need to be rational and responsible in the way we address their future and the future of our citizens.
With my list, you were talking on behalf of the group of Europe of Sovereign Nations. Sorry for my mistake with the name. Mr. David. Now our next speaker is truly Mr. Tarr. And we are now in the second part of the debate.
Thank you very much for the floor. I'm also coming from Budapest. On behalf of the party TISA, we welcome the joint statement on the competitiveness of the European economy. However, we cannot welcome something, the fact that Viktor Orban, as the host of the European Council, lied to European heads of state. He was very proud to announce the Budapest Declaration, but he didn't talk about how he does the opposite. Just a few examples. As for energy prices, the building of a new nuclear power plant is suffering delay because the Prime Minister is unable to let go of Mr. Putin's hand. Similarly, research and development is lagging behind because there is no freedom for researchers, and research centers are brought under the control of the government and the ruling party. For the competitiveness of agriculture, the Fidesz government supports large farms which are owned by the oligarchs, and this is contrary to the competitiveness of agriculture and the future of young people in agriculture. If TISA, my party, comes to government, we will take the fight against corruption seriously. Thank you.
I give the floor to Mr. Tobak.
Thank you, Chair. Dear colleagues, besides agriculture, the Budapest Declaration rightly highlights the importance of industrial renewal through decarbonising as an absolutely key objective. We have actually reached a point where it makes little difference if you do it for the planet or you do it for the European steel industry, because without an effective net zero policy, neither of them has much of a future left. But those of us that have some knowledge of Europe's Christian heritage know that faith is nothing without the works. As people see older industries fade, they need to see new ones grow. As they see windmills and PV panels go up, they need to see electricity prices go down. Recyclers need to see us put an end to exporting scrap and e-waste to be recycled outside the EU, and steel companies need to see the power grids and the green hydrogen capacity to be funded and built so they can lock in their own investments in future capacity. And I will end in the same theme, colleagues. We can choose between building a decarbonised future or rebuilding Noah's Ark. That should be a simple enough choice to make. Thank you.
Thank you, dear colleague. Madame Briuka is our next speaker.
Panie Przewodniczący, Szanowni Państwo, w ostatnim czasie w tej Izbie rysuje się w czarnych barwach. Kryzys gospodarczy, kryzys...
Yes. Now, the economic crisis, the demographic crisis, the cultural crisis is pushing us to the brink. There is human suffering, there are social conflicts, and it's also pushing us to the brink of civil and war. And what is the reaction of the mainstream? Your recipe is more of the past, more of the same. And you are basically self-destructing. Take agriculture. So much has been said, you've made so many empty promises. You are concluding international agreements. You are adopting a senseless legislation that is just destroying the agricultural sector. You need to have a bird's eye view of what is happening, especially in the CAP, and what the impact of international agreements will be on the CAP. Now we need less EU.
Dear colleague, I give the floor now to Mr. Waldemar Buda.
Panie Przewodniczący, Szanowni Państwo.
Thank you very much. President, ladies and gentlemen, agriculture isn't doing well. We're all aware of this. The Draghi report underscores the problems and reiterates that we need more competition. However, unfortunately, we haven't really thought about this report. We find ourselves almost on the Titanic. That's how I would describe that. And now we have what we call a new commission, but it's actually the old Commission that is just going to do what it was doing before. It's going to strengthen climate policy, and it's going to destroy our farmers and the rest of the population. We have to look at the issue of customs duties. If we don't do something radical, then our farmers will be out on the streets in the same way as French farmers. And now you want to sign a deal with the Mercosur. It is absurd. We will have all the different sectors taking to the streets. Everyone will come here to Strasbourg because we are losing our battle with China and the US.
You have the floor.
Kiitoksia puhemies.
Thank you, President. It is clear that we need to strengthen Europe's competitiveness, as well as our sovereignty and ability to tolerate disturbances. We must adhere to the EU's climate goals, and regulation must be made more practical, taking into account the different natural conditions in the member states. In agriculture and forestry, implementation must be just and fair, because these are the sectors that have been assigned guilt in the climate debate, while they must battle for profitability. So I ask now, how will the Commission ensure that in the future we have farmers everywhere in Europe to take care of food security? How do you intend to make sure that the farmers' efforts in promoting circular economy, for example, is taken into account in EU decision-making? Farmers must be able to make investments that are financially and environmentally viable, and in that the Capital Markets Union and the financial markets have a great responsibility. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Our next speaker, Madame Svay.
Les 12 recommandations.
The 12 recommendations of the Budapest Declaration seek to make Europe's economy more competitive, particularly with regard to industry. But you should look carefully at paragraph 10 of this declaration. You have to wait until paragraph 10 until you get to the social situation. But bear in mind that it's the workers of Europe who are creating value in our companies. In France, 2,000 jobs are in danger of disappearing in the car sector, in steel and in aerospace. In my region alone, last week, more than 1,000 people's redundancies were announced by Auchan and nearly 2,000 at ArcelorMittal. So I'm here to express my complete solidarity with the workers. The reasons are known: unfair competition and deregulation of companies' practices. We need to move fast to act to prevent redundancies that are just made to increase the profits of these companies. We need to put an end to free trade agreements like Mercosur and invest together in our strategic autonomy.
Thank you very much, Madam. Our next speaker, Mr. Saedi.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you very much, President. In the Budapest Declaration of the 8th of November, the heads of state and government of the EU talked about collective efforts in the member states and the EU as a whole in the agricultural sector, and in order to make sure there would be a stable and predictable framework for farmers. After the Valencia floods, the bank adopted an agricultural support plan to the tune of €3 billion, the biggest that the bank has ever provided to the sector. The European Commission presented to the Agri Committee last week its proposal to come up with a targeted plan to help those in forestry and agriculture to deal with the natural disasters that have struck since 2024. Unfortunately, this is too late, and farmers cannot provide food in a stable framework. It is our responsibility to help farmers before disasters strike, making sure that they can earn enough money. It's better to do that rather than to deal with the gaps afterwards, to always act too late. There is no predictability. We have to factor in climate change and decent earnings for farmers. This really has to be at the heart of future CAP negotiations.
Next speaker, Mr. Bausema.
Ja, sehr geehrter Herr Vorsitzender, meine
President, ladies and gentlemen, in the Budapest Declaration, farmers are only briefly flagged at the end. The creation of a stable and predictable framework is what is referred to. That may sound good, but it could mean anything or nothing. It's the opposite of stable if Pillar 1 of the CAP continues to be whittled away at. European farmers want to produce meat and plough their furrows and produce food. This means they rely on reliable subsidies. Set aside is complete nonsense. This is the wrong way of going about things. It's like not taking care of a golf course. Our farmers are in peak form and they merit respect, but they work 24/7, 7 days a week. There is one goal for them, filling the gap in their pocket, their wallet. Despite the war in Ukraine, farmers are getting less money, and Mercosur, inferior Mercosur products are entering the EU. Let's slash red tape to ensure a future for our farmers.
Dear colleague, Madame Roth-Nevedalova. Nevedalova. You have.
Obrigada. Ďakujem vám pekne.
Thank you very much, colleagues. I would like to thank the Hungarian presidency for this declaration about sustainable and competitive EU in future, but it's very ambitious in my view, which is not bad. This declaration replies how to provide for global success, how to keep and preserve competitive agriculture in the EU. I agree with Mr. Weitz that agriculture is in point 12. I know farmers are very often those who bear the brunt of our changes and our plan for sustainable environment in the EU. We must change it slightly. I'm pleased that during hearings of commissioners we talk about less bureaucracy in the EU. It's about time to do it. We want less reports for our businesses and farmers so they can do what they're supposed to do. And what Mr. Vetsionova said, we need more impact studies in order to know about specific impacts on particular sectors and solve their problems so that our businesses and farmers can do what they are supposed to do. Thank you very much.
Dear colleague, nuestro siguiente orador es el señor.
The next speaker is Mr. De La Hoz Quintano. Thank you very much, President. Good morning. Of course, we support the content in the Budapest Declaration, which is fully in line with the Commission's programme and the Inter and Agri work, which of course we share. We know what our weaknesses is, we know what threats we face, and of course we're aware of our strengths, and we also agree with the overarching goals. After 6 months have gone by since the elections, so the time has come to pull up our socks and get down to work, because every day we wait is a day that we lose and the others get ahead. So our economy hinges on European industry, and now more than ever we need to support European industry. We have to stand by their side. We have to be flexible. Our support has to be tangible. We have to be flexible and agile, and we have to be efficient and effective. Our industry can only become competitive if we foster innovation, boost productivity, reduce costs and red tape, but we can only make our industry truly competitive if industrial policy isn't less important than climate policy. Decarbonization and competitiveness are two goals that we must achieve together, working hand in glove, and we mustn't sacrifice our industry to achieve decarbonization goals. If we have a clear picture of this, and if there's dialogue based on consensus, then our industry will do well, our economy will do well, and therefore the Europe that we believe in will do well. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Mr. Nardella.
President, Minister, colleagues, this Budapest Declaration is a key first step to work towards European competitiveness, particularly compared to major economies such as the US and China. Against this backdrop, farming is facing a triple whammy. Firstly, how to be economically competitive. That's been going down for over 2 decades. Second, realising a green switch, which redounds to the benefit of civil society and farmers. Third challenge, the social challenge. How can we ensure a balanced, high-quality and secure diet, tapping into the new and upcoming generations of farmers whilst promoting rural areas? Against this backdrop, the Draghi report clearly sets out what we need to do to ensure Europe's competitiveness. The EU will not be a strategic player if it fails to grapple with this issue, and the same applies to farming. Therefore, we must invest, 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 and to do so, if we open up Eurobonds for defence, can we not do the same for the agricultural sector? We need to provide tangible responses for our economy and to our farmers.
The floor is now for Mr. Pennelle.
Sous l'impulsion de Viktor Orban.
At the impulse of Viktor Orban, and following the presentation of the Draghi report, the heads of state and government have simply taken note of what we've been pointing out for years, the loss of competitiveness of the EU and the huge divide between us and the major powers of this world, the US and China. But whose fault is this? Nobody tells us that. It's the fault of the EU, supported by the Socialists, the EPP. Now it's said we have to restore competitiveness. But how can we restore competitiveness when, at the same time, we are opening up European markets with free trade agreements to the entire world? And, of course, a hot topic right now is this iniquitous treaty with Mercosur. How can we do this at a time where we are smothering our own companies and farmers with rules and regulations? How can we restore competitiveness when at the same time in the Commission and in this Parliament we are infected with the toxic discourse of green extremists who call for degrowth, in other words, to reduce production and reduce competitiveness? Of course, we have to completely reset ourselves if we want to maintain our skills and competitiveness in the EU. We have to reset. We have to go for a powerful Europe, a Europe of power. Let's not be afraid of this word.
Thank you very much. Our next speaker is Mr. Berlato.
Il tema del dibattito.
Today we are debating what kind of future the agricultural sector and industry will have in the future in Europe. What kind of future for agriculture can we imagine if the choices we take constrain farmers to face unfair competition from other countries that can export their products to the EU without being obliged to respect the same rules that we impose on our farmers? Now, the EU-Mercosur trade agreement is a practical example. This is a severe blow to our farmers that will bear the brunt of these agreements, and that will see that agriculture is a bargaining chip. And what kind of future will European farmers have if we're still considering them to be the environment's enemies and if we still adopt decisions such as the Green Deal? What kind of future can we guarantee for our farmers if they can't earn a decent living? We have to make sure that farming is multidisciplinary and that we just don't look at it from economic and social point of view, but also from an environmental point of view. The agricultural sector plays a very important role in protecting regions and to make sure that we don't have hydrogeological instability. Thank you.
You have the floor.
Die EU-Länder sind
The countries of the EU have absolutely no ambition, alas, when it comes to tackling current challenges. The Budapest Declaration only covers the bare minimum, and the member states enacted protectionist measures. So how can we actually kindle economic growth? We need a capital market union, an internal market for services, so that good ideas are actually implemented, so that these ideas can be scaled up and we can compete with the USA. What about red tape? The member states under Commission claim they want to reduce bureaucracy by 25%. But what yardstick are they using? I've heard no capital or the Commission say which laws ought to be ditched. And if the member states can only agree on vague words for trade policy, then Europe as a whole has a problem. The Mercosur agreement needs to be looked at right now. More trade with more partners makes us more contingent on individual countries such as China and makes us hang on the coattails of Donald Trump.
Domnule președinte, mulțumesc. Stimați colegi, dincolo de...
Mr. President, thank you. Colleagues, quite apart from the Budapest Declaration, food security must clearly be a priority for the EU. So we need sustainable agriculture, but competitive agriculture. We need a strong common agricultural policy with robust funding and in a predictable and fair manner that will allow farmers to rise to the economic and climate challenges facing them. That is what we have to adapt to. Farmers who are in the streets now are calling for a fair chance on fair markets so that their efforts are not undermined by cheap imports that don't have to meet the same quality and production standards as theirs. That has to be guaranteed, and it is possible. At the same time, we need to strengthen the bargaining power of farmers vis-à-vis the retailers so that they get a fairer price for their products. All of this requires ambitious and courageous decision-taking for the sector.
Don't see Mr. Volken in the room, so I'm going to give the floor to Madame Tovaglieri. You have the floor.
Ridurre il gap.
Reducing the innovation and production gap, increasing investments and growth, ensuring businesses can make the transition, ensuring the energy transition, and having sovereignty in Europe. That's the pat recipe we see in the Budapest Declaration on European competitiveness. In summary, it seems that Europe should be doing exactly the opposite of what it's done to date. Why? Because these bright progressives have done nothing but undermine our competitiveness, wasting millions of euros on radical environmental policies. The only upshot was joblessness, deindustrialization, and a bleak future for the younger generations. We will have to await Orban, who's had mud slung at him, to have a decent industrial policy. I hope that Europe at last ditches this green nonsense, including slamming the brakes on traditional petrol engines.
Panie Przewodniczący, Szanowni Państwo.
Thank you very much, President. Ladies and gentlemen, declarations, declarations, declarations. We just keep harping on the same issues. We're saying that the European economy, European industry, European agriculture are in their death throes. Yes, it's true. It's because there is too much regulation. It is destroying us. The Green Deal is economic Marxism. It has nothing to do with free trade and transformation. We have to put an end to this. We can't always depend on regulation. week after week, month after month, we are introducing more and more regulations and imposing them on companies. We cannot do this. We've got to implement the decisions we take. Otherwise, we will never become competitive. It's the US and China who will remain competitive. And all young people are going to go there. They're going to go there and get jobs. And our Europe will disappear. It will crumble. Our economy will crumble. We have to act quickly because Europe has to move forward.
Dear President, colleagues, I'm very glad that our first debate after the vote for the new Commission is about competitiveness. And I'm also glad that there's a significant overlap between the Budapest Declaration and the programme of the new Commission. And there is a broad consensus in this House that actually we need to close the innovation, skill and security gaps vis-à-vis our global competitors. Of course, it is important to know what, but even more important to know is how to do this. And in this regard, I have 2 points. The first one is about change management. Reforms are never easy. We should continue to seek for viable solutions together with businesses, farmers and citizens in general. Successful transformations are those broadly supported by the public. Status quo is a road to stagnation and instability. And my second point is about financing the necessary transition. We should be careful when simply throwing money on problems. It can ease the symptoms but never cures the disease. And therefore we need money together with reforms and not just talking about raising money and throwing at problems. Thank you very much.
Thank you, dear colleague. Madam Bentley, you have the floor.
Meine sehr geehrten Damen und Herren,
ladies and gentlemen, dear colleagues, today is a very important day. Just an hour ago, we fired the starting gun for the new European Commission, for a European Commission that, as Mrs. von der Leyen said, wants to increase the competitiveness of Europe as a priority. That's something that we as EPP have very much supported, and we are very glad to see that that will be the motto for the next 5 years. Anyone who listens to our businesses knows what has to be done. First of all, only regulate where necessary as a framework to set that will apply across Europe. But when it comes to introducing new technologies, we should do this in a way similar to our main competitors. We have to reduce red tape and reporting obligations that don't add to our competitiveness. And thirdly, we need to concentrate on innovative technologies and maintain our leadership in innovation by providing help for upscaling and making products market ready. We need more intensive and long-term investment in our technology. Let's show over the next 5 years that we can follow the examples of the Americans and continue to increase the prosperity and competitiveness of our economy. Thank you.
Madame Tavares.
President, Commissioner, the Budapest Declaration is a step in the right direction with a commitment for the future financing of the EU's priorities. But the new Competitiveness Pact now needs to be actually rolled out. It's okay having intentions, but these need to be converted into investments. The Commission should come up with a draft MFF post-2027, which is more streamlined, more flexible, more efficient and more in a position to help us grapple with the challenges and goals we have. We must urgently implement the Capital Markets Union to tap into key investments to support our SMEs and startups so that they compete on the global stage. We need the EIB to play a wide-reaching and dynamic role as a catalyst. But these three things are not enough. As the Commission rightly points out, we need new tools and new own funds. We trust that the new Commission will take its cue from the success of Next Generation EU and have a permanent budgetary capacity in the new term of office, which we've been clamouring for. This will allow the EU to finance strategic sectors so that we have an innovative, resilient and sustainable Europe, which will bolster its position on the global stage.
Nuestra siguiente intervención es para la señora Borràs.
The next speaker is Mrs. Borràs. You have the floor, madam.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much, Madam Commissioner. First of all, thank you to the Hungarian presidency for presenting the Budapest Declaration that shows us the way towards a more competitive Europe. But the Commission wants to sabotage our stock breeders and farmers who actually should be leading the way towards competitiveness and food sovereignty. It's almost a bad joke when I hear you talk about agricultural prosperity, generation renewal and food security, when in 2023 you allowed more than 1.8 billion euro fruit and vegetables from Morocco without asking them to fulfill even 1/10 of the rules that our producers have to respect. How is there going to be generational renewal? You referred to this and said it was a priority. 90% of agricultural holdings are being run by people over 40. Do you not think that this is because of the lack of legal certainty and your climate fanaticism? So please give up your green crusade, respect the Budapest Declaration and make sure that our agriculture is competitive. Because, ladies and gentlemen, agriculture is the heart of Europe, and without a strong heart we will die.
Speaker is Madame Donatsen.
Grazie, Presidente.
Thank you, President. Thank you to the Hungarians for being so pragmatic. The new European Competitiveness Deal is warm welcome. Many sectors are at risk of falling by the wayside. The Green Deal was badly written. Let's look at the figures. The major car producers are shutting up shop or moving elsewhere. Production is shifting to other countries. Cement products and steel products are at risk. An economic model is there to have a market share, but we are destroying our producers. We are losing jobs and purchasing power. Against this backdrop, it is up to us as political decision makers to change track, to change route. Shein, a Chinese company, sends thousands of tons of products to Europe per day. There are no tariffs, and we're talking about 2.3 billion products per day. There is no respect for workers or the environment from Shein. Buying online at a low cost means destroying industry. We need to get that message across, particularly to young people. We are really shooting ourselves in the foot.
Our next speaker is Mr. Christensen. You have the floor.
Mr. President, colleagues, Madam Commissioner, farmers in Denmark have managed to reduce our greenhouse gas emissions by 14%. They're not against this, but of course money is necessary for this to be achieved. And this is why competitiveness is such an important word. To help us achieve our climate targets, we need massive investment, and the money for this can come from all sorts of sources, large-scale projects, with Europe helping to reduce CO2 emissions. But of course we need more than this. We need freedom to decide what is the best solution for our businesses, for our undertakings. The world is calling for more animal protein and for more cars, but then you need to create incentives for more green technology, for clean technologies. They will never be out of date.
Commissioner, Corda, Eve. In today's rapidly evolving geopolitical landscape, Europe must revitalise its competitiveness to remain a global leader. Among the challenges we face is ensuring a resilient and competitive agricultural sector as we transition towards a more sustainable economy. This begins with providing farmers with a stable and predictable framework to thrive in without excessive bureaucracy. Simplifying EU regulations, reducing reporting burdens by at least 25% and enforcing fairness in the food supply chain will give farmers the space they need to innovate and grow. Energy costs are another crucial issue. Farmers depend on affordable energy, but current price disparities with global competitors place them at a disadvantage. Prioritising investment in renewable energy infrastructure, cross-border grids and storage technologies is essential, not only for farmers, but also for rural communities that rely on them. A sustainable economy will ultimately be the most competitive. If Europe adopts forward-thinking policies, we can strike the balance between sustainability and competitiveness.
Thank you very much, President, and all the best, Commissioner.
Our next speaker is Mr. Zerman.
Mes chers collègues,
ladies and gentlemen, industrial renewal based on decarbonized processes. We want Europe to be a research trailblazer and pursue energy research. Of course, we agree with the competitiveness deal in the Budapest Declaration, but how can we not be worried about deregulation and other such points? Consumerism and productivism shouldn't be the main guiding principles. Europe should think about the human factor and the future. This is a blind spot, or rather it's funding that is a blind spot. The Council, meeting after meeting, has said that they're talking on own resources, but they've never done it. All this dilly-dallying and procrastination has to come to an end. We have proposals, solid proposals put on the table in 2023, 40 billion extra, and then 800 billion euro in the Draghi report. So we're just talking about half. But Enrico Letta's report is called Much More Than a Market, and that should be our guiding principle here in Europe.
Mr. Domoto, you have the floor.
Mr. President, this is an important milestone. Finally, we have launched open dialogue in Budapest about how we can put an end to the decline of Europe's competitiveness. The reasons are clear. First and foremost, high energy prices. For ideological reasons, the EU is gradually disconnecting itself from cheap energy sources, and European businesses have to pay the price for this. The Draghi report highlights the fact that European businesses pay 3 times as much for energy as their American counterparts. So the consequences are dramatic. Car manufacturers are closing factories, steel giants are laying people off, and in agriculture, high prices are putting a dent into our competitiveness. In the Commissioner-designate hearings, we only heard empty words about how we can improve our energy independence. After today's vote, the European Commission can sit down and start work. It is high time to look at the interests of Europe's industries. If they don't do so, we are going to lose hundreds of thousands of jobs. Thank you.
Thank you, dear colleague. Mr. Van Dijk.
Thank you, President, Minister, Commissioner, colleagues. All of us bear a crushing responsibility to improve our competitiveness. We know what the problems are, and if we are honest, we also know what the solutions are. Urgently, we have to cut back red tape and excessive reporting requirements, that we need to expedite an industrial deal, which we should already have adopted and presented side by side with the Green Deal. We need more targeted investment in research and development, and we need to make smarter use of the EU budget. We need to complete the internal market with a single capital markets union, which represents huge opportunities. What I would warn against, more investment doesn't mean more tax at European level. I come from a country that has a tax take of more than 50%, and, really enough is enough. So let's activate savings, European savings, let their euros bear more fruit. the EU shouldn't just stop the brain drain from Europe, but also the money drain from Europe towards the US, among other countries. That way, we can contribute to a more prosperous Europe.
Madam Singh.
Thank you, President. The Budapest Declaration really establishes goals for our competitiveness. Despite all this technology, we should not lose sight of one thing. Europe's strength lies in its regions, where people actually live, work and mould our future. Security and stability start locally, our villages, municipalities and farmhouses. A farmer staying where they are is secure and provides economic resilience, and our farmers are under increasing pressure due to changing climatic conditions, red tape and unfair competition. The stability of the EU's markets is at risk. We have competition from Mercosur. If farming is at risk, then a great deal of Europe's security is at risk. The Budapest Declaration says that we cannot maintain the status quo. That also applies to farming. Let's strengthen our rural areas, ensure fair conditions for our farmers, ensuring a stable, safe and competitive Europe. Thank you.
La señora Poljard tiene la palabra.
Mrs. Pelfjard has the floor.
Tack, herr talman.
Thank you very much, President. European farmers want to reduce emissions. They want to contribute to the green transition, and they want to make sure that Europe has better security of supply. But at the moment, it is grappling with different problems, such as the administrative burden, climate problems, and so on. And at the same time, we're asking them to do more, to produce more, to embrace the green transition, and to cut down emissions. If this is to be possible, then we have to make sure that agriculture can benefit from the right framework conditions to produce their food in better conditions. And to do this, we need to adopt a set of measures. And I hope the European Commission will take what we said very seriously. Farmers have to be able to focus on what they know, what they do best, and that is to work their land and harness its potential. We have to make sure that it's not affected by floods, drought, and so on, and that they can really double down and focus on producing food. Agriculture and food security in Europe has to become a reality, and farmers have to be able to adapt to the new reality. Mrs. Maestre.
Señorías, la declaración de...
Ladies and gentlemen, the Budapest Declaration on a new European Competitiveness Pact encompasses the food sector, and I like this. The Draghi report glossed over this, and today the Commission President did not mention farming among competition-based priorities. Has the Commission decided that Europe is no longer the pantry of the world? We cannot deliver food sovereignty to our competitors who must beef up the farming sector. The EU must have rules which are stable. We need stable laws. Let's make our laws supple. Let's have less red tape. Otherwise, we'll be undermining the farming sector. We must stop unfair competition suffered by our farmers. This will not be stopped by the Unfair Competitions Directive, because this is not applicable across our borders. We must ensure there is encouragement for innovation and digitalisation to ensure that our farming sector is stronger and resilient to climate change.
Our next speaker is Madame...
Microphone for the President. Mr. Deloge. Mrs. Deloge.
The Budapest Declaration that you've presented today is meant to be a signal to the EU that it should heed, I would quote, "A competitive, sustainable and resilient agricultural sector is needed with a stable and predictable framework and fair competition worldwide and in the single market." We've already heard these words before. Now we have to move to concrete action. Our farmers need to be competitive, sustainable and resilient. But unfortunately, the proposals made by Brussels show that you don't sufficiently appreciate the efforts farmers are making, and you have no intention of guaranteeing them a decent income because you prefer to hold them hostage via subsidies. At each plenary session, we adopt new standards, and then we're surprised that the sector can't keep up. When it comes to competitiveness, the cries we heard outside Parliament yesterday speak for themselves. The elegies of free trade are going to end up killing our agriculture. The European Commission is deliberately bringing in poor quality products to our markets, just flouting economic and health considerations. Please take this declaration as a call, as a wake-up call, and a call to defend our sovereignty.
Mr. Ozdoba.
Bardzo dziękuję. Szanowni Państwo, jak słucham przedstawicieli Europejskiej Partii Ludowej, czy też...
Thank you very much. I've been listening to the EPP representative and the S&D representative, and I'm wondering if they're okay, if they're not ill, because we're talking about agriculture, we're talking about problems. Yesterday, we had farmers on the streets of Strasbourg protesting against your ideas because they've had enough of what you're doing. You're meddling in their lives and how they run their farms. Only a few minutes ago, we voted in the new European Commission, but we've got the same president at the helm. So I have a proposal for you. Don't issue statements and declarations. Just make sure that you have a quiet life, because every aspect of a farmer's life is regulated thanks to you. So much is said about freedoms that we have to protect. But if someone doesn't want something, then we've got to really take into consideration their opinion. If you want to stave off climate change, then where exactly did you carry out your studies? Because you're making the same mistakes. So let's stop regulating every single aspect of the lives of Europeans.
Thank you, Chair, Commissioner. In light of our goal to make the EU a competitive and sustainable powerhouse, I welcome the commitments of the Budapest Declaration. First, I cannot stress enough the need for a collective effort to unlock the full potential of our single market, which is a driver for innovation, growth and resilience. This is especially vital for our manufacturing sectors, which are central to Europeans' competitive and sustainable process. Building a more circular and resourceful, efficient economy is a fundamental part of ensuring a long-term sustainability. Our manufacturing sectors have a crucial role to play as we aim to use resources wisely, reduce waste and transition to a circular economy that promotes growth and is environmentally responsible. But, Commission, to make sure that we will meet our CO2 targets, carbon capture and storage is needed. A right framework on implementation and transport should be part of a clean industrial deal. Let's take action for an innovative, sustainable and resilient EU where business can thrive. Thank you.
Thank you very much, dear colleague. La señora Herranz García tiene la tribuna.
Mrs. Herranz García.
Muchas gracias, Presidente.
Thank you, President. I carefully read the Budapest Declaration that we're discussing, and I'm happy to see that Member States are ready to go for competitiveness while maintaining the ambitious targets set in terms of greenhouse gas emissions over the years. But I think something vital is missing from the text. It notes with satisfaction the Letta and the Draghi reports, but as well as looking at those policies, we also need to consider more investment in the EU budget by member states. We know that we need the Union to defend our interests and to develop common policies, but it's it's almost impossible to have more European policy without increasing the community budget. When it comes to the agricultural sector, which I'm most familiar with, we are seeing ever more stringent environmental requirements, which are increasing the cost of production for farmers. But the funds intended to support food security and autonomy remain the same. Moreover, in order to address the structural problems faced by the primary sector in Europe, generational renewal, support for farms, we need additional funds. And looking at the spirit of paragraph 12, we need solid economic support to the agricultural sector, and we have to demonstrate our political interest in this. So we need to really put the money where our mouths are.
Our next speaker is Madame Eriksson.
Tack för ordet, herr talman.
Thank you very much. Competitiveness isn't just about how many businesses we have. In Luleå, in northern Sweden, we have had problems with certain companies in the energy sector. We tried to solve the problem by getting all those involved around the table, and they managed to hammer out a solution. We have to cooperate. We must make sure that we don't drag procedures out. What can be resolved should be resolved, because, of course, this can lead to redundancies. People shouldn't lose their jobs. Competitiveness cannot take place at the expense of workers, and you mustn't pit one group against the other. We have to have an egalitarian and fair society.
This declaration is just a document showing complete political failure of EU policy. It's a wake-up call. Business as usual is no longer a solution. What will happen? A fundamental political change in the EU? Will we deviate from this crazy climate policy or this destructive agricultural policy? We are becoming importers rather than exporters. Europe is meant to have much less red tape. But look at the deforestation regulation. That's a bureaucratic behemoth. What about this explosion in energy prices, which will strangle our households and businesses? You keep clamoring on about the Green Deal, more centralisation, more money going to Brussels. This declaration is purely and simply status quo. In other words, it shows the complete failure of this EU policy.
Thank you very much, dear colleague, Madame van den Berg.
Dear Chair, dear colleagues, intensifying our efforts, decisive steps. Business as usual is no longer an option. I compliment the Member States for their beautiful words included in the Budapest Declaration. However, I worry that when things become difficult, when Member States have to let go of red lines or bring home a tough message, these words will be much less impressive. Because when push comes to shove, it is this House that has to keep reminding Europe that inaction is not an option. And this means that we need a real European industrial strategy that contains stronger EU policies for energy, stronger EU policy for the capital markets, and an ambitious EU budget. So I call upon my colleagues here, let's agree to be ambitious. Let's agree to take the Draghi report seriously and implement its recommendations. And let's push the other institutions to follow through on their beautiful declarations. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Monsieur Villamy, you have the floor.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Thank you, Mr. President. Colleagues, we're talking about competitiveness.
It's a difficult word, but there's a concrete reality behind that. When American tourists in particular came to the Olympic Games in Paris, they were struck by how great their purchasing power was when they arrived in the French capital for a quite simple reason. 2008 GDP in the US was identical to Europe's GDP. 15 years later, following a financial crisis triggered by the United States and American banks, we have 80% a lag with the US GDP. Europe is lagging behind. It's becoming poorer because it is no longer producing while the Americans are subsidizing. We are regulating. We need to put an end to this madness. A socialist colleague said we had to move away from productivism, but whether talking about agriculture, industry, fisheries, energy, we need to learn again to produce. It is not a bad word. We therefore need to free our companies, our farmers, so those who are the driving force of our country. Will not leave the European Commission continue with this degrowth strategy. We know those who are there behind Mr. Ribera tomorrow. We will be there for those who are producing throughout Europe. Thank you.
Speaker is Mr. Olivier.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you very much, President. After 5 years of the Green Deal that hasn't let up in degrowth and affected the agriculture sectors of our countries, we're now seeing that actually Hungary is doing quite well. We see the MAGA approach of the new American president, and we are facing a challenge of competence. This Productivity Pact really includes all sorts of contradictions. It's not really based on any major change of the practices that have left Europe flailing in the wake of others. The indebtedness that Ms von der Leyen confirmed this morning, you're not actually getting away from your unbridled globalized approach and your normative approach of degrowth that the Greens have managed to smuggle into these institutions. You are going to continue to force Europe to move away and subjugate themselves to others because of this degrowth motto. We would rather have power in Europe.
Madame Simpson.
Honourable members, on behalf of the European Commission, I would like to thank you for very much for this rich debate, and this debate shows that across political groups we have the common goal of ensuring that the EU remains home for a thriving, sustainable and resilient manufacturing industry, providing quality jobs across our single market. In this context, the solution is not less Green Deal, but an industrial deal that helps industry grow, not despite but because it decarbonises, while ensuring a just transition, leaving no one and no territory behind. The Clean Industrial Deal will help to make decarbonisation an opportunity for growth. This is the spirit expressed in the political guidelines for the next mandate, and that has also guided our industrial policy action so far. The Commission looks forward to continuing working with the European Parliament on this issue as a matter of priority. Thank you.
Thank you, dear Commissioner, for these words and for all the good things that you've done and all the good things that you are going to do. Now I'm going to give the floor to the Council, represented by Mr. Book.
President, honourable members, Commissioner, thank you for the debate. The Hungarian presidency feels particularly privileged to have had the opportunity to facilitate agreement on the Budapest Declaration and the new European Competitiveness Deal, a declaration that also highlights the importance of building economic, social and territorial cohesion. A declaration that, regarding the single market, in line with the recommendation of the Letter report, highlights the need to intensify our efforts to ensure the full functioning of the single market and unlock its full potential. To that end, the Commission has been invited to present in the first half of 2025 a comprehensive horizontal strategy on deepening the single market with clear timelines and milestones. But let me conclude by saying this. To bring Europe's competitiveness to the levels we badly need, the Competitiveness Deal needs to be urgently implemented by all EU institutions in consultation with all stakeholders. The European Parliament must also play its role. There are several legislative proposals on your desk where you could advance competitiveness by starting or accelerating trilogues, and I encourage you to do so. For their part, EU leaders will continue to provide further strategic guidance and to regularly review progress over the coming year during the future Polish and Danish presidencies. Thank you very much once again for your attention.
Thank you very much. The debate is closed. And now we go to the next item on the agenda, and it is Commissioner's statement, stepping up the fight against and the prevention of the recruitment of minors for criminal acts. So I give the floor first to Commission, on behalf of the Commission, to Madame Dalli.
Thank you, President, honourable members. Criminal networks recruit young people and even children to commit crimes. They are recruited to extract drugs out of ports, to transport, deliver and sell drugs, to be lookouts, and even to commit serious violent acts, including murder. In 2023, in Sweden, more than 300 children aged 15 to 17 were charged with murder or attempted murder. Last month in Marseille, a 14-year-old boy was recruited online to act as gunman. He killed a taxi driver in an operation orchestrated by drug trafficking groups. These children hired to commit crimes are vulnerable. They are perpetrators, but also victims. And they need our attention as policymakers. The Commission is determined to take action to step up prevention and to fight against the recruitment of minors to commit criminal acts. This is why one of the actions of the roadmap to fight drug trafficking and organised crime focused on preventing the recruitment of children into crime. This year, the Commission and the European Crime Prevention Network organised a conference on the recruitment of children. The focus was on actions at local level to prevent youngsters from falling in the hands of criminal groups. Concrete action should now be part of the European Crime Prevention Network's 2025 work plan. To tackle the different dimensions of the recruitment of minors into crime, we need a holistic approach. Authorities at all levels of governance and civil society across all sectors need to work together to protect children from violence and abuse. In April this year, the Commission presented recommendations to the Member States on how they can strengthen their child protection systems. Because let's remember that many children who fall in the hands of criminals are victims of violence themselves. Another dimension is that children and young people spend a lot of time online, and criminals, of course, take advantage of this. Law enforcement and Europol have alerted that children are increasingly recruited via social media. Criminal networks attract young people promoting their lifestyle on social media. They glorify the narco culture and they use influencers to appeal to children. Within the framework of the EU Internet Forum, we are planning to reach out to social media platforms and tech companies to discuss and find solutions to work together against the online recruitment. Combating the radicalisation, both online and offline, is a key cross-cutting EU priority. Central to this effort is the EU Knowledge Hub on prevention of radicalisation, launched by the Commission last June. The hub engages with stakeholders beyond the security sector, including education, social policy, media literacy and mental health experts to support Member States. Tackling the root causes of minors' radicalisation will be a core focus for the new Commission. This week, a high-level conference is taking place to address the drivers and socio-economic factors leading to drug-related violence. It will inform our future prevention policies. And finally, the fight against organised crime will continue to be a top priority in the next Commission. As outlined by President von der Leyen's political guidelines, there can be no hiding place for organised crime in Europe, either offline or online. I trust that a comprehensive policy mix tackling the different dimensions of minors being recruited into crime will ensure better protection for children, and that the next Commission will continue to make this a priority. Prevention is at the heart of our strategy. So we ensure that children are safe, safe from organised crime gangs, free to thrive as any child should. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Commissioner. On behalf of the EPP, its Vice President, Mr. Tupi.
Thank you, President, Commissioner. The European Union is actually facing what I would call an epidemic of cross-border organised crime. And this is a serious threat to our eternal security. And our top priority from this House must be to completely break down the criminal networks and make Europe safe and secure. The targeted recruitment of minors that are used very tactic by the criminal gangs across Europe is now also concluded by Europol that minors are involved in more than 70% of the existing criminal markets. In my home country, Sweden, it has been reported that we have over 200 children under 18 years old that are suspects in murder investigations. And this is a problem that is not only solely in Sweden. We see this in many, many member states now. And that's why we also need to make sure that we have a strong European response. Firstly, we need more cross-border police cooperation and a truly operational Europol. We see that when we do things together, we can actually be successful. We just for a couple of weeks had an operation coordinated by Europol, but with Spanish, Swedish and Danish police, and that led to the arrest of gang members specifically on the accusation of recruiting minors abroad. Secondly, we also need to combat the recruitment of minors by criminal networks on social media platforms. And lastly, we also need to work, of course, with crime prevention efforts, because that is what's really going to make a result in the long term. So I very much welcome that we can have this debate today, because we need to go beyond the nice words and actually go into action and stop the criminal gangs. Thank you.
Thank you very much, dear colleague. El señor López Aguilar es nuestro siguiente orador.
Gracias, Presidente.
Thank you, President. Commissioner, this debate is very timely and very necessary. If you see the chilling reports back from the Europol unit on the recruitment of minors across the EU, we've seen that 70% of crime in cybercrime and drug trafficking involves young people. They are tempted by money, their contacts with international organised crime networks. So one of our recommendations would be to harmonise European legislation across all member states on criminal responsibility, the age of criminal responsibility. We also need to update the roadmap drafted by the European Commission to prevent the rise of organised crime, which affects young people. Prevention is a key. We need to share intelligence, information, share experience to try and stop young people getting involved in organised crime and drug trafficking. This needs to be our priority for our EU-wide policy
code as enshrined in the Lisbon Treaty needs to be applied.
Mr. Varro. So I'm going to give the floor to Madame Teodorescu.
Viitorul omenirii nu poate.
The future of humanity cannot be conceived without children. It is for them that we struggle on every day, including here in the European Parliament, in order to build a safer and better world. Children's innocence is completed by their fragility. It is too easy for them to become victims of criminals who wish to use them. Recent reports show that 40% of youths that are involved in criminal gangs are under 18 years old. The rates of children under 12, 13 years old who are involved in organized crime are alarming. And this is happening because in many countries, children this young do not have any criminal responsibility. We cannot sit and do nothing when children are exploited by criminals. We need to intensify our fight against this plague. Prevention should focus on education and policing. But equally importantly, we need to make sure that these children, once rescued, require support for reintegration in society and for rehabilitation. Together we can break the vicious circle of exploitation and build a safer and just world for all. Thank you.
Mr. Lukeka.
Commissioner, young people in Europe are often used to do the dirty work of the criminal underworld's dirty games. When young people are recruited to crime, we don't only lose their potential, we also lose their future. What we've seen in Denmark in recent years is that at least 10 youths have been recruited to carry out murders or throw hand grenades. These attacks have already been in social media. Only yesterday, a Swedish boy was convicted of murder in Copenhagen and sentenced to 5 years and 6 months in prison. They are paid every time they commit one of these crimes. It's not just crazy, it's a cross-border problem. We need to tackle this at a European level. EU needs a strategy where we prevent and are consequent in our way of tackling those that are behind. We need to talk about the young people, their future, and a common European approach.
On behalf of the left group, Mr. Antocci.
Thank you, President. As Europol highlighted, organized crime recruits young people through social media using codified language and transforming a criminal career into a kind of game. This phenomenon, which we find throughout our continent, is now an operational strategy which has been consolidated. In Europe, an increase in juvenile delinquency is alarming. Too many young people without family support are often affected by school dropouts and are recruited without scruples. As legislators, we must avoid that the future of these young people involves a prison or a reform school. We need to take inspiration from Padre Pino Don Bosco, who have shown through prevention work that they can change the destiny of the most vulnerable youth through education and early intervention. I conclude reflecting that every time one responds to a crime with increasingly severe punishment, this is a defeat. Victory is in prevention, understanding and intervening before these youth are lost. Thank you.
I'm not inviting anyone, but I want to say that the blue card system is open again. Mr. Sienkiewicz, you are our next speaker.
I will speak Polish. We cannot close our eyes to reality. That should be our main slogan. Some time ago, over 10 years ago, the international public opinion was amazed by the recruitment of children in wars in Africa. This is called crime wars by international law. And today we are talking about children, murderers in Europe. In Africa, warriors, here, gangsters. We're talking about Africa and Europe, but it's all the same because a child will kill in the streets. What has happened in Europe in the last 10 or so years? These gangs are of ethnic character, and they are a result of a failure to integrate immigrants, and therefore member states should impose drastic, draconian penalties on criminals that recruit children. If this does not happen, we will continue talking about values and fundamental rights, but in the streets of our cities, people will be killed by children. Commissioner, one sentence. When I hear holistic approach, I know it means no possibility to act.
Gangs across the European Union are recruiting children and young people. Society has failed our children. Growing up in the district of Bergsjön in Gothenburg in Sweden, I loved my community. But we face challenges I wouldn't wish on anyone. Already in the 1990s, we witnessed schoolmates being recruited. Today, in 2024, the situation has worsened, with even younger children being targeted and involved in violence. Children are killing grown-ups. Children are killing children. New technology has made also homes unsafe and a place for the gangs to recruit. Gangs exploit digital platforms to recruit children using influencer tactics and emotional manipulation. They frame illegal activities as challenges or missions, giving kids a false sense of purpose. We must act now to ensure that every child belongs in school, not on the streets with weapons. I urge, therefore, to the Commission to create a strategy to prevent the recruitment of youth into organised crime. Additionally, we need to hold digital platforms accountable for protecting our children's welfare and to ensure the security of the whole European Union.
Thank you very much, dear colleague. Mr. Diepeven, you have the floor.
Voorzitter. Thank you, President. President, youth crime is a big and serious problem. 2,300 in 2023, about 16,000 people between 16 and 18 years were registered as being suspects in crimes. In 18 to 23-year-old, it was about 23,000. Minors are being used more and more by internationally operating gangs to carry out their criminal activities. And what helps these gangs is free movement in the EU, and that means minors are being used to act as mules and getting drugs from harbours like Rotterdam or Amsterdam and Antwerp. And we're seeing that more and more young people are being involved here. It's very important that we make it clear to the society that we will not accept crime regardless of age. Young people who commit crimes have to be held responsible for their actions. And this means that we have to have stricter rules and act more strongly against young people committing crime. And we need to hold parents responsible as well. We need to make sure that youth crime registers are coordinated as well.
Mr. Weimers, you have the floor.
Thank you, President. In the old days in Sweden, we used to talk about child soldiers in far-flung countries, and it seemed very unreal to us. But these child soldiers now are to be found in most Swedish towns and cities. Sweden has the highest number of fatal shootings per inhabitant in Europe after Montenegro and Albania. A large number of these people who are shot to death are carried out by minor perpetrators. There were 23 in 2022, and over the last 10 years that has doubled. Mass immigration has changed our societies to the state where they're no longer recognisable. We're seeing the number of armed children and crimes carried out by them, and those between 15 and 24 using weapons have gone up by 160% over 10 years. Together with stringent demands that we Sweden Democrats would like to see at home against crime, the whole of the EU needs to take a break from asylum and refugees. We need to work together to counter organised crime. We need a strategy to deal with and neutralise clan-based criminal networks throughout the EU. Thank you.
Dear colleague. Mr. Schipper, you have the floor.
In German, please. Liebe Mitmenschen, ich habe...
Comrades, for 8 years I lived in Kalk, which was a very poor region of the city with very high levels of criminality. For 8 years I passed 14-year-olds on the street who were involved in who were looking out as part of the criminal trade. But now things are somewhat different. Now they're all focused on their telephones because this is how they organize their networks. And we have to react. We have to legislate against social networks, and we have to ensure that the authorities have the instruments necessary to act across Europe so that young people are aware of the scale of this problem. We're talking about young people, sometimes stupid people, but they need us.
Mr. Schipper. Our next speaker is Madam Mertens. You have the floor.
Mr. President, Commissioner, colleagues, the recruitment of young people and children shows us the weakness of our prevention policy and international cooperation. Therefore, I say that we have to not only talk, but we also have to act. We need decisive measures from the European Union and its member states. We need a Europe-wide strategy for prevention, firstly, which targets certain hotspots. We need to deal with structural problems such as social exclusion and a lack of prospects. We need to deal with these before these gaps are filled by criminal networks. And we need people and their children who are marginalized. We need to ensure they're integrated. We need better data in order to do this, better resources and effective mechanisms for prosecution beyond our borders. Cross-border crime requires cross-border responses and also together with Europol. Thirdly, the enhancement of media competency. Young people have to understand how they can be protected in the digital world. Europe can and must be a precursor for a youth who can live in freedom and security. Thank you.
Thank you very much, dear colleague. La signora Estrada.
Grazie, Presidente.
Thank you, President, Commissioner, ladies and gentlemen. We have to fight youth crime. It's a fundamental task. Looking at my country, the Italian government had a decree that they passed to deal with this, and we saw that the youth prisons are completely overfilled. We see these young people who come out of these prisons for young people and often don't have any alternatives, and they risk going back to a world of crime. Prevention of youth crime is something that would involve providing opportunities to people who might be vulnerable, not throwing them into prison far from their homes. You cannot abandon the most vulnerable. We believe that there are some people who are
You're speaking too fast for the translation. I will give you the minute, but please speak again. Tell again what you were saying.
Chiedo scusa agli interpreti.
I do apologise to the interpreters. Prevention of youth crime has to provide us with opportunities to help those who are ending up as vulnerable in the population. We shouldn't just abandon the weakest in society. This pushes people. Just imagine unaccompanied minors or immigrants who come, they're the first victims, but it's not an approach that's going to resolve anything. Europe shouldn't follow the destructive examples of Italy. There are other avenues that are more fair and more effective to follow.
Our next speaker is Mr. Valli.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, President. In Marseille, a 24-year-old was shot in his bedroom by a 16-year-old. A 15-year-old was killed by an Afghan child who was already familiar to the legal services. In Kapol, Thomas was stabbed by a group of children. You will note that in these neighbourhoods, both the victims and the perpetrators are all young people. When will you have the courage in France or in Europe to abolish the ridiculous age of criminal responsibility? We're not talking about children who are innocent. These are young people. They are criminals, but they are beyond the threshold of criminal responsibility. Now, as a former police officer, I am here. I'm angry because I have witnessed young people. I have spoken to parents who have seen their children or they've been murdered by other children. I think we need to do away with the excuses. We need to act together and we need to mobilise against the scourge which is affecting our young people. Thank you.
Is Mr. Mantovani.
Grazie, Presidente.
Thank you, President. There is an emblematic case of minors recruited by organised crime, and this concerns foreign minors who are unaccompanied. We're talking about over 50,000 young people who, over the last 2 years, particularly coming from North Africa, are easy prey for organised crime. Until now, the European Union has not been up to the task. It's been absent and has handed this over to the member states to deal with even working on emergencies and budget issues. So we need to have a clear actions. These young people should attend courses for insertion purposes. Otherwise, they should be sent back to their countries, which is no doubt better than these dark zones where crime and prostitution reign. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam President. Yes, Europe's safety and security is being threatened both from without and from within, and now we have to do our best to support both Ukraine and Israel at the same time as trying to manage organised crime, which is threatening the security of our citizens and therefore their freedom as well. Today, 70% of criminal gangs in the EU are active in at least 3 member states, which just shows the need of an intensified cross-border cooperation. We need to beef up Europol, provide more resources, have an increased exchange of databases and crime registers, and an intensified judicial cooperation with third countries and EU candidate countries. Europe, and not least Sweden, has to prioritise freedom for conscientious and law-abiding citizens now. Those who are paying for the EU cooperation should at least be able to have the highest possible security and safety in return. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Siepel. Please.
Vielen Dank.
Thank you. The alert from Europol is clear. More and more criminal groups are targeting minors to conduct crimes and to avoid criminal prosecution themselves. The new thing is how many countries this is being used strategically, where minors are being recruited for increasingly severe crimes, and the tactics that are used, social media, using youth language, and considering this as a game. What is not new is the victims, young people living in poverty who have poor access to good education and work prospects. These people are looking for a sense of belonging and recognition. They need to be recognized and have real prospects to develop in our societies independent of their social, financial or other background. They need to be able to live free of discrimination. Thank you.
Mrs. Kinichi, please.
Thank you, President, Commissioner. The recruitment of minors to commit crimes is particularly hateful because the first victims are the minors themselves. They are deprived of their innocence and taken advantage of by unscrupulous criminals. This is not new, but this phenomenon has worsened in recent years according to an alarming note issued by Europol. Children and young people are involved in more than 70% of criminal sectors, cybercrime, online fraud, trafficking, and increasingly violent acts such as extortion and murder. The recruitment techniques are increasingly sophisticated, using apps, social media, online platforms, which ensure anonymity and easy contacts. They manipulate young people easily, use their language and use gamification techniques, as they're called. So there need to be countermeasures and preventive measures, but also intervention with regard to social problems, school dropout and illegality. In other words, from personal experience, thrives where young people have no prospects and are left alone.
We'll still give the floor to Mr. Varro. We didn't have the chance to talk before.
L'avocat que je fus entretient.
As a lawyer, I find it hard to reconcile my views with my role as an MEP now. Now, we should be focusing on the victims. They suffer barbarous, vicious acts which are more and more frequent. It happened more and more earlier. These people, taxi drivers shot by a 14-year-old in Marseille, for example. These are young people, yes, but they're also criminals, first and foremost criminals. These young people, children, are often migrants. They are often victims of their societies, and they are bred with aggressive personalities. Now, some we can give them a chance, yes. Others we have to come on down hard with the law. We have to punish earlier before these young people, before these children get more bogged down in the criminal world. We have to have short but immediate criminal terms. We need to monitor, we need to punish before the advantages of their criminal lifestyle draws more and more people in.
Now get to the catch the eye procedure. I'll give the word to Mrs. Grappini. Thank you.
Doamna președintă,
President, Commissioner, dear colleagues, I think that nothing is more important than protecting the minors, the future generation. But, Commissioner, we won't solve this issue by organizing conferences. Do we have a strategy? I repeat, Commissioner, we won't solve this issue by organizing conferences. Do we have a harmonized strategy in the EU in order to destroy the criminal networks? This should be the first measure. No offer on the EU market, no one to attract these minors. Then a strategy in order to have harmonized punishments in all member states. They run away from one member state to another. Of course, we are speaking about the competence of the member states, but they find sanctuary in countries with smaller punishments. Education in schools, not conferences. Who comes to see the conferences? The criminals, the minors. Unless we have this strategy, we will organize conferences, debates, and the number of kids influenced and attacked by these groups will grow. Thank you.
Please.
Arvoisa puhemies.
Thank you very much, Madam President. In Finland as well, we already find ourselves in a situation where, more often than not, the suspect tends to be a 14-year-old suspected of assault. In Sweden, you get hitmen and bombings in Denmark that they're recruited for. What is the cause of the increase in this problem? How can it be so simple to tempt young people into committing crime and incite them to crime? Where does this violence come from? Well, it's uncontrolled immigration and poor integration in Western societies. That's what the answer is. The eternal mantra of the left-wing parties is that the parties on the right only talk about immigration. But we have to talk about it. Just look around what's happening in Sweden, Germany, France, as a result of uncontrolled migration. Should we just remain silent about these things? Because people have remained silent, we've ended up in chaos. So we need to shout loud. This is a threat to Europe.
Catch the eye procedure, and I will now give the floor to Commissioner Dalli, please.
Thank you, President, and thank you all, honourable members, for your contribution to this important debate. Criminal networks do not hesitate to recruit young people to perpetrate crimes. This is a complex reality, as these minors are criminals and victims at the same time. We need to protect all our citizens. Radicalisation of minors is a cross-cutting priority in combating radicalisation. Tackling minors' recruitment by criminals also requires the recruitment of children via online platforms. The EU Internet Forum can be useful, and we will need the involvement of Eurojust. Tackling the root causes of minors' radicalisation and the fight against organised crime will be a core focus for the new Commission. Our response shall be commensurate with the challenges. It's about the future of our children, the future of our societies, and we count on this Parliament's contribution to this fight. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The debate is then closed. The next item on the agenda is Commission statement, critical infrastructure, vulnerabilities and hybrid threats in the Baltic Sea. Commissioner Dalli, if you are ready. It's okay. Thank you.
Thank you, President, honourable members. This month we witnessed the disruption of submarine cables between Lithuania and Sweden and between Finland and Germany. Once again, we saw serious security challenges to the EU's critical infrastructure. The maritime domain, such as the Baltic Sea, is especially vulnerable. We share the strong concerns expressed by all affected member states. These incidents are too familiar. Remember the cable disruptions of the Baltic connector only a year ago. With Russia on the warpath and with China on the rise, Europe needs to be on the ball to ensure its security and to stand united in face of hybrid threats. We cannot stand idly by and just watch these incidents repeating. We welcome the swift launch of national investigations. Disruptions may have ripple effects beyond the national borders and beyond economic sectors, potentially affecting millions of EU citizens. This is why the EU has a role to play. The security and resilience of national critical infrastructure resilience is vital to Europe as a whole. What is vital for one is vital for all. Putin's war of aggression is, of course, a tragedy. We passed the terrible mark of 1,000 days of war in Ukraine, 1,000 days of resistance, but also of death and also of pain. We are also witnessing an increasing number of hybrid attacks, cyber attacks, information manipulation and interference campaigns, signals jamming, cases of arson, vandalism and sabotage. Last month, the EU High Representative strongly condemned Russia's intensifying campaign of hybrid activities against the EU and its partners. We must be on our guard and take action. Under this mandate, the Commission put forward a proposal for a directive on the resilience of critical entities that you adopted 2 years ago. With this agreement, we already ensure better coordination and preparedness of our societies and economies to threats and disruptions. At the same time, you adopted the directive on a high level of cybersecurity across the Union to enhance the overall cybersecurity and digital resilience of critical infrastructure. We took action. We expect Member States to now do the same, to transpose both directives as soon as possible. Too few of them have done so yet. The Cyber Solidarity Act, now in the final stages of adoption, will help us to address cyber attacks. In response to the explosions affecting the Nord Stream 2 gas pipeline, the Commission proposed a Council recommendation on resilience of critical infrastructure, addressing preparedness, response and international cooperation with concrete measures. Member States conducted stress tests of critical infrastructure in the energy sector to identify vulnerabilities. They are now following up to be fully prepared in the event of sabotage. We are also taking action on the weak spot we are discussing today, the vulnerability of submarine cables. In February this year, the Commission adopted a recommendation on secure and resilient submarine cable infrastructures. The objective is triple: improve coordination, enhance governance and increase funding. It calls for the mapping of submarine cables, assessment of their vulnerabilities and risks, and mitigating measures. These measures on undersea cables were part of the report on preparedness presented by President Niinistö in October. Undersea cables also connect us to the world. We need more cooperation with our international partners, such as NATO and the G7. During this mandate, keeping Europe safe was our priority. And Putin's war of aggression with hostile actors committing sabotaging only increases our need for security. This Commission is proud to have put the resilience of critical infrastructure on the EU agenda. But more needs to be done, of course. I am confident that the next Commission will continue this work with your support. We must remain vigilant, build our own resilience, and be ready to respond quickly and decisively. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Dalli. I will now ask the members talking for the groups to come forward and to start with Mr. Altola, please. Thank you.
Madam President, as President Niinistö's report highlighted, all economies, whether democratic or totalitarian, are highly dependent on data flows through undersea cables. In the Baltic Sea region, these vulnerable cables are crucial for all coastal states, including my own home country, Finland, which has the longest land border in the EU with Russia. Recently, a Chinese ship operating from Russia allegedly severed 2 of these cables. This action, along with the previous acts on a gas pipeline and other data cable, raises concerns that China is testing responses for its strategic goals. If China were to blockade Taiwan militarily, it might begin with disrupting cables, satellite communications, with similar acts that we are seeing in the Baltic Sea. This also highlights the coordination with Russia. These 2 countries, as they say, are better than allies. These cables and pipelines are vulnerable to sabotage in hybrid warfare. To enhance security, we should replace them with active versions equipped with sensors and deploy undersea surveillance drones. This would reduce the plausible deniability that Russia so well exploits. In the 1982 United Nations Convention on the Law of Sea, it leaves ambiguous the necessary actions that has to be taken. We must be prepared to board and detain ships as outlined already in the telegraph cable law from 1880s. The European Union aims to safeguard underwater cables through collaboration, but this initiative is set to be completed only by 2035. Far too late. We must go beyond sanctions, and we have to start thinking about also blocking Russian data flows. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I will call now Mrs. Repp for S&D. Thank you.
Vielen Dank, Frau Präsidentin.
Thank you, President. Recent incidents in the Baltic Sea are a worrying sign. On the 18th of November, the undersea cable, Sea Line 1, between Finland and Germany was damaged. Shortly before, another cable between Lithuania and Sweden was damaged. Russia and China are increasing their activity in the region, mapping the Baltic Sea with so-called research ships, and targeted sabotage seems probable. Such attacks on critical infrastructure are not only unacceptable, but are a direct attack on the stability and integrity of our societies. We strongly condemn this. Our infrastructure is vulnerable. We need more robust cable, satellite solutions and clear resilience plans in order to prioritize our most important data transmission. At the same time, we need to invest in our own infrastructure and increase cross-border cooperation. For Rostock and across the whole of Europe, this isn't a choice, this is an urgent necessity. Now is the moment to act decisively in a targeted and coordinated manner. We cannot tolerate attacks on our critical infrastructure. Thank you.
Thank you. I will call now Mr. Kors for ECR.
Dear colleagues, today the lifeblood of our civilization lies in its infrastructure, facilitating communication, transport, commerce, and security. Severing these lifelines, as we have seen with 2 undersea cables in the Baltic Sea, can have catastrophic consequences for our societies and economies. Once might have been an accident, twice demands a deliberate ignorance to call it anything but sabotage. These calculated hybrid attacks are designed to test our defences, spread fear, and weaken European resolve. According to some, the Baltic Sea had become a NATO lake, a secure zone for our allies. But recent events reveal vulnerabilities that demand immediate action. We must, first, strengthen maritime surveillance and monitoring. Second, deploy rapid response teams for critical infrastructure. Third, establish exclusive controlled shipping routes to reduce risks. And lastly, impose real consequences, economic and political, on those responsible. Europe is under attack, and it's time we defend it. Otherwise, they will keep on coming.
Thank you. I don't see Mr. Grothus. Just I will give the words to Mr. Nimisto for Greens. Thank you.
Arvoisa puheenjohtaja.
Madam President, this latest case is just one of a series of cases in the Baltic where critical connections have been cut. We had the Baltic connector with the data cables, and a Chinese cargo ship is again presumed to have caused this, and now we have this again. Russia appears to be conducting a hybrid war and is committing such acts of sabotage against EU states. The fact that this is presumably a Chinese ship augurs very badly for the future of Europe because it highlights a strategic connection between Russia and China, and we cannot allow this to continue. Therefore, it is important that we establish a good connection with China to highlight that cargo ships cannot do this, and they have to help us with this investigation to find a solution.
Thank you, Chair, the Commissioner. Russia is actively mapping drink water supplies in Sweden and Finland with the intent to sabotage. And Russia is trying to map and sabotage cargo airplanes in Germany, bringing goods to Ukraine. And yes, Russia is addressing the threat of internet cables, how they perceive it, and they are sabotaging our internet cables in our seas. But then why, colleagues, why are we still talking about hybrid threats? Aren't these clear examples of clear escalation by Russia on European soil? There can be only one response: time to hit back hard. Now, I wish to remind the Commission that the Russian economy is in big trouble. Inflation is at 9%. Interest rates in Russia are at 20%, coming close to 30%. And their reserves will run out in a year, and the ruble is falling fast. Russia will soon be a country with tanks but no food. Crippling the Russian economy further should be our target. It was effective in bringing down communism. Let's do it again. Maximize the support to Ukraine with amounts that Russia cannot surmount to. And do work together with Donald Trump for the final blow. Lower oil and gas prices, flood the market so the war machinery ends, not just in Russia, but also in Tehran. Thank you.
Thank you. Normally is Mrs. Cullinan. Sorry. It's better early than too late. Thank you.
Dear Chairwoman, the recent cable damage in the Baltic Sea is a concrete reminder of how vulnerable our critical infra really is. The EU must be a united and active actor in order to prevent hybrid influence in the Baltic Sea. The Baltic Sea littoral states, especially Finland, are extremely dependent on functioning connections to the sea. The majority of imports to Finland are brought through the Baltic Sea, and Finland is practically completely dependent on maritime traffic in the Baltic Sea and the infra located there. 8 of the European Union member states are geographically connected into the Baltic Sea. This is therefore a significant issue for the EU, and it should clearly be considered one of the security policy priorities. Security changes in the Baltic Sea will cause extensive changes in all EU member states, so securing it is interest of the entire EU. The new Commission should actively implement this, as the price we pay if the security situation in the Baltic Sea is jeopardised is too high. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Selfoy-Jessen, please.
Our infrastructure is in danger, but where does this danger come from? The biggest danger for our infrastructure is our own government. Angela Merkel presented her memoirs yesterday. She's been thinking about it for 16 years. In her book, Merkel writes that the building of Nord Stream 2 was a necessity. The shift away from nuclear energy meant that we had to import Russian gas massively as a result. That is the bitter truth of the energy transition in Germany. So these renewable energy resources nevertheless don't make us independent of Russian gas. The CDU and the traffic light government has really sacrificed us on their own policies. Do we want to take our own fate into our own hands? We need reliable and cheap energy in Germany. That would make us less vulnerable for attacks on infrastructure in the Baltic.
Thank you. Mrs. Dupont, please.
Thanks, Madam Chair, Commissioner. Disinformation, deception, disruption, destabilisation, destruction. The playbook by now is well known. It's clearly visible in broad daylight. We see GPS jamming, we see cyber attacks, we see disinformation campaigns, attacks on logistical chains and service providers, critical infrastructure on land and sea being under attack, and there are worrying links to organised crime. We see the shadow fleet sailing alongside critical infrastructure in sensitive areas, and from time to time even filled with highly explosive ammonium nitrate. The recent events are just an ample example and proof of that. In the midst of the playbook, we, the European Union, our allies and friends, because what our adversaries share, the refusal of our values, our democracy and our freedom. It can't be said too often. We are already in it. We are under attack and we need to live up to the challenge. This morning, Ursula von der Leyen has set the tone for the next college. The stakes are high and freedom will not come for free. We need to be bold and ambitious. The instruments are on the table. We have the ministry report on the preparedness. We will have the internal security strategy. We will have the white paper on defence, with the aim to overcome the fragmentation between the EU and the member states, within the member states, EU and NATO, between civilian and military actors, based on a common threat assessment and risk perception, increasing the information sharing so that we can build reliable, capable and resilient structures of response guided by the principles deterrence by denial and deterrence by punishment. We have all tools at hand and the answer is more Europe, not less. Thanks.
Thank you. Mrs. Insier, please.
The latest development in the Baltic Sea have highlighted the growing threats from Russian hybrid attacks, particularly targeting critical infrastructure such as undersea cables. Attacks from Russia and other anti-democratic countries against our societies are increasing, and their dreadful actions constitute a form of covert warfare. Hybrid threats knows no border, which means that Sweden and our neighbouring countries need the strong support of the EU to handle the situation. A threat to one of our countries is a threat to all, unless you are Prime Minister Viktor Orban in Hungary. It is shameful that we have a government in one of our member states that acts as Putin's lapdog. It is a shame he can continue holding the EU presidency. At the same time, criminal gangs are being recruited by third countries to carry out terrorist attacks as part of hybrid warfare. We must take strong actions and utilise all of EU's resources to protect our collective security.
Thank you. Mr. Eriksson, please.
Once again, everything is pointing to a Chinese vessel having sabotaged important infrastructure in the Baltic. A vessel is being held in the Kattegat. Sweden's Prime Minister has used very friendly words to ask the vessel to return to a Swedish port to be investigated. This is not on. This vessel should be forced to return to a Swedish port to be checked. Then we need deterrence. China calls its aggressive foreign policy wolf warrior diplomacy. Together with NATO, Sweden and the EU should work to maximise the price extracted from the people behind these acts. We have to show those states like China and Russia who are carrying out hybrid acts what Viking diplomacy can be. Otherwise, we're just going to see more damaging attacks to our infrastructure. Thank you.
Thank you. Mrs. Strack-Zimmermann, please.
Thank you, President. Ladies and gentlemen, the Russian invasion of Ukraine has shown what can happen now in the time after the Second World War with drones and cyber attacks. We've seen what could happen with hybrid attacks as well. But this is nothing new. The underwater infrastructure is being damaged by Russian and Chinese ships in the Baltic Sea. But this is nothing new. But now we are seeing it. We are seeing the escalations. There are very concrete attacks. And this is very relevant. Europe needs to be ready with its own resources. We have the Rostock Commander Task Force, which has to be ready. We have to strengthen our resources and be ready to act together with NATO. Ladies and gentlemen, we need to find an answer. And if we say that these are our red lines, if someone steps over the red lines, then it is clearly time for us to reply. We need a European response. We need to ensure we have the necessary resources, necessary equipment, and act in the Baltic Sea. Thank you.
Thank you. Sorry, you have a blue card, Maria-Agnes. Mrs. Strack-Zimmermann, you have a blue card. I'm so sorry. Just a second. Thank you. I saw it a bit late.
It's okay.
Do you accept it?
No.
No, so then you have to, do you accept the blue card?
No, but I'm ready.
Oh, okay, so you're ready. So it means you accept it.
Where?
All right.
Ah, Gott sei Dank. Das können wir ja in Deutsch machen.
Ja, gerne.
Ja.
Frau Strack.
I'd be happy to. Ms. Strack-Zimmermann, you seem to fluctuate between various ideas, but you claim that Russia is responsible for the explosion of Nord Stream 2. We know that it was a Ukrainian citizens who carried this out. You've been in Ukraine yourself. How probable do you think that this attack was carried out by Ukrainian citizens without the approval of Mr. Zelensky?
That's a very unexpected question, because you know there are collaborators in Ukraine who act for Russia. We both know that. But what you are talking about now, the event you talk about, there's the people who are willing to... You are being Putin's mouthpiece here in the parliament. You are a problem in this parliament, not just in national parliaments. You are talking nonsense. You are talking, spouting Putin's nonsense, and many people believe it. All I can say is that undersea infrastructure needs to be protected. Everything that I already said is true. We need to set out on the correct path, and we need to act now.
I'll give the floor to Mr. Grazonis now. Thank you.
Fracture of cables in the Baltic Sea is the inspection of Russia, how the European Union will react to and NATO will react to Russian sabotage. I think that the European Union is not taking any actions. The ship has not been stopped, the captain has not been interviewed, and the Russians do whatever they want. The European Union is weak. Why can't they make fun of us if we allow ourselves to be in that position? Now, let us get back shortly to the war in Ukraine. Why wouldn't we fight the war there if the European Union allows us to do that? They do not give arms. They do not accept Ukraine to the European Union, as Zelensky is asking, is not accepting Ukraine to NATO, as Zelensky is asking. You are overwhelmed by debates, resolutions, and some nonsense, but you are not making any important decisions. I am glad that today I was not voting for the ruling majority, because they are not determined, they are not principled, and Mr. Putin is making fun of them.
Mrs. Juknevičienė. Thank you.
Gerbiami kolegos, šitam žmogui tik nuimtas imunitetas.
Dear colleagues, this person has just been stripped of immunity in Lithuania. So he is speaking in this way because he is member of the most pro-Russian political group in the European Parliament. I am ashamed that he is also a Lithuanian. But speaking about this issue, the best way to stop the hybrid war of Putin is to and protect the critical infrastructure in Baltic Sea is by helping Ukraine win the war. We are helping, but not enough. But we are doing that. Putin thinks that democracies cannot defend themselves. So he is crossing all the red lines that we allow him to do. But Putin lost its influence in the Baltic Sea when Sweden and Finland became members of NATO. So he's trying to wage revenge. But we have to stop him and show that democracies can protect themselves. We have all the possibilities to protect ourselves and make the Baltic Sea into the safest sea in the world. We need will and solutions that President Niinistö provided. I voted in favor of the Commission with pride, and I congratulate them and I wish them best of the success.
Itämeri on Euroopan sisämeri. Meillä on vastuu Itämeren.
Thank you, Madam President. We're talking about an internal sea in Europe, and we're responsible for its security. There are many trading areas, data cables, and gas links, which are important for energy security in the Baltic. But there is constant damage to these links. And we see that this is sabotage. The European states need the opportunity to investigate these criminal acts, and the Commission must ensure that different treaties are looked into further. This is a new task for the Commission.
Mr. Enalumo, you have a blue card from Mr. Rancher. Johnson. There is a small question for you. Do you wish to take the blue card? And you have another one from Mr. Grazoulis. No blue card? All right, this is your right, no problem. Mr. Tinikin. This will be held after. We just had a conversation, so this will be talking about after if you wish. Not now. Now it's Mr. Tinkinen. Thank you. Please respect this chamber. Thank you.
Arvoisa puhemies.
Thank you, Madam President. We must have zero tolerance with regard to Russia's hybrid influence and combat this on all fronts. This concerns the threats in the Baltic and on the eastern border of the European Union. The Finnish eastern border since December 2023 has been completely shut as a result. There's only one reason for that, the malevolent actions of Russia pushing immigrants across the border. In Russia, there's no talk about hybrid attacks. Over 80% of Russians believe that the border is closed because of the xenophobic policy of Finland, and that this is influenced by the Russophobic policy of NATO and the US. We have a population which is strongly manipulated on our border.
President, Madam Commissioner, well, the last week's attacks towards the sea line cables between Finland and Germany, just like the earlier Baltic connector damages, these are the signals that we have to take these threats seriously. These are not separate incidents. These are the elements of continuous Russian hybrid warfare against our critical infrastructure. And right now, I think we have to send a clear signal that we know what is going on and who is standing behind that. 2 points about how to address the threat comes to mind. First of all, let's use our technological superiority. There is a lot of innovation going on in many European countries, in particular in my home country, Latvia, in undersea drones, sensors, monitoring. This has to be developed in long term. The second issue is that let's keep open the possibility of the closure of the Baltic Sea as an option on the table. We need here a coordinated EU response because we are dealing with a long-term necessity to deter the Russian aggressor. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Mrs. Newman, please.
Two critical data cables destroyed in the Baltics for the second time, with a Chinese vessel nearby navigating incognito. What we are witnessing here is a textbook example of grey zone tactics, attacks too small to trigger a full military response, yet too significant and frequent to ignore. And this is a tactic our friends in the South China Sea know all too well. Now, China is testing our limits, and they would advise us to send a strong and united response. Let's not forget, China turned the simple transit of a German ship through the Taiwan Strait into a major diplomatic incident. Imagine the outrage if a German vessel had destroyed Chinese infrastructure in the South China Sea. So, dear colleagues, we need to better protect our critical infrastructure, energy, military, internet in the Baltic. The NATO Task Force Baltic in Rostock is a first step. Robust actions and clear diplomatic consequences need to follow. Far too long, certain political groups in this House have exaggerated perceived threats in the Mediterranean, downplaying the real ones in the Baltic.
Thank you very much. I would go now to Mr. Terras, please.
Madam Vice President, dear colleagues, never before and suddenly twice a year. Is that an accident? I am referring to the destruction of the fibre optic data cables in the Baltic Sea, first between Estonia and Finland, and between Germany and Finland most recently. This is exactly how the authoritarian regimes wage a covert war against our societies. By disrupting communication lines and attacking our infrastructure, they spread distrust and fear among our people. We must not lay back and watch countries such as Russia and China operate in our backyard. Our task is to ensure that our critical infrastructure will not be ruined. We need to pay more attention to the hybrid threats originating from our enemies. The ultimate goal is to dismantle our way of life. We cannot let them do that. Thank you.
Thank you. I will call now Mrs. Blinkevičiūtė.
Chairman, Commissioner, colleagues, it is evident that the war in Ukraine is no longer confined to the Ukrainian territory. The latest attack, which damaged 2 fibre optic cables between Germany and Finland and Lithuania and Sweden, is not a coincidence. The hybrid wars attacks started with the beginning of the aggression in Ukraine. The latest attack is likely a very well-planned act of sabotage and a demonstration of power, carried out as the whole of Europe commemorates the 100 days of the war in Ukraine. The infrastructure in the Baltic Sea and the strategic items in the Baltic Sea, such as the liquefied gas terminal Klaipėda, could become targets of our hostile states. We have to be seriously prepared for that. Europe's response and condemnation of these attacks has demonstrated Europe's unity, but condemnation alone is not enough. We must protect our critical energy infrastructure in the Baltic region, because this is the security of the entire European Union. Thank you.
Pani Przewodnicząca,
Thank you very much. The biggest threat to the whole of Europe in the Baltic Sea is something that was sponsored by Russia but built by the allies of Putin. I'm talking about Nord Stream. Fortunately, today this pipeline is no longer used. It's getting rusty on the bottom of the sea, but we have new challenges. Cutting telecommunications cables, or so-called shadow fleet, this is all hybrid warfare which goes back a long time. It started far before the war against Ukraine. We need to protect our borders not only by fighting illegal migration in the south and in the east, but also by making sure that our critical infrastructure and the telecommunications cables in the Baltic Sea are safe and secure. This is not a regional problem. This is a challenge to the whole of the EU. We need to be acting decisively and cooperate with NATO. Thank you.
Thank you. Mrs. Henriksson, please.
Värderade talman.
President, Commissioner, the Baltic is a sensitive internal sea from a security perspective as well. You have submarine cables which are linked to vulnerable infrastructure, and it is not okay to sabotage them. Hybrid attacks are unacceptable. The most recent events have to be taken seriously. The freedom to navigate on the sea does not mean that you have the right to destroy critical infrastructure and the sea bed. There is a gap in the law of the seas that needs to be filled in. There have to be solutions to act on international waters or within the so-called exclusive economic zone in order to put a stop to vessels carrying out suspicious acts. What can the EU do? Well, we need to work together to support and protect our critical infrastructure in the Baltic. The Commission here has a very important task here. And in President Niinistö's report, there's some very good proposals, so let us use them.
Mrs. Eriksson, you have a blue card. Mrs. Eriksson. Anna Maya. Mrs. Eriksson, I'm sorry, I called you for your first name, but you have a blue card, so for Mr. Mancha. Do you need to? You don't want it. All right, it's your choice, no problem. Mr. Stakis, please.
Madam Vice President, dear colleagues, so Putin goes beyond destroying Ukraine. He seeks to break the unity of the West and destroy our values. Russia's first weapon is fear. Through arson, infrastructure attacks, cyber attacks, assassination plots and disinformation, Russia spread fear in our societies. Frightened person is easy to intimidate. The second weapon is greed. They use politicians who are willing to accept any peace on Putin terms just to resume their personal business with Russia. Greed person is easy to buy. We must respond to these tactics with strength, tougher sanctions, defend critical infrastructure and combat disinformation on every level. Supporting Ukraine is central to defeating this threat. But let's not keep fooling ourselves by vague and obscure terms such as hybrid threats, just so we have an excuse not to act. We must call Russia's actions by their true name, state-sponsored terrorism. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Mr. Sienkiewicz, please.
Szanowni Państwo.
Dear colleagues, we are under attack and it does not matter what is being attacked, internet cables, energy infrastructure or pipelines which are being destroyed by Russia or by civilian ships flying the Chinese flag. We cannot cave in and yield under pressure, even if those activities do not formally qualify as a war, but in fact it's an act of aggression just as much as an open war. Today, our Prime Minister Donald Tusk came up with an initiative called Navy Policing for the international waters of the Baltic Sea. We need power, we need strength in order to respond to this hybrid warfare. I'm not talking about military power, I'm talking about something which we have at our disposal as the EU. We need to introduce very high duties on the goods from war, so deterrent duties. Let us stop buying their gas, fertilizers, nickel and steel, because this money is lining the pockets of Putin and it goes to finance the war. That was the plea of Zelensky in this chamber. Let us stop financing Putin's war. In response to the war, which he has already started, we need to act accordingly. Thank you.
Thank you. Mrs. Kaljuhan, please.
Dear President, Commissioner, dear colleagues, Russia is attacking more aggressively our security in Europe. There are enough examples: war in Ukraine, cyber attacks, information war, instrumentalization of migrants, attacks against critical infrastructure in the Baltic Sea, and so on. Russia and its allies need a response. We expect that the new Commission and the new High Representative Kaja Kallas will act. We have to react to these attacks. It has to be our priority, not only in words but in actions. We cannot underestimate the strength of EU and NATO. We have to use it. And finally, EU's support to Ukraine has to not only continue but grow, so that Ukraine can win, that Russia will lose and take responsibility. Only this way we can guarantee security in Europe and the future for our children. Thank you.
Please.
Chairman, colleagues, at this point, we have to deal with unfriendly Eastern countries, and member states which have borders with these countries are experiencing major challenges. Illegal migration, disinformation, cyber attacks. Now this list has been supplemented with attacks against infrastructure, when fiber cables are attacked, when DHL parcels explode and some strange signals are being sent. This way they test the preparation of our countries, the reactiveness of our special services and societies. The reaction of the European Union will define further actions. Therefore, the European Union must react very seriously to all these attempts of our enemies to destabilize critical infrastructure and the public. The protection of the critical infrastructure has to become an important element of the European Union to prepare for its proper defense. Thank you.
Mrs. Karlsbro, please.
Fru talman.
Madam President, Commission, colleagues, people in the public gallery. Foreign powers are threatening critical infrastructure on the seabed in the Baltic. To look after our sea is a concern for the whole of the EU when we're seeing Russia's aggressive war against Ukraine. We need to cooperate more to protect infrastructure in the Baltic. That might mean common patrols, joint patrols, working together with the arms industry to develop innovative solutions to be able to monitor in real time what's going on. The EU has to work together, but also with NATO, to protect the sea better. We need to use legal avenues to act, not to allow that to restrict any attempts to do something about this, and those who are guilty must be condemned and punished. It is high time that we take back control over the Baltic.
Thank you. Mr. Falski, please.
Dear colleagues, we must protect European citizens. Our rivals, and especially Russia, are increasing the pressure on us, concretely in the Baltic region. And I'm sorry to say, but words are not enough. The GPS signal jamming is one of many examples. The Russians are targeting civilian planes in the region. Every week, tens of thousands of passengers, European citizens, are threatened by our enemies. If someone says that Putin is not targeting Europe, then what is this? Let's be clear. Our society is a legitimate target of European hybrid activities. Words of condemnation are no longer enough. We need an immediate, unified and decisive response. We must strengthen our defence capabilities, modernise its measures and, above all, protect our citizens from this aggression. History will judge us by our actions, not by our declarations. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you. Before we proceed to the Catch the Eye procedure, I will ask forward Mr. Sinkevicius. Thank you. You have 1 minute.
Thank you. Dear colleagues, the recent incidents involving undersea communication cables in the Baltic Sea have raised alarm bells across Europe. The possibility of sabotage is now at the centre of discussions, which reflects the tense geopolitical climate that we are living in. The fact that 2 fibre optic cables were affected simultaneously has only fueled suspicions. But one thing is clear. The situation underscores the vulnerability of undersea infrastructure. The civilian vessels might be used for strategic disruptions without direct military engagement. So that's why it's becoming urgent to better address these challenges at EU level. And we need a fully coordinated approach, also with NATO. This should include enhancing intelligence sharing among member states, investing in robust cybersecurity measures, increase surveillance and conduct joint exercises to improve readiness. The EU must act swiftly and decisively to protect its critical infrastructure rather than waiting for another accident to occur. Thank you.
Thank you. Now we are going to proceed to the Catch the Eye procedure, and I will call last to take the floor, Mr. Hetman.
Dziękuję bardzo, Pani Przewodnicząca.
Thank you very much. Internet cables and fiber optic cables are critical and important for our security and economy. But in the present geopolitical situation, more and more sabotage acts are committed. And this includes the Baltic Sea. The aim is to destabilize our member states, and therefore we need close cooperation with NATO. We have a special task force to protect our infrastructure, so we need to map our vulnerabilities and evaluate our shortcomings. But we need to think about all infrastructure and think ahead to prevent the destabilization of our union. Today, the Baltic Sea, and tomorrow, other areas.
Thank you very much. We are all lamenting the fact that Russia is attacking us, and so is China. For many decades, the EU has been working together with Putin, buying his gas, giving him money. Now we are working together as the EU with China. We are paying a lot of money to China because 97% of solar panels is imported from the EU. China and Russia have a lot of money and can mock us as they watch us becoming weaker and weaker. This debate matters. It also matters to Poland because through the Baltic Sea we have the Baltic Pipe, which is strategically important for the energy security of Poland. We were talking about this in the budgetary committee, and our group often wants to beef up the budget for security. But what do the left do? And the socialists, they say, no, we are not going to give more money for security. So how can we cry about it later? We should provide for the security of every member state and of the Baltic Sea. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chair. I'm sure I'm not the only one that has once written their password on a post-it or clicked on a phishing mail, because that's human. And it's not nice to always live on your guard. But this is how we have treated our critical infrastructure up till now. And it's time to lose our naivety. It's time to not only protect our cables, but also our elections and our media. We need to protect our citizens. And it's not enough if every member state just takes care of their own backyard. We have to work towards an integrated approach, and we have to really put together our intelligence services, our police, and our militaries. I think we have to put it ambitiously and make a NATO-like command structure to counter hybrid threats. I urge the Commission and the Member States to take action before it's too late. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Sieper.
Liebe Menschen Europa.
People of Europe personally always had problems in believing in chance, and it's even harder the greater this chance is. This happened when a head of delegation to China was appointed, and suddenly 3 Chinese lobbyists were standing there when they came out, and the delegation speaks Turkish. So a Chinese ship with its captain was very close to this cable by chance, jeopardizing our critical infrastructure. I think that Nord Stream, well, it's difficult to believe that was an accident, but as our colleague Struckman said, or was it Russians using Ukrainians, or the Zelensky government did us a major favor with it? Thank you.
Yes, Mr. Brown.
Thank you, Madam President. Hypocrisy at its top. You're discussing security of critical infrastructure in and on the Baltic Sea, and you're obviously turning this sitting into just another hour of hatred against Russia, China, and you don't mention the case of Nord Stream 2. According to the rule, one does not discuss ropes in the house of a hanged person. So you're not mentioning that more than one source attributes responsibility for this case to the United States of America and its agents in Central Europe, probably Ukrainian. You are bringing up some conspiracy theories, but you are not referring to any facts. Polish current Minister of Foreign Affairs tweeted, "Thanks USA," after
I'm very sorry, but your time is out, so I will give the floor to Commissioner Dalli, please. Thank you very much.
Thank you, President, and thank you, honourable members, for this debate. I'm pleased to note that we more or less agree on the need for more resilience of submarine cables and critical infrastructure. Preparedness and resilience will remain at the centre of the Commission's efforts to support Member States. It keeps citizens safe and secure, and protecting our economy and society against interference. I would like to thank you for the cooperation on this important file, and we need to make sure that our response is fit to address the serious geopolitical challenges of today in order to keep Europeans safe. Thank you.
Thank you. The debate is therefore closed, and the next item on the agenda is Commission statement, rise of energy prices and fighting energy poverty. And I will give the floor to Commissioner Simpson when you're ready. Madam, thank you. Yes, sure. Thank you.
Dear President, honourable members, it's an honour for me to address you in my last plenary session as EU Commissioner for Energy. I remember well introducing the Energy Prices Toolbox back in October 2021. This was a tool designed by the Commission to tackle rapidly rising energy prices. At the time, we hadn't seen the worst of the price hikes. Then, in February 2022, Russia brutally and unlawfully invaded our neighbour and ally, Ukraine. This caused, and continues to cause today, tremendous suffering and injustice for the Ukrainian people. It also drove European energy prices to soar, leaving many citizens unsure about how to afford their energy bills. But we did not back down. Europe stood united. Under REPowerEU, we managed to reduce energy prices, phase out most of our Russian fossil fuel imports, and diversify our supply. We have adopted the legal framework to accelerate the clean energy transition and reformed our energy markets to make them more resilient. In particular, we reformed our electricity market design to reduce the impact of volatile fossil fuel costs and promote cheaper, homegrown and reliable renewable energy sources. We also reformed our gas markets and enhanced consumer protection, by example, making it easier for consumers to switch between suppliers. However, we know the challenges is still there. There are many factors still impacting our energy prices with upward pressure. The different measures, in particular the acceleration of renewables deployment and the reform of electricity market design will produce its full effects in the medium term, while laying the groundwork for the decarbonisation. But for now, the immediate task is to increase the supply of clean energy and to minimise using fossil fuels as the most expensive price-setting technology. Mario Draghi also makes that clear in his recent report on European competitiveness. Until we succeed, the fact remains that electricity prices in Europe are higher than in the United States due to higher gas prices. This in turn impacts our competitiveness and hurts our economies and societies. But we should not underestimate our potential and progress. In the first half of 2024, wind and solar, for the first time, overtook power generation from fossil fuels combined. And this year, the EU is crossing the threshold of 500 gigawatts of installed solar and wind capacity. Furthermore, we have launched the European Industrial Alliance on Small Modular Reactors to facilitate and accelerate their development, demonstration and deployment in Europe by the early 2030s. These are very impressive milestones. Honourable members, looking at the immediate future, let me assure you that Europe is well prepared for this winter. Our gas storages are full. This will help us to maintain a steady gas supply during the winter. At its meeting on 17 October, the European Council discussed high and volatile electricity prices in south-eastern Europe in particular, and asked the Commission to come up with a solution. The Commission has maintained contact with Member States since the summer, and just last week our experts visited the ones hardest hit. They had detailed talks about how to ensure that retail and wholesale markets are functioning well to the benefit of consumers and how to secure enough cross-border capacity in the EU. These exchanges help to pinpoint several actions that can improve how retail markets operate, the efficient use of infrastructure, and the potential of demand response and peak shaving. All these measures serve as a strong foundation for tangible solutions and fully benefit our internal energy market and our consumers. Honourable members, over the past few years, a lot has been done to fight energy poverty, but none of it would have been possible without the European Parliament. This House always made sure that energy poverty stayed a top priority and was well covered in the EU law. We now have a new legal framework that requires Member States to prioritise investments addressing underlying causes of energy poverty. Member States need to ensure that a share of their energy savings come from low-income and energy-poor households. They also have a duty to protect vulnerable customers from having their electricity or gas supply cut off. Another notable initiative is the Social Climate Fund, which was created during this mandate. It will provide at least €86.7 billion to directly support the most vulnerable groups affected by the new emission trading system that applies to fuel combustion in buildings and road transport. I have also pressed hard Member States to deliver their updated national energy and climate plans, as these remain a cornerstone for analysis and measures on energy poverty. The Commission is now supporting Member States in transposing and implementing the legal framework, as well as preparing their national social climate plans, and also published an updated recommendation on energy poverty in 2023. Most of the legal provisions need to be transposed in 2025-26, so there is a strong focus on implementation in the political guidelines for the next mandate of the Commission. More broadly, it's also important to consider the many benefits of the energy transition. More and more consumers are producing and managing their own renewable energy. That gives them more control and choice, and citizens are empowered to become active participants in the energy market. Honourable members, the bottom line is that a lot has been done, but of course there is much more to do. We are really only at the beginning of this journey, and I know that high energy prices and energy poverty will be a top priority for the next Commission mandate. I look forward to this debate. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Commissioner Simpson. I will now ask members representing their group, starting with Mrs. Wexler for EPP. You have 2 minutes.
Sehr geehrte Frau Kommissarin Simpson.
Commissioner Simpson, firstly, thank you very much indeed. Thank you for the work you've done for the citizens of Europe over the last 5 years. Thank you. Now, there are many things we could celebrate, but one thing is very clear. Energy prices in Europe have reached a critical point, and we have seen energy poverty across Europe, which is a real burden for our citizens, for businesses, and we need to act decisively now on a European level and in member states. In the short term, member states need to lighten the tax load and in order to combat energy deficit, energy-intensive industries such as steel and the chemical industries need targeted support in order to remain competitive. In the long term, however, in Europe, we need to continue to build for a sustainable energy supply, competitive energy supply. We need to implement the Green Deal as the foundation, but competitiveness needs to lie at the heart of our energy policies. Europe needs to build its own energy infrastructure, and we need to create our own systems to ensure that renewable energy can be effectively integrated so that energy security can become a reality. We have to build pragmatically and or invest quickly in renewable energies. Finally, Europe needs to ensure that network flexibility and energy storage is implemented so that consumers can be part of the energy transition. Ladies and gentlemen, the high energy prices, energy poverty in Europe means that we need an ambitious energy policy now. It is a responsibility for our citizens. We have to act now. We, as MEPs, we are ready. Thank you.
Thank you. I will call now Mr. Shahim for SND. You have 1 minute and a half. Thank you.
Merci. Merci.
President, heating or eating? That's one way you could just refer to this debate. 1 out of 10 Europeans face that choice over the last year. Energy prices are 3 times higher than 3 years ago, and unfortunately energy poverty has become a term. And it's not just the energy prices that are high, but paying for your groceries or your rent has become more expensive. Life has become more expensive. The number of people going into energy poverty over the past year has more than doubled. And at the same time, the people who are richest are growing as well. So how big do we want these disparities to be? How can we allow heating or eating to be an issue? How can people profit from that? Because rich people are paying less in proportion to the rest. And how can we make sure that taxation for the richest off can be acceptable to discuss? Where's the political will? How honest is this? The increased energy prices are not helping green energy, as some people maintain. In fact, the opposite's happening. It's because fossil fuels are making us dependent on autocrats as well as being polluting. There is an avenue to lower prices, and we need to push towards investing in our independence, being self-sufficient, being independent, and balancing out the burden better, allowing people to have affordable housing. This is the only way that we can make sure that there'll be an honest and just transition and make energy poverty something that can be consigned to history.
Thank you. J'appelle maintenant Madame Rochagneux pour les Patriotes.
Ms. Rochagneux for the Patriots now. The closure of the last bakery in a village, thousands of families who forego heating because the bill is too high, major redundancies of 1,200 employees from the Michelin factory, This is what is happening in France. These tragedies are occurring in France in 2024. This is because of the rules of the European electricity market since 2022. Energy prices have exploded with unbearable increases of over 50%. With the absurd rules, the European Commission is depriving people of affordable energy in order to you do quantum computing, data mining, and other activities. So this is causing the distress of millions of families and the decline of industry. You are artificially creating energy precarity with absurd rules. The European Commission is confiscating France of its nuclear historical advantage with passiveness or complicity of French leaders. So, while everyone agrees that these rules are not properly adapted, including in the Draghi report, but this continues to be applied and to affect companies, fragilized families, and make the whole continent more poor. The European Commission cannot reform itself because it doesn't recognize its errors, although this is bad for our continent. Believe me, we would be able to sort this out much faster if we were left to our own devices.
I will call now Mrs. Shedwo for ECR.
President, Commissioner, the problem of high energy prices, lack of competitiveness of our economy, increasing problems, all of this follow from one problem, the Green Deal. It was a program that was not well thought out, ideologically motivated. We all know that we need to transform our economy, but not in this way. Our citizens should be able to afford heating, paying the bills. Enterprises should be able to produce in Europe. It is in the interest of all of us in the European Union. But now people are paying for energy and are crying. Entrepreneurs laying off workers and need to close their businesses. So in the next term, the Commission should think about it and think about the real needs of the Europeans.
Monsieur Grudler pour Renew.
Mr. Grudler for the Renew Group.
$4,166. That's the number of hours during which electricity prices were negative in the European market now, a market which is subject to the extreme right's whims. But household and business energy prices are still extremely high. Now, where does this disconnect originate from? Our energy network is not resilient enough faced with fluctuating demand. And it is not the citizens or SMEs who should pay the price for this. We need to act in three areas. Accelerate the deployment of transport, distribution and storage networks to balance out supply and demand across Europe, to introduce fair tariffs for clean energy by ensuring fair access to networks for nuclear and renewable energy, and thirdly, give priority to European-produced energy, which will ensure a stable, accessible and fairly priced energy for all.
Mevrouw Mathieu.
Now, Ms. Mathieu has the floor for 1 minute. Ladies and gentlemen, 1 out of 10 Europeans won't be able to heat their apartments this winter. These are the people who live in worse off housing are going to suffer most from expensive heating. We need to fight energy poverty, and we have to accelerate this fight. In order to do that, we need to help people renovate their houses and to move on to renewable energies. because the most expensive, or the cheapest energy, sorry, is the energy you don't use. And thanks to European policies, there is hope. The Social Climate Fund should support people in order to renovate their housing. But, colleagues, the amount set aside for this is not enough. It needs to be doubled at least. Week by week, we're going to have to help people with a collective approach to renovate their housing so that the energy bills are reduced and people will have an affordable place to live. And if they have affordable housing, then that will help them, and I'm going to continue fighting for that.
Tamburano for the left.
Colleagues, members, in 2022 we saw a tripling of the electricity prices. The prices are still unsustainable. The citizens and companies are all experiencing permanent energy poverty and low competitiveness. The historic principle of merit order still ties the kilowatt-hour price to gas, determining cost volatility and political dependence caused by well-known geopolitical and speculative factors. And at all political levels, local and national, as well as here in Europe, there are many who are resisting this with a terrorist and negationist narrative with respect to local communities, stating that renewable energies will destroy our territory and economy. The existing solutions are already ready to be used. That is a mix of more renewables, more electrical grids and energy storage in order to ensure that renewable energies are successful. We need to dismantle this toxic narrative. We must decouple the prices from that of fossil fuels.
And that will be the end of the first round. Thank you.
Thank you. Samozrejme, že pri takýchto cenách.
Of course, with these energy prices, young people do not want to buy real estate, do not want to buy houses and establish families. Of course, old people have a problem to survive month on month, and their companies are stagnating. According to the Energy Agency, the average energy prices in Europe are 2 or 3 times higher than in the United States. We have the most expensive energy prices in the world, and not because we wouldn't have energy or lack of energy, but because you have senseless green decisions. You push the Green Deal, you push the overpriced green energy and the senseless anti-Russian sanctions. Of course, under these circumstances, there have to be an energy crisis in Europe, but the energy crisis didn't come on its own. Dear friends, you are the energy crisis that is a scourge in Europe. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Kelly, please.
Tackling the rise in energy prices must be an economic and social priority. Families are struggling to heat their homes, and European businesses are finding it harder to stay competitive. To address this, we must first identify the root causes of high bills. The recent energy crisis has shown us the dangers of our reliance on volatile fossil fuels. The cost of imported fuels dictate Europe's electricity prices, undermining our competitiveness and leave us exposed to geopolitical price shocks. Additionally, taxes and levies account for a significant portion of our energy bills. While some are essential for infrastructure and renewable investment, we must ensure efficiency to relieve the burden on consumers and industries as far as possible. The solution to the first part of the problem is clear. We must reduce and eventually eliminate the role of volatile fossil fuel markets in setting our electricity prices. In Ireland, in October, the day with the most renewables on the system had an average price of nearly €90 lower than the day with least renewables on the system. Our competitiveness can no longer be at the mercy of external energy supplies. At the same time, we cannot ignore another key challenge, modernising our electricity grid. I look forward to working with incoming Commissioner Jan Jorgensen to ensure Europe delivers affordable, reliable and sustainable energy for all in a modernised grid. And finally, thank the outgoing Commissioner, Caddy Simpson, for all her good work, cooperation and friendship.
Thank you. Mr. Guru, please. You have 1 minute.
Grazie, Presidente. Thank you, President. The increase in the cost of energy, inflation and the contraction of purchasing power for millions of families in Europe has caused a strong increase in energy poverty in our countries. We expect the Commission to address this problem as a priority. They need to take on board possibilities that exist in experiences in the private sector. The Energy Bank, Banco dell'Energia, for example, is a non-profit Italian organisation set up in 2016 through an initiative of the group A2A. And the whole energy sector contributes here and helps with the third sector. And this means that the contributions from the Energy Bank through donations in cash and kind help to those people who are in energy poverty. And this year, the bank has managed to collect more than 12 million euros, helping more than 13,000 families and promoting 150 projects. Through paying their energy bills, for example, supporting replacement of outdated equipment and producing more renewable energy. These are sort of very useful experiences that should be taken advantage of by the Commission alongside flanking measures in the public sector.
Thank you, please. You have 1 minute.
Köszönöm a szót, elnök asszony.
Thank you, President. Brussels' promises are not being fulfilled. We have seen energy prices which have doubled since February, the price of gas for businesses and households, and now we're reaching winter. And once again, more and more families are having trouble heating their houses. The situation is urgent. We have to act now. We cannot leave this up to the market. In Hungary, we have the lowest prices and we have measures to protect our citizens. Brussels has to contribute to ensuring the member states have the right to act. We have to allow imports which would lower prices. Furthermore, measures need to be taken which generate real improvements to the systems. We have to undo the mistakes made by the bureaucrats. That's the only way we'll be able to tackle the situation which the economy is facing now.
Grazie.
Thank you, President. Commissioner, the energy crisis and the relative increase in prices have been tackled by the European Union with emergency measures which have contained its dramatic effects, but the situation remains critical. It is undermining the competitiveness of companies and the sustainability of energy costs with an impoverishment of families as a result. Energy poverty concerns 55 million people in Europe, approximately. These people are expecting concrete responses. The energy transition must therefore be balanced with energy security. The Green Directive is greenhouses is not a solution. It actually is increasing costs for many citizens. So we need to have a solution without any ideology to ensure that families and companies have access to affordable energy. We need to consider nuclear energy, which has been demonized for years, by using small modular reactors for the production of renewable energy at low cost. That is the direction we should be taking.
Thank you. Ik zal nu vragen aan mevrouw Van den Berg naar voren te komen.
Ms. Van den Berg now has the floor.
Thank you, Chair. And thank you, Ms. Simpson. I'm very happy to be part of your last debate in this House. And we're discussing a very well-discussed topic, the high energy prices. And I want to focus on those who always put this together with the criticism on the Green Deal, because they are denying that green energy is the most cheap energy. And it was only 2 years ago that across Europe, so many people faced unbearable insecurity and stress because of the soaring energy prices. And now I worry that some members in this House are leading us towards another energy crisis. cheering on Mr. Trump, who only puts his own interests first. So it's time for Europe to stand on our own feet. We have to get a good collaboration with the leaders that not only prioritize their own progress, but the collective progress. We have to understand that the Green Deal is about saving the planet, about getting cheaper energy, and about our position in the world. Let's get it on.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Ms. Ohisalo.
Arvoisa puheenjohtaja, komissaari.
President, Commissioner, 1 in every 10 Europeans lives in energy poverty. We're talking about electricity, heating. People can't afford to pay for these, so more energy isn't necessarily the solution. We're talking about a security issue, a security threat for Europe and a security threat for the lives of our citizens. The key is energy efficiency in order to tackle energy poverty. We have a number of measures in Finland, and we would like to ensure these could be copied across Europe in order to limit energy poverty. We don't want to be subject or dependent on terrorist states like Russia. And I was wondering whether the Commission was planning on taking this up.
Thank you, Ms. Shaibi.
Colleagues, it will be 2 degrees in Strasbourg tomorrow morning. For thousands of households are going to have to make a choice between paying their energy bills or filling their fridge, being cold or being hungry, taking a cold shower or skipping a meal, keeping one's coat on at home but still having a cold nose. The bills are increasing exponentially, whilst energy suppliers are making record profits. Now, what is the Commission doing? Telling people to wear polo-necked sweaters? No. What we need is a European policy to combat energy precarity, and this involves 3 concrete actions. 1, blocking energy prices. Secondly, getting rid of absurd electricity market rules and renovating the renovating buildings to ensure insulation is done properly. This is not a luxury for people.
Thank you. Mr. Buchheitz, the next speaker. Thank you very much, President. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, sometimes you wonder where you've ended up. There's a pathological approach when you hear people talking about the Green Deal and green energy is cheap energy. Well, ladies and gentlemen, you may not have understood that in the last week in Germany, we've had 5 days of darkness, and it's not as fantastic as you make out. No, it's a lie to say that green energy is cheaper. Green energy doesn't work properly, and we're suffering in Germany. By 2023, there's 120 billion that will have to be paid for this alone. Is green energy really the future? That really cannot be the case. We need cheap prices. You maybe haven't recognised that. For our industry, ZDF, Thyssen, Continental are shedding jobs. It's your fault, the fault of the Greens, and hence I can only turn to the Commission and say, finally, let common sense return to Germany, allow Germany to return to nuclear energy and move away from the Green Deal. Thank you. Thank you. Mr. Buchheit, there's a blue card from Mr. Oliveira. Do you accept it?
Bitte sehr. Ja.
Go ahead, sir. 302.
Obrigado, Presidente. Senhor Deputado.
President. Now, you attacking producers of renewable energies. So I have a very specific question for you based on the Portuguese case. We produce more energy from renewable sources than non-renewable sources, but the European price mechanism means that we pay the same price. We pay the same price for renewable energy as we do for non-renewable energy. Why don't you accuse the European price mechanism for this? It is the extreme right which is on the side of the energy producing the energy networks. Why don't you attack the rules which support this and lead to the energy poverty of millions of citizens?
Herr Kollege, es wäre schön. Well, colleague, it would be nice if that were the case. But you describe us as extreme right. Well, maybe if the energy companies were on our side, it would do a lot better because they can produce cheaper energy. Yes, I can understand that this can be a big problem. You're right. But energy that can be left in the doldrums, green energy, in Germany at least, over the past year, in fact years, it hasn't been cheaper than conventional energy that we produce in conventional ways in the past. I mean, for Mr. Habig back in the day, you know, it's like a scoop of ice cream. It just hasn't proven itself over time.
Solier.
Thank you very much. Mr. Solier is the next speaker.
Este mes en España, el coste.
This month in Spain, energy prices reached maximum annual levels. Companies are forced to develop 5-year strategic plans where we assess sales margins, profits, and we have to submit these to see if everything's going well. Now, of course, these plans are obsessed, and we look at the signals being sent by businesses, by households, and we're forced to realize that something is seriously wrong. We have to think about what we're doing here. We need to change things. Let's turn our back on extremism. The energy mix in each country doesn't have to be the same across the EU. We do have interconnections between different member states to allow us to reduce our dependency on third countries, which will not defend our own interests.
Dankeschön.
Thank you very much.
The two is still on. Could you please switch it off? No, not you. The technical stuff. Thanks.
The next speaker will be Ms. Abadia Jover.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much. The European Union, increasing number of households are having trouble heating their homes, and the percentage of those that cannot do this has increased by up to 10%. 1 in 10 households is suffering from energy poverty, despite the dramatic situation which we see in the figures where people are suffering. Our institutions have legislated according to a climate ideology rather than solving the problems. It's contributing to increasing cost of living and cost for families. It was already indicated that one of the weak spots in Europe is the energy prices. That's in the Draghi report. It's affecting households, but it is suffocating our industry and destroying our competitiveness. We all know that among the reasons for an increase in energy prices, there is the Russian invasion of Ukraine, and that we need to use all energy sources, clean and cheap sources of energy that we have. But I'm asking you now, why do we have the minister who made Spain the key partner in Europe for Russian gas? Why is she the vice president of the Commission? This is how they reacted to the energy crisis. We need common sense and effective solutions. Climate does not understand ideology.
Kollegin.
Ms. Abadia.
Sorry, you do not take it? Okay. Dann ist die nächste Redner.
Then the next speaker is Ms. Köhlemans.
Merci, Président.
Thank you very much, Madam President. In 2023, more than 10% of Europeans said that they were not in a position to heat their housing sufficiently, and this precarity and energy poverty is on the up, and this is unacceptable because energy is an essential good and access to it should be guaranteed. The causes of this precarity are various, but that shouldn't stop us from being ambitious and pushing to try and make headway. First of all, we need to guarantee sufficient finance support through the Social Climate Fund, and it should be easily accessible to people on lower incomes to heat their housing. Secondly, we need to radically change the way energy prices are fixed. Given the volatility of prices and geopolitical situation, we need to look at this. As the Draghi report says, we need to decouple the gas price and energy prices by implementing at the same time specific price ranges for the most vulnerable. And finally, it is absolutely urgent that the new Commission put forward a plan to fight poverty, which includes a specific chapter on action and specific actions to stop energy poverty. Thank you very much. The next speaker is Mr. Kubin.
Dobrý den, kolegyně a kolegové.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Commissioner, in an international NGO expert group, we were dealing with energy poverty in Europe already some 15 years ago, but back then it had to do with the commodity, i.e. with power, electricity and its price. In a liberalized market, people in extreme social situations simply could not afford it. With the introduction of intermittent energy sources, a more accurate name for renewable sources, the stable environment of the regulated price actually this is not going to bring down the prices. This has meant that the stable environment of the regulated price component, i.e. the price of distribution, got totally out of hand. Influenced by apocalyptic prophecies which go against the laws of physics and economics, some nations destroyed their energy sources which had secured them a climate-friendly baseload, while others are preparing to do so. They have been replacing them with sources which require payments for expensive system services, for the required enormous grid investments, and even for operational subsidies. We are in a situation where energy poverty is being caused by irresponsible ideological political decisions. The new Commission in this composition will carry on with such decisions probably to the detriment of European citizens. No, the damaging implementation of the Green Deal and additional solar panels and wind farms will not remove energy poverty, they will exacerbate it.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kubin.
From colleague, well, but she spoke before. Okay, because I started, usually we don't take blue cards, or I don't take blue cards from colleagues who have already spoken, but we already started, so I will make an exception. From Mrs. Ohisalo, would you take it? Yes, please. Ja, bitte. Kollegin Ohisalo.
Yes, Mrs. Ohisalo, go ahead.
559.
559.
Bitte Mikro 559.
Could we put microphone 559 on, please?
Thank you very much, Chair. Relying on Russian fossil energy is the stupidest thing to do during these times especially, and the EU has put actually more money into buying Russian fossil fuels than on supporting Ukraine. So my question to the Speaker is, are you willing to support people in the European Union in this transition rather than continuing supporting Russia's brutal war on Ukraine?
I shall continue in Czech. Did you hear a single word from me which was to say that we were to continue purchasing fossil fuels from Russia? I never said that. I have been talking about reckless implementation of the Green Deal, about the pointless continuation of steps that have destroyed our distribution systems, about destroying sources such as nuclear energy, which is clean, and we can buy fuel from the Americans. I never said I would like to continue Russian and Putin's aggression. Please.
Nächster Redner ist der Kollege.
The next speaker is Mr. Krutilek.
Vážená paní předsedající.
President, Commissioner, I find this debate rather ridiculous. Yes, we have experienced an energy crisis which was caused by the Russian aggression against Ukraine, but we should look into the mirror because energy price spikes were created in the EU due to our energy policy and wild decarbonization. We need 4 steps. Get the European regulation back on reasonable track. Then we have to invest in energy infrastructure and its interconnections. We need simplified permitting procedures for new sources, including nuclear, and we need allowing capacity mechanisms. And then there will be no energy poverty in future. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Hojsík's the next speaker.
Thank you. In 2022, more than 41 million of Europeans could not afford to heat their homes sufficiently. And sadly, and with anger, I have to say that Slovakia is one of the few European countries where the situation is growing even worse over time. This is a new reality, having been overlooked for many years. The main reason is a combination of low income, high energy prices, and low energy efficiency of our buildings. The solution for a long time has been put in the form of fossil gas from Putin, but this, as we know, is now a problem. And yet the solutions are quite obvious. The renovations of our building not only would bring down the bills for energy, but would create new jobs. We would be more independent in terms of imports. So why are we doing so little to enforce this? There are millions available from European funds, from the ETS, also through taxonomy, from investments. And instead, we are subsidizing fossil fuels, which is even exacerbating the whole situation. Also, the public aid is being wasted on those who don't need it, and those who are most vulnerable are still suffering from cold.
Vom Kollegen Ronka. Nehmen Sie die an?
Will you accept the blue card from Mr. Zonka?
Ja, bitte schön.
I will speak Polish. Okay. Bardzo wsłuchałem się w pana.
I have been listening to you with a lot of attention. Your position is always unambiguous, so I know what kind of person you like. Let me refer you to what Business Europe has written. Let me quote. If the EU is going to implement its climate objectives, if we are going to sign up to this policy, by 2050, the EU energy price will be 3 times as high as in the United States. 2050, 3 times as high for, I'm talking about energy prices, in the EU as in the US. What's the impact of this?
Thank you. My answer is the same, by using similar data. So, for instance, if we really stopped putting barriers, not just support investments, but stop putting barriers into green investments, the price would go rapidly down. What we need to do are not massive subsidies for rich companies. We need to focus on development of infrastructure for everyone and support the most vulnerable. This is where the solution is.
Thank you very much. Now, Mr. Stefanutsa. He'll be speaking from his seat.
Thank you, President. Why do extremists win? Because Romanians are cold. In my country, we are facing elections, but people do not think about elections. They are maybe thinking about not using that much heat because it's costly. This is what we believe, politicians, that they are worried about elections when 5 million of them do not have firewood. Although they are working, they cannot pay the gas bills, and they are suffering from cold. These days, many of us think more about the fact that I can't use heat, or who will I vote for? I want to tell you this, dear Romanians and dear Europeans. It is very important to vote for people who care about housings, about energy, about them as being rights and not goods. Thank you.
Lieber Kollege Stefanutsa, es gibt eine...
Mr. Stefanutsa, there's a blue card from Mr. Tamburano. Would you accept it?
It's a mistake. Okay. Danke. Dann hat als nächstes...
Then Mr. Kennis has the floor. Thank you, President, Commissioner, colleagues. Energy prices are being hiked. Do you know what that means for normal people in Europe? That means that more and more people have to make a choice between either having a warm meal or heating their house, which is a disaster for normal families. Once again, they are scared when they receive an energy bill. But for industry as well, only the biggest multinationals today can make sure that they can negotiate on longer-term contracts. But the SMEs have to suffer on the so-called free market. But there's a tsunami of closures of companies, and the energy prices in Europe are the main cause behind this. It's very important that the energy prices be brought under public control again, so that we can have low and stable energy prices that can be offered to everyone. That's good for people, it's good for families, but it's also good for business as well. In the European bubble, obviously it's nice and warm here, but outside here it's a very different story altogether. What are you going to do about it? Thank you. Thank you very much. The next speaker is Mr. Sipniewski.
Na przestrzeni 5 lat ceny energii w Polsce.
Within the last 5 years, the Polish energy prices have doubled. It's you who are to blame. You live in the EU bubble. You keep talking about the Green Deal, and you have your servants and your proxies who thoughtlessly in Warsaw are implementing your directives. 10%, almost 10% of our citizens are affected by energy poverty. How long are we going to continue straight into the wall? We are going to be the space of outdated technologies with no mines, no industry. We are going back. We are regressing instead of getting richer. You have no solutions. You are responsible for price hikes, and then you want to introduce subsidies and to freeze the prices. It didn't work in the Soviet Union. It is not going to work now. The industry needs to be saved. It needs to be saved from you. Let us put an end to the ideologies and the Green Deal, and let us opt for tried and tested solutions.
Mr. Dostal is the next speaker.
Vážené dámy a pánové, ladies and gentlemen, rising energy prices and energy poverty are a prime example of the decline of the European Union. My country joined the EU as an energy power, but now we are losing our industry to China and to the USA, and people can't believe the numbers on their energy bills. And this is only due to regulation and politicking of the renewed Commission. We are scrapping coal, we are closing nuclear, we are buying gas expensively from the US and maybe coming originally from Russia. We are raising prices and we help speculators. Countries that used to export electricity are becoming net importers, but where will they import their energy from? The renewable sources cannot create enough energy for households and electricity mobility. Let's stop that. And in 10 or 15 years, we will see if this green dreaming is feasible. Otherwise, citizens will curse us over energy bill, vote for realists over lunatics, and the European Union will fall apart.
Thank you. Mr. Gotink.
Voorzitter.
President, the energy poverty figures are shocking in Europe and unacceptable in 2023. More than 600,000 households in the Netherlands had to make sure they didn't turn the oven on too much or the heating on too much. And we've heard often in this debate, 1 in 10 people in Europe feel the prices pressing on them, and it's untenable. So we need to change things. And the authorities are leaving businesses in the lurch, and we need to change this, looking at the energy transition as well. But we also need to make sure we can trust the authorities, because families and businesses need to be provided with more security, and they need to provide it with reliable energy infrastructure and energy-efficient housing with more energy coming from our domestic production. We need to make sure that the production of energy is central, the reliability of energy is central, and that the cohesion of society is central. Thank you. The next speaker is Mr. Geyer.
Thank you, President. My first sentence is directed to you, Madam Simpson. Thank you very much indeed for your hard work in the European Commission. You were always a fair and open-minded partner in the Energy Commission, so thank you for that. Now, we've heard from the EPP that the European Commission is the cause of the high prices across the EU. Well, if you look at the consequences of the pandemic and then the Russian invasion of the Ukraine, these are not the results of the EU's actions, but we need an intelligent, flexible network in order to distribute our electricity. It makes no sense to try and counterbalance high energy prices with high network operating prices, because this will not benefit our citizens. We need modern power plants that can produce green energy, as well as investing in hydrogen technology. And any of those who come to me to say that we can't take a step back, well, just look at the prices.
Thank you. The next speaker is Mr. Meyer. Thank you very much, President, colleagues. Let's not pretend. These energy prices didn't come out of nowhere. Everything in this world has a cause and an effect. 4 packages of sanctions. That was supposed to bring Russia to its knees. And now pipelines are being blown up. Now let's look at the world energy market, and we have to bring in American LNG. That's why prices have shone up. This is why we've got such high energy prices. And we are getting Russian gas via third countries. This is a problem of our own brewing, our own making. The Russians, meanwhile, have other purchasers of their gas, and they are earning more money with gas in Russia than ever before. And yet people in Europe are suffering under this burden of high energy prices. Thank you very much. The next speaker is Ms. Martinez.
Thank you very much, President. Now, we have a new College of Commissioners. We're going to move forward and focus on these issues that are of concern to people. And one of those is high energy costs. We have competitiveness of our industry, which is being affected, vulnerable groups that are being affected as well. Undoubtedly, it is one of the factors which makes it all inaccessible, these new energy prices. So I think from today, we have to work on a new policy to deal with energy prices, a reduction of domestic energy use, rather not use, but the prices, and for industries, for enterprises as well. We also need clean energy, better infrastructure, better networks, resilient, interconnected systems. We have many people, many jobs which are at stake. So the time has come to act immediately, to not stay behind on this. We have to get on top of it. Thank you.
Thank you very much to the interpreters as well. The next speaker is Ms. Scuderi.
Thank you, President. La signora Giovanna ha 81 anni ed è costretta a
81 years. And very difficult, humid conditions, people living in situations, in homes, where millions of Europeans actually are living in a situation where they can't heat their homes, they can't cook, they can't take a shower properly. So we have to deal with this particular problem, serve our people, in other words. On the other hand, we have large enterprises which are moving forward as they like on the energy front. profits are being made out of this as well from large enterprises as well. Fossil fuels, this is an issue that has to be dealt with immediately. We have to return all of this to the hands of the people so that they have an opportunity to be able to move forward effectively. Millions are affected by this serious problem. So we have to have a program in place to help people in their own homes, in that very place where they live. We have to focus on reducing drastically the prices that are out there on all fronts in the energy world. Many people are being affected, and we now have to react immediately. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Ms. Martins. Thank you very much, Vice President. There's a silence in this debate. The right, who don't want to pay for public services, but we all have to pay the energy companies. We are often paying for energy that we don't even consume. This problem was recognized 2 years ago, but what has been done since? We see that energy companies have more and more profits, but there are millions of people in Europe who are suffering from energy poverty. In Portugal, 1/4 of people are choosing between heating and eating. I think that energy should be a human right. It is of strategic importance for the economy, and it is critical in the fight against climate change. We already know that we need to reduce our dependence on fossil fuels. We need to have public companies again who have ambitious investment plans. We need to set prices, set ceilings, and we need to tax windfall profits. Thank you. Thank you very much. The next speaker is colleague Kaliniak.
Vážený parlament, dnes tu diskutujeme o boji s energiou.
Colleagues, we're talking about fighting energy poverty and the rise of energy prices. But we can't tackle that properly if the Commission, for political reasons, that we do away with cheap gas and oil and have more expensive energy. And in the case of the Slovakia, doing away with nuclear power was one of the conditions for joining the EU. And green energy sources are prioritised, even though economically they're less good. One example, in Germany, there were several days of no wind. And what happened? The price per megawatt hour was 800 euros. It's 10 times the normal price. Not to mention the fact that half of the electricity on that day was produced from coal, which the Germans want to do away with. In this way, in a couple of years, we won't just have high energy prices, but an existential lack of energy.
Thank you very much, President. Ladies and gentlemen, Madam Commissioner. The cost of energy and fuel is very often the basic cost of living for millions and millions of our citizens. And I'm talking about it because the price for electrical energy in Europe, when we compare it to the US or China, is very, very high. And that affects not just our standard of living, but also our competitiveness. Our economy is suffering, so we have to act quickly, and we need a systemic solution to bring down the prices for energy. We also need more investment in renewables, in our transmission and distribution networks, and in our interconnectors. We also need more money for a just energy transition. The money has to go to those regions who face the greatest challenges. For example, the region of Silesia in Poland is one of them. Ladies and gentlemen, the time has come for our citizens to have access to clean energy at affordable prices. Thank you.
Thank you. Now Ms. Penkova.
Уважаема госпожо председател, комисар Симпсън.
Madam President, Commissioner, colleagues, in recent years, we've taken concrete steps to assure energy security. Yes, we haven't got a regime of savings, but we've had luck with the winters, which have been mild. But today it looks a bit different. We haven't had security of cheap energy supplies. We shouldn't just ensure natural gas and cheap green energy. Prices are important. The German industry shows what can happen if we continue like this. The economic problems in Germany have an impact on all countries. The new European Commission must be efficient in its policies so that energy prices for Europeans remain affordable. Otherwise, there will be more and more energy poverty for all European citizens.
Kollegin Bartuszek.
Dámy a pánové, téměř Ladies and gentlemen, 42 million people in EU and 1.5 million people in the Czech Republic cannot afford to pay for their energies. Every 8th person in our country is directly affected. Let's imagine a household where they have to spend too much on energies. They have to cut back in other areas such as food, clothing, or education. It is not only households which suffer, also companies come across major problems and have to lay off or close down businesses. This is a huge problem, and the European Union only worsens it through, for example, the allowances. The prices of these allowances are unpredictable and grow. Instead, the Commission is proposing a climatic fund, so that means that there will be more subsidies to cover this. If we want to go through self-destruction, let's go ahead, but let's stop closing our eyes before this problem and let's do something.
Dankeschön. Als nächstes spricht der Kollege.
Thank you. The next speaker is Mr. Prebilic.
Spoštovane kolegice.
Esteemed colleagues, the rising energy prices is not only an economical issue, it's an issue that goes into the essence of social justice and sustainability, so we have to be decisive. Millions of Europeans are facing energy poverty and the cruel choice between heating their houses and survival. In the short term, we need immediate support for vulnerable households using targeted subsidies. These will enable us to solve this situation partially while we are transitioning to renewable sources. These are not only safer and cheaper, they're essential for a fragmented ownership of energy. If we do away with our dependency on fossil fuels and if we invest into common energy projects, we can guarantee affordable energy for all. The sun is for everyone. If we support our citizens, also in terms of investing into solar energy, we can protect our citizens as well as the planet. Thank you.
Als nächstes spricht der Kollege Oliveira.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Mr. Oliveira. Members, 20 years ago, Mr. Barroso said that liberalising the energy sector would be great. The competition would lead to lower prices, but the opposite happened. Now we've got the energy transition, and that's going to be accompanied by more liberalisation. They're pulling the wool over our eyes. And we see this in my native Portugal. We are producing more from renewables than from fossil fuels. And yet, if we look at the European price-forming mechanism, because of that, we have to pay more. We have to pay at the level of the higher energy, the more expensive energy source. And as a result, houses can't be heated, companies can't run. But while all this is happening, we see that profits are shooting up for the multinationals. We can't just have an energy transition, we need to have public control of this strategic sector. Thank you. Thank you very much. The next speaker is Ms. Ruth Nedevalova.
Thank you very much, Madam President, colleagues. The previous government gave recommendations to people. They shouldn't ventilate too much. They should put bake just once so on. We had various tips like that, but we had different problems. They want to have a good income, good wages. Tax should also be just, and nuclear power should be promoted. That is good, clean energy, so that everybody can have affordable energy. Where in Belgium, where most of us live, there isn't double glazing, even though it's a country where there's a lot of wind and not much sun. They have accumulator heaters which are not optimal. It means in Brussels, at the heart of Europe, they should look towards more modern technologies. Ms. Simpson, you were one of the commissioners who made the proposals to ban fossil fuels in Europe, and that would make the situation even worse for a lot of people in Europe. Let's save so that prices don't go up even more.
Mr. Umberto. President, Commissioner, dear colleagues, today in this plenary we're talking about the increase in energy prices and fighting energy poverty. Portugal and Spain are, at this moment, an energy island. There's a lot of energy that goes through the Iberian Peninsula to the rest of the member states. But actually that figure only stands at 5%. So I want to launch an appeal to the institutions. Let's look at this issue as a European issue. This shouldn't just be about connecting with France via Spain and Portugal. Interconnectors are so important for Central Europe as well. We need a true energy union. We need a truly integrated single market. And that will hopefully help our companies to become more competitive, and they will have more affordable prices, and so will individuals, so that they can heat their houses. We have green energy that is available, and we want to share it with you. Thank you. Thank you very much. The next speaker is Mr. González Cáceres.
Gracias, Presidente.
Thank you very much, President. The third winter after the Russian invasion of Ukraine, and we have a gas problem, an increase in prices, electricity prices have gone up. We have a lot of legislation to implement. We have solutions. It's in the hands of the member states right now and the Commission to implement a mechanism, for example, to deal with prices, an objective mechanism, measured mechanism as well, which will allow us to deal with the price crisis, to deal at least in a temporary fashion with this particular problem. We have the tools. We have the implements. Also, we have to look at the issue of renewables. Take advantage of the low price of renewables in comparison to fossil fuels. We have to strengthen the ability of customers, particularly vulnerable customers, in this moment of price crisis. With this implementation, once again, we have the implements in place, and we have to really use them and trust what we have there to deploy. Measures, in other words, that have to be adopted immediately. We have them, and the Commission, too, to move forward on this. We would like to thank you, the Commission, in other words, the work that's been done over the last 2 years. We have two very competent people right now, Mr. Jorgensen and Madam Teresa Rivera, who will be in charge of these issues of energy. Thank you very much.
Thank you. The next speaker is Mr. Anadiotis.
Thank you very much, President, Commissioner, my greetings. Colleagues, the increase in energy prices in Europe, unfortunately, is a reality. It constitutes the consequences of the reduction of natural gas flow, showing us the danger of dependence on foreign sources. This is something that's there, and we have to deal with it. Now, my country, Greece, can play a decisive role in the European energy security landscape. How, you'll ask? Through the extraction of hydrocarbons, natural gas, and oil as well, in new reserves that exist. This will help Greece. It will help all of Europe. It will lead to a reduction on price pressure as well, and provide for stability as far as supply as well. In dealing with energy poverty, furthermore, we can have the development of local fuel sources. For example, lignite can be used. This will help us to secure our independence and sustainability as well. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Mr. Fuglsang.
Commissioner, colleagues, every 10th European can't keep their homes warm. Last winter, in some countries, it was 1 in 5. It's more than 40 million people in the EU. It is expected that the winter this year will be even colder. It's unacceptable that we have a situation where so many people freeze, can't keep their homes warm, and we have to do more than we do now. The way out of this crisis is to speed up sustainable energy efficiency, so that we're not dependent on expensive imported gas. I think this is one of the last times we'll be debating with Commissioner Simpson. I'd like to thank you for your work for this agenda. I think that's what we need. I think we need to accelerate more. So let's build on that, what we've achieved. Let's go further in that direction. I think Commissioner Dan Jönsson will continue that. Thank you for that, and thank you for your cooperation.
Thank you. The next speaker is Mr. Maniatis.
Esteemed colleagues, in energy, some known, unknown individuals are reaping profits. Taxing this is no government success. It is an obvious need, an imperative. Governments are going to have to respond to the various questions that exist with regard to the monitoring of the market and how effectively it is done in order to avoid profiteering. Some people are making money, but the majority of the population in Europe, 10.6% are in energy poverty. That says it all. In Greece, where we have a higher figure than this, because 17.9% it was in 2009, it is now 19.2%. That is the percentage of citizens that are living in energy poverty. Citizens should not have to choose between heating their homes and eating. So we would call for a strategy in order to fight against energy poverty as an absolute imperative, with specific targets, schedule, with the necessary funding in place as well. Cheap green energy finally has to appear on our citizens' energy bill. It's an issue of social justice and strengthening the resilience of democracy and the resilience of our societies as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I give the floor to Mr. Gonçalves. President, colleagues, Commissioner, thank you for your work. As Mario Draghi has said, energy is at the heart of the economy, our traditional industry, but also AI. AI is going to be affected by energy prices. So if we want innovative sectors to be competitive, if we want new jobs, if we don't want badly paid but well-qualified workers, then we need to focus on energy costs. And we already need to start that work on ensuring that we have clean yet cheap energy for our companies but also for individuals. It's not acceptable that when winter comes around, people go cold. No, we need to turn the energy union into a reality. We need to have the interconnections between countries, and we need to unlock investment. We need to have a true market so that everyone's life is easier. We need more EU funds to produce clean and cheap energy. We cannot turn back, and we must turn our words into action. It's so important that all citizens have access to clean and cheap energy. Thank you. Thank you very much. The next speaker is Mr. Tobak.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Commissioner, colleagues. High energy prices are a social issue that today leaves millions of families struggling to afford basic comfort in their homes. And yet millions of those homes are leaking heat as if it were for free, because owners cannot afford a renovation. And with energy prices higher than in competing markets, they are a burden on our industry's competitiveness. Yet at the same time, on this windy and breezy day, we probably see negative prices on the European market because we lack the infrastructure to get that abundant renewable production to factories and families that could put it to good use. So what we need now more than ever is a sustained and coherent strategy to deploy all the cheap renewable production that we can, to use instruments like the Social Climate Fund to improve homes and lives of families that are unable to do it for themselves, and to invest in the infrastructure that gets electricity to homes and businesses, because electricity grids are to our prosperity what highways were to our parents. Let's be as daring to invest in that as they were in their time. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Ms. Blinkevičiūtė.
Thank you very much, President, Madam Commissioner, colleagues. Commissioner, thank you for your work. I wish you every success. More than 50 million Europeans can't heat their homes or pay their energy bills. The higher energy prices since the start of the Ukraine war has hit the most vulnerable. Energy is a complex problem and is part of overall poverty affecting those with low incomes. It has to do with poor energy efficiency and long renovation processes. It has been the member states so far who have had to deal with energy poverty, but we need to have a common approach to combat energy poverty at the level of the Union. I invite the new Commissioner to put forward a strategy to fight energy poverty and poverty in general, and concrete measures to attack the problem. We expect a lot of the new housing commissioners so that all Europeans have quality and low energy and affordable housing. Thank you.
Thank you. We move to the Catch the Eye process. We have 10 people, but as we've got time, I'll allow everyone to take the floor. We'll start with Mr. Goiking. And Miss de la Pisa Carrion can get ready. She's next. Go ahead, Mr. Goiking. Number 419. President, Commissioner. We see that the world's energy markets are changing. We see that there are new paths forward away from gas and coal, but we still are dealing with many challenges. We also see deindustrialization. Every single day we hear terrible news about companies going bust, job losses and jobs being shifted abroad. There are millions, including families, who are at the edge. High energy prices mean energy poverty in Europe, and there is a greater risk of losing one's job. And this is terrible in the 21st century. We need to have storage capacity. We need to have coordination of electricity grids. We need to work together more as Europe, even though some don't want to hear that. We need to see energy as a human fundamental right, not as a good. The Commission needs to ensure that no one is left behind. Thank you. Thank you very much. The next speaker is Ms. de la Pisa Carrion. The next speaker will be colleague Siodras.
Thank you very much, President. Ladies and gentlemen, energy poverty is a result of the policies of this House, supported by many of you, which have made us dependent on third parties or unsteady flows. So we call upon we have seen a policy line which has been adopted by the Commission, which has led to this disaster. It's offensive that this particular presidency will now have, or the coming one will have, Teresa Ribera there in place. She wreaked havoc in the course of her stay as minister. The situation in Valencia, which led to 200 deaths, a finger is to be pointed at her as well. We need a proper energy mix for energy autonomy, cheap as well, accessible to all. Up until now, what we have is something which is unrealistic, doesn't take into consideration the idiosyncrasy of each region. It's an act of hypocrisy to deal with this particular issue at a moment where we do not deal with the other causes that exist on this front as well.
Can I ask colleagues, particularly those from Southern Europe, to speak a bit more slowly? The interpreters are finding it difficult to keep up with your speed. The next speaker is colleague Siodras, and then the next speaker will be colleague Tunkanen.
President, colleagues, the energy costs are one of the greatest problems that are confronted today by the citizens of Europe and by businesses in Europe as well. When you discuss with people, a huge amount of their salary goes for energy as well. There are increased costs that citizens have to deal with, and citizens have repeatedly said they can't deal with it. And energy companies constantly say they cannot compete with cheaper energy from other countries. Also, supply is an issue as well. We have countries that have cheaper energy because they're better linked, and other countries where there are much higher prices, where there are poor connections to those sources. From one day to the other, we've seen 50% increases in wholesale prices, totally unjustifiable. We have to act now. Investment in networks and looking at the prices or calculating the prices in a different fashion. Mr. Kyriakos Mitsotakis has sent a letter to the Commission. Representatives from the Commission have come to Athens to deal with this issue. The time has come to act right now. Thank you.
Next speaker is colleague Tunkanen, and then we'll hear from another speaker.
Madam President, Europe needs stable, clean and cost-efficient energy production. The solution to the energy crisis is right in front of our nose. Nuclear power, unfortunately, can't be taken for granted in Europe. We don't see it as a solution. There has been nuclear power idiotism. I'll give you an example which depicts this idiotism in Europe. Greenpeace, in 2010, placed in the middle of Helsinki a huge stone with the names of the MPs who voted in favour of nuclear power. It's just absolute nonsense. Greenpeace has admitted that they won't do the same again. And those who've opposed nuclear power, like Greenpeace, are those who be ashamed. This means that Germany has run down its nuclear power and should be one of those who are now ashamed.
Pani Przewodnicząca.
Thank you very much, Madam President. We already have had many debates today, and competitiveness features high on the agenda. Unfortunately, our competitiveness cannot really flourish because of the high energy prices. How can our companies be competitive if they have to pay 4 times as much as their counterparts beyond the EU? Today, our companies have been defeated almost. They are fighting for survival. They cannot be competitive. Our steel industry, our cement industry should start getting compensation immediately that will help them to survive in the context of high energy prices. Otherwise, they will transfer their production beyond the EU? How can we be competitive against Russian fertilizers, for example, coming to the EU when we consider the energy prices and how different they are over there? The European Commission, the new Commission, has said a lot about that, but we need actions, not just words. And I do hope that our industry was going to get the necessary support.
Thank you. The next speaker is Ms. Langensieper, then Ms. Wawrzykiewicz.
Yes, on. It's on. Can you hear me? Yeah, wonderful. I would like to speak in German. Wir haben ja hier.
Here today, we've heard about competitiveness many times. And everybody is prepared for the transition. I come from Großburg-Werdelbedel in Lower Saxony, and this is not far from Gorleben. And we know what it means if you have nuclear energy in front of your house door. What do we do with the waste? Those who are saying that we should revive nuclear energy, I'd like to ask them, what will we do with the waste? This waste is something that we see in front of our doors in Gorleben. Gorleben isn't safe. We know that. Gorleben means Rebecca Harms. She fought in the European Parliament against nuclear power in this Parliament. And we must explain to those how, in the 21st century, we manage the energy transition. And for companies, it doesn't mean that we stick to the old, dirty sources, because those who are calling for us must give me an answer. What do we do with the waste? With friendly, all the best from Gorleben. Thank you, Ms. Wawrzykiewicz, and then Mr. Brown after that.
Dziękuję, Pani Przewodnicząca.
Thank you very much, President, Commissioner, ladies and gentlemen. Listening to the debate, there is no doubt that energy poverty is an urgent challenge. We don't only need fair prices, affordable prices, but also sustainable development. It's all about human dignity. It is key to understand what are the reasons behind energy poverty. We need to implement adequate actions. And here, let's take a look at the studies, specialist studies. For example, by Energy Poverty Advisory Hub that I had a look at, many others as well. None of them indicate that it is the energy transformation that is responsible for energy poverty. Three main reasons are pointed out: rising energy prices for various reasons, unstable energy market, for example, loopholes in the policies, for example, insufficient public investment, and third of all, climate differentiation and regional differentiation. How do we counteract that? We do away with the loopholes in market policies, we improve energy effectiveness and increase citizens' awareness, as well as promoting renewable energies, as well as wise energy transformations. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker, Mr. Brown, then colleague Viciscu.
Thank you, Madam President. So you are all heating engineers now and fossil traders, and you are presenting here the whole range of your Green Deal, global warming, climate change superstitions, everything to make European taxpayers pay more and more for your inefficient doctrinal projects, and to pay more and more and more for heating. And God help me, I will never, never betray my people, my compatriots, and I will do everything to withdraw Poland from this crazy business that is making poor people even more poor and rich people even more rich. This is simply the new Soviet Union. Some 70 years ago, the answer for every question was social justice and Americans dropping bugs from aeroplanes so that crop couldn't grow. That was the answer. Now I can hear your answers. Green Deal, this is all superstition. This is not based on facts. This is not based on science. This is,
Please come to an end.
This is climate change is the policy of wind whisperers. Thank you very much.
The next speaker is colleague Fucisco. Then the last speaker is colleague Zipper.
Madam President, ladies and gentlemen, Poles pay highest energy prices in Europe. In 2023, 11% of Poles suffered from energy poverty, 1/4 of which were pensioners. We have problems with high prices also generated for companies that need to close down because of that. This is a consequence of 8 years of inadequate government by Law and Justice, who did not emphasize energy transformations. They did not spend the money on energy transformations, but spent it on party politics. We were told that the windmills would fall on houses and hens would stop laying eggs. That was their approach to energy transformations. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to appeal to the European Commission to start a systemic action that needs to be effective. We need to introduce effective solutions that will reduce energy prices in Poland and in Europe. It may not happen that in the 21st century people choose whether they buy medicines or whether they turn off the power.
Thank you very much. Last speaker, colleague Zipper.
Thank you, Ms. Vice President, Ms. Commissioner. Food, safety, energy. That's everything that keeps us from anarchy as human beings. Everything that leads people from distrusting a system if it is missing. And now in this so very important debate, on average, I counted it, we had 20 MEPs sitting in this room. I know, unfortunately, this is not how it's working here in this parliament. I know the number of MEPs present does not mean that we don't care, but you have to see it from the eyes of the people. If someone now opened the live stream of the European Parliament who is affected by these problems, what should he or she think? And who has a right to judge our work here, if not the people? So I ask all of you, please, take this topic way more serious than the amount of people in this room would suggest. It is the one thing holding our society together. Thank you.
Thank you. That's the end of the Catch the Eye procedure. I'd like to give the floor to Commissioner Simpson on behalf of the Commission.
Honourable members, many thanks for this fruitful exchange. The Commission is deeply committed to making sure all Europeans have access to essential energy services. I strongly believe that all the work done by the Commission, the Council, but also by the European Parliament have created a strong foundation for the future. This groundwork is a great legacy for the next Commission to build on and make further progress. I have had great cooperation with Dan Jørgensen over the past years, and I am convinced that he will ensure continued political momentum and help to make energy prices more affordable. And I'm sure you will follow this work very closely, because your involvement will be critical to ensuring that the energy transition benefits everyone and that the necessary steps are taken to greatly reduce energy poverty. Honourable members, thank for your trust, for the many exchanges we had, and for the constructive work we did together over the past 5 years. I wish you all the best.
Herzlichen Dank, Frau Kommissarin. Thank you very much, Madam Commissioner. And on a personal level, all the best. That concludes the debate.
Just a second. Helena, we leave you a bit of time just for everyone to change. It's fine. Just a... Okay. Als nächster Punkt der Tagesordnung folgt...
The next agenda item is the Commission's statement on recent legislation targeting LGBTQI persons and the need for protecting the rule of law and a discrimination-free union. For the Commission, I'd like to give the floor to Commissioner Dalli.
Thank you, President. Honourable members, I thank you for the opportunity to address this chamber on the recent legislation targeting LGBTIQ persons and the need for protecting the rule of law and a discrimination-free union. 5 years ago, the Commission put equality at the heart of its agenda, striving to build a union of equality where all people could live safely and free from discrimination. The Commission adopted the first ever LGBTIQ equality strategy to create the conditions for everyone to live, thrive and lead regardless of their sexual orientation, sex characteristics, gender identity or expression, or any other personal characteristic. The adoption of this strategy was a significant milestone to advance LGBTIQ equality in the EU, as indicated in the report on the implementation of the strategy, published in September. This report analyses how the situation of LGBTIQ persons evolved in the EU, what progress has been made, and which areas require greater focus to fully implement the strategy by 2025. 12 member states adopted dedicated national action plans on LGBTIQ equality, and 4 more are currently preparing them. I am happy of the progress made. However, equality for LGBTIQ persons is regrettably not yet a reality. As President von der Leyen underlined in her political guidelines, we must continue to do more for everyone to live, thrive and lead regardless of who they are. Data shows that social acceptance of LGBTIQ persons has steadily increased across the EU since the Commission adopted the strategy, and that LGBTIQ persons are more open about themselves in society. However, according to the 2024 LGBTIQ survey of the EU Agency for Fundamental Rights, there has been a significant increase in hate-motivated harassment targeting LGBTIQ people, with 55% of respondents experiencing it, an increase of 18% since 2019. Physical and sexual attacks are reported to particularly affect trans, non-binary, gender-diverse and intersex people. LGBTIQ-phobic hate is aggravated by the rise of anti-gender and anti-LGBTIQ narratives. Most LGBTIQ persons, 63%, have met with hateful statements online about the LGBTIQ community, most often referencing so-called LGBTIQ propaganda or gender ideology. We firmly reject those labels. The EU champions full and equal enjoyment of human rights by all. This alarming increase in hate-motivated speech is also reflected in extremist political discourse. For this reason, the Commission proposed in 2021 that the Council adopts a decision to include hate speech and hate crime in the list of EU crimes. Once Member States adopt such a Council decision, the Commission will be able to propose legislation to criminalise hate speech and hate crimes based on other protected characteristics than the ones currently laid down in the Framework Decision on combating racism and xenophobia, such as sexual orientation or gender. However, as you know very well, such a Council decision requires unanimity, which has not yet been obtained. The Commission is concerned about any development that could put at risk the effective implementation of EU law and remains fully committed to addressing inequalities and discrimination affecting LGBTIQ persons. Let me reassure you that the Commission will use all the instruments at its disposal to protect the EU's core values, including equality and human rights, and will not hesitate to act as necessary, as we have done in the past. For instance, in July of 2022, the Commission decided to refer Hungary to the Court of Justice of the EU over a Hungarian law which discriminates against persons based on their sexual orientation and gender identity. The Commission considers that this law violates internal market rules, the fundamental rights of individuals, as well as EU values. The case is still pending before the Court of Justice, as you know. A hearing of this case took place last on the 19th of November of this year. 16 Member States and the European Parliament have intervened in the case, supporting the position of the Commission. Finally, let me recall that President von der Leyen proposed in her political guidelines an updated strategy on LGBTIQ equality post-2025. This should notably focus on the continued and persisting hate-motivated harassment and violence, including online, and banning the practice of conversion practices. Thank you.
Herzlichen Dank. Thank you very much. I open the round of speakers for the groups. First of all, for the EPP, colleague Meletti.
Thank you very much, Madam President, dear colleagues. I think that all of you have been informed about the fact that some few member states of the European Union have decided to forbid inclusive ideas and anything that concerns promoting the ideas of LGBTIQ community, and also sanctions for those that overlook those laws. I don't want to pause on that, and I don't want to become a conduit of toxic, reactionary, homophobic convictions. I would prefer to focus on that which the European Union calls for, being open to embracing all people, independent of race, independent of sexual identity. Actually, homophobia and marginalization and discrimination have no place here. We have to promote inclusiveness, love, respect, solidarity, a Europe which has been fighting against hate speech and not punishing people for a speech of love and inclusiveness. For those of us, I understand that there are some that have problems emerging from their cocoon of homophobia, but we must fight against this. We are here for all. We're here to defend these individuals, to represent them. We are here to react when we see education being instrumentalized against human rights and democracy, and they are undermining the effort that has been made for years and years to defend LGBTI people. Europe cannot give in to this, because then it would open the door to social discrimination, to injustice, which will spread like gangrene to other areas as well. We have to fight against, we have to extract, we have to get rid of this cancerous tumor. We have to speak about a Europe which is open to diversity. And that's what we've done. But now we see countries that don't want to move forward. But this ought not leave everybody in darkness and behind. We have to fight for these particular rights and not marginalize the LGBTIQ community. Thank you.
Now, colleague Mendes for the S&D Group.
Thank you, President. Dear colleagues, it's unbelievable. It's the 21st century and we're having a debate like this. A debate on discrimination in the 21st century. And we're having this debate because, admittedly, we've got action plans. Portugal has one. Despite that, there are nations such as Hungary, Bulgaria and Italy. Every day they violate the rights of the LGBTQI people. And that's why we're here today, colleagues. We hear many speeches, but what we need to know is how many member states are not applying their action plans. If a country violates human rights, if every day there are governments refuse to listen to this parliament and defend human rights, well, it's all good and well to give speeches, but we truly need action. That's why it's so important that the next council begin negotiations again on the 2008 regulation on anti-discrimination, which has been blocked. Thank you.
Thank you very much. For the PFE Group, Mr. Laszlo.
A gyermek nem egy termék.
Children are not products. Motherhood is not a service. We cannot change our gender, and sexual propaganda has no place in schools. There is no broad social support behind anti-woman and anti-family leftist propaganda. And that is why the European Commission and the left are trying to impose their will through court decisions. We will not let them do this. The family is the fundamental unit of every society and every nation, and that is why, quite rightly, family policies, social policies, child protection, education policies are all national competencies, not EU competencies. In both Hungary and Italy, maternity and families are governed by laws that enjoy a high level of social support. A unanimous majority of Hungarians supported our child protection measures in a referendum. And their message is clear. Hands off our children.
Thank you very much. Next speaker, Mr. Salvini for the ECR Group.
Thousands of Europeans discriminated, instrumentalized. It's true that every day victims are their children, young people, simply because they want to defend families. Those who want to follow the line that they're either men or women. These individuals indeed are victims of discrimination right now. And right here, even today as well, people like myself can't express their ideas or their faith either. Quite the contrary, thanks to the Meloni government, Mr. Vito, the practice which has allowed for and called for special rights for women as concerns the surrogacy and so forth. We need universal acts. We need protection for children, for women as well, and to protect people against this LGBTI propaganda, this instrumentalization of gender identity. I think it's important for us to understand, to really adhere to science and to nature. We can't negate nature. That's what it is. I think, indeed, we want a future of freedom for our young people throughout the world, and that is what we ought to defend.
Now for the Renew Group, Ms. Al-Sahlani.
Jag måste då få säga att jag blir förundrad över den.
Well, I have to say that I was stupefied by the number of voices that Orban and his friends for his attack on LGBT rights. They said the children didn't have enough children. They said they were not patriots, and he discriminated LGBTQI people. But what's the consequence of that? That is cancelling all expression in public of LGBTQI rights. What is this obsession, this fixation with a group of persons? First of all, the idea is to protect, love. These are the words used as a pretext for discriminating persons against people in the LGBTQI community. All the European Union is against that and is against discrimination, but in Hungary they're continuing again and again to refuse their human rights. That must end. Viktor Orban and his friends must be made accountable for their actions. And now for the Greens EFA group, Kim van Sparentak.
Dear colleagues, I want to protect children. Unfortunately, we see a trend in Europe where politicians undermine the rule of law, take away basic human rights, and then use the LGBTQ+ community as a diversion tactic. They spread hate about us to disguise corruption, to hide their silencing of civil society, or simply just hoping to win elections. But censoring knowledge on gender identity and sex characteristics, basic scientific facts, in and around schools does not protect kids. Which intersex kid benefits from not learning that intersex people exist? Which kid is protected by depriving them of their basic right to health care, such as gender-affirming care, when they struggle with gender dysphoria? And how do we protect the mental health of kids who think there is something wrong with them without knowing that, yes, queer couples exist? The best Europe for a kid to grow up in is a Europe where, when you wonder why you feel that your assigned gender doesn't suit you, or when you doubt what's going on when you suddenly feel butterflies for your best friend, you have access to information and the ability to meet peers. It fosters an environment where parents don't have to be in lawsuits against their government to ensure they still have legal rights over their children. It is a Europe where all children can be themselves and feel loved. Thank you.
Thank you. For the GUI group, Ms. Galán.
Gracias, Presidenta.
Thank you, President. The reactionary forces of Europe only have hate as their project. They hate migrants. They hate empowered and free women. They hate the LGBTQI collective as well. Because when they spread hate, they hate our friends, our brothers and sisters, our gay and lesbian siblings and children. And when they hate them, they're hating us too. When they can, they censor culture, they attack freedoms and the rights of those who they consider different. We need to link funds to respect of all human beings, because we are part of this society. The European Union of Rights and Liberties cannot just be a mere slogan. The far right can be fought back against by expanding rights. We've got a new law in Spain on non-discrimination of LGBTQI people within companies. Europe cannot be complicit. They want to have so-called LGBTQI free zones. We instead want a Europe that is free from hate and free from homophobia. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. For the ESN group, now Ms. Bovendeg.
You put the cart before the horse when you're demanding more rights to LGBTIQ. For a tiny minority, you terrorize majority societies. Your objective is to destroy families and nations, to poison children's souls. Gender lobby uses children as tools. They push for the same-sex marriages, for adopting children. They are promoting gender reassignment surgery, thereby infringing upon the rights and needs of children. Children have the right for parents, for a carefree childhood, for healthy growth, for the respect of their sex they were born with. We protect children from you and from the pedophile networks of the rich and famous, from from institutions impacted by the gender lobby, which take away children from their parents without reasons. Often you penalize member states where laws protect the rights of children, whereas I ask these governments, especially the government of Hungary, to render these laws even more stringent to deter those who abuse our children.
Ms. Bovendek. I'm not quite sure if I got that right via the interpretation. I think you accused other colleagues of paedophilia. If that's the case, that's an infringement of the rules of procedure, and we'll look into that. That ends the round of group speakers. We come to the further speakers. I'll be more strict with the speaking time. Now, Mr. Szczerba.
Szanowna Pani Przewodnicząca.
Madam President, Madam Commissioner, ladies and gentlemen. In 2020, Marian Turski, who was speaking at the anniversary of liberation of Auschwitz, that do not be silent if any minority is being discriminated against. And that was a message that everyone should hear today now. I'm very worried by changes in the legislation of such countries as Bulgaria or Hungary. Populists, nationalists are promoting hate speech against LGBTQI, and they are using them for political purposes. Our task is to protect human dignity, to protect human rights. I would like to say very clearly that what they do is in contravention of the treaties of the EU and the Charter of Fundamental Rights. If you attack one group in society, that means that you are going to attack other groups too. This is a very dangerous precedent. And now I would like to say a few words about Poland. For the last 8 years, the situation of the LGBTQI community was dramatic. The government was using them, dividing them, making everyone hate them. But now we have finally good changes coming through. The Donald Tusk government has just adopted a new law, and hate speech is going to be prosecuted by law.
Thank you.
Vielen Dank, Kolleginnen und Kollegen. Sich nur so zum Spaß in das.
Nobody falls in love for fun, to risk violence. No newborn person comes into the world with intergender features. Nobody is ill or needs therapy. Article 21 of the Charter is clear. Discrimination based on gender or sexual orientation is banned. And also gender identity we have that exists in Hungary and Lithuania, and also similar in Italy. And we have attacks on LGBTI people, more hate on the internet, especially X. The new Commission must take a position to protect LGBTQI plus people, and the Council must finally implement and adopt the anti-discrimination regulation, and hate and violence must be put on the list of criminal acts.
Thank you very much. Our next speaker is Madam Latinopoulou.
Αγαπητοί συνάδελφοι.
Colleagues, I am ashamed, sad, outraged, actually, that instead of discussing the real problems of the European Union, we're sitting and talking about the supposed repression that exists against LGBTIQ individuals. Children are children, and the already existing legislation on gender transition for individuals that are not adults is totally unacceptable. Unacceptable is also teaching up that there are 52 different genders in school. Also unacceptable is having drag queens reading stories to little children. There are 2 genders, male and female, and that's it. End of story. Anybody who in their adulthood wants to look for something else, they can do so. But we cannot deprive the innocence of children under any circumstance whatsoever. So it's outrageous that countries like Bulgaria and Hungary, which are protecting above all the rights of children, there are a finger is pointed at them, is saying that they are violating rights. Quite the opposite. It's very important to indicate how children ought to be brought up. The only violation, actually, that's taken place is the violation of logic, of biology, of science, of our religion. And the speaker has been cut off. Thank you.
Dankeschön. Nächster Redner ist der Kollege Wasch.
Our next speaker is colleague Vashik.
Madam President, ladies and gentlemen, in Poland, non-binary people are not discriminated. Poles are a tolerant society. In the Polish constitution, there is a provision on the protection of private and family life, as well as personal life. But in Poland, parents can also bring up their children according to their convictions and opinions. This law is infringed upon in Poland today. The government by Tusk has included in the curriculum a new obligatory subject matter starting from the 4th grade of primary school, and it is related to LGBTQI ideology. We cannot deprive parents of the right to bring up their children as they want to, according to their values. This is discrimination. Imposing sexualization on children against their parents' will is discrimination. That is why the Polish society is protesting against those drafts. The comfort of a minority cannot prevail over the majority. Let's protect the children.
Excuse me. Colleague Vashik, there is a blue card by colleague Garcia Hermida. Would you accept it? Do you accept this blue card? Yes. Okay. Please go ahead.
Thank you, colleague Vasik, for accepting my blue card and my question. You spoke about the right of parents to bring up their children according to their convictions. Do you think that parents also have the right to inflict enormous pain on their children when they subject them to conversion therapy?
Herr Kollege Vasik.
Szanowna Pani.
Dear colleague, I'm a father myself. I have children, and I know perfectly well what is best for my children because I love them, and I know that a vast majority of parents acts for the benefit of their children, not like many weird educators who propose destructive ideologies that may later result in suicide.
Thank you very much. Our next speaker is colleague Körner.
The right are complaining about the very existence of this debate. We have to have this debate because of your policies in your countries. You attack the rights of homosexuals. We would love to not have this debate, but you would have to come to your senses. You're talking about sexual propaganda in schools. It sounds as though we're saying, oh, you can be gay, and then with a click of your fingers, the kids will all turn gay. Oh, there's a gay character in a Netflix TV series. My kid's going to turn gay. That's not how it works. What happens if you're in a school and you learn that two men can love each other or that two women can love each other, the only thing that can happen is that there's a bit more tolerance in that school. But if you're a pupil at that school and you're actually queer, if you're struggling with your own identity, if you're thinking, am I different? Are my parents going to accept me as who I am? For these pupils, it's so important because they are much more likely to commit suicide in Europe. And as long as that situation doesn't change, then I say to you, don't talk about the safety of children. You are making them less safe.
Danke. Nächster Redner ist der Kollege Nordquist.
Our next speaker, colleague Nordquist.
Thank you. I don't know if I'm more sad or angry about this debate today. Yes, perhaps it's sad. Sad to see that we're actually discussing rights, fundamental rights. I mean, I'm soon turning 50. I know you can't see it, but I am. And in my lifetime, I didn't thought I would live to see rights be turned back in Europe as we see right now. Fundamental rights for people to live as who they are. And that's what we're seeing right now in Bulgaria, in Hungary, in Italy, and that's what we have to be aware of here in the Union. We must insist on full implementation of European judgment from the courts all over Europe. We have to really monitoring and be after the member states who are not following these rules. We also have to look into what is this about. You talk about families, you talk about kids, but as the former speaker said, if there's no education in schools about what people are, how people live, that is what actually turns against these kids. That's why we see the well-being of LGBTQI kids so low. That's why we see higher rates of suicide among LGBTQI people. So this is about protecting people living in Europe, millions of people, and not just discriminating as we see from over there.
Dankeschön. Nächste Rednerin ist die Kollegin
Serra Sanchez, our next speaker. Thank you very much. People from the extreme right, sexual rights, it's a right of all children, girls and boys, independent of what their parents say, and the right to education as well. Because education, sexual education, is a guarantee to deal with issues such as respect for sexual orientation, diversity, gender, respecting overall diversity of people's bodies, to identify violence, to not reproduce violence and perpetuate violence as well. And as a society, we have to do the best that we can to make better individuals within an educational system. Now, Commissioner, you said that hatred against LGBTI people is growing, and this is the truth. It's not new that the far right identifies LGBTI people as their principal enemy, but what is new is that today, here, we have a new government in Europe which has, at the epicenter of its ideology, the hatred of LGBTI people. And so how are we going to have a Europe of unity when we have members which espouse this hatred as well? It's the far right which has generated and perpetuated this hatred as well. The speaker has been cut off. Thank you.
Danke. Nächster Redner ist der Kollege Braun.
Next speaker is colleague Brown.
Laudetur Jezus Christus. Ile jest płci?
How many genders do we have? Men and women and those who have personality distortions. This is a fundamental truth and it is being questioned here. Przywołuję pana posła do
Unsere Geschäftsordnung, die Verpflichtung zu respektvollem Verhalten.
Dlatego kwestionujecie te prawdy.
Why are you questioning that truth? It is because on the one hand, a form of psychological strategy to rob people out of their natural needs. First, you have to destroy the context in which the person lives, and then you have to finish them off. And sexuality is a very sensitive point for everyone. If you give a blow to someone's sexuality, then you can do everything. You are trying to revolutionize people against others. You just have to keep your hands off. You have to keep your hands off our children.
Stawa cywilizacji.
Auch dieser Beitrag wird im
We will also check this particular intervention. It will be, we will have to see whether there will be further consequences as a result of the content. And a blue card as well from, it's not my decision, but from colleague Meleti. Would you like to, do you want to pose your question or your point in the blue card? Mr. Brown, you have a blue card.
No problem. I didn't ask. Probably in Greek, in English, there is a...
Yes,
there is a,
I prefer
yes,
to do my question in Greek,
English?
please. So you will be needing a translator. Yes. Yes, please wear your headphones.
We just heard you vulgarly attacking individuals. We just heard you attacking in a vulgar fashion people here, co-human beings, people who have fallen in love with the same people of the same gender, or people who have been born with certain characteristics. You characterize these people as mentally ill. So with what capacity actually do you say that? And is there any scientific, if you like, documentation or proof that substantiates this particular comment that you made? Thank you.
Szanowna Pani,
Dear colleague, distinguished colleagues, that was what science has been maintaining in our civilization for centuries. It is only recently that different deviations, not by science, but by political decisions and by democratic violent majorities, got deleted from the list of ailments or illnesses that used to guide doctors for many generations and would describe the ailments of our civilization.
Wir haben den Punkt. Vielen Dank. Nächster Redner ist der Kollege Vázquez Lázara.
Our next speaker is colleague Vázquez Lázara.
Thank you, President. Gracias, Presidenta.
Thank you, President. We just saw it. That is the far right. People in this chamber who hate everyone who is not like them, or at least publicly. I've also listened to the extreme left. They would cancel you if you don't agree with them. But Europe is more than this. Europe is a bastion of democratic values and rights, with solid institutions, with citizens' involvement, where we protect individual values. These European values are the bedrock of Western civilization. Sadly, there's been backtracking in recent years, and we've seen that in this debate. We've seen the backtracking of rights of LGBTQI people in Hungary. In Hungary, there is a law which stigmatizes those who do not think like the majority. And these people are compared to paedophiles, and there is a ban on adoption of children by same-sex couples. But let Mr. Orban understand, the greatest freedom, the greatest right is freedom. Freedom to adopt, marry, love. And love is not just something that we see in the nuclear family. We see it elsewhere. But yet we see that others agree with Orban. Vox agrees with him. They have a dream of one kind of Europe, a one-size-fits-all Europe with less diversity. That is why we need to double down on our commitment. We need to have a clear strategy on how to protect those who are discriminated against because they just want to live and love in freedom.
Speaker is Alessandro Zan.
Grazie. L'abbiamo sentito dai... Thank you very much. We've heard people from the extreme right telling us about the LGBTIQ community, that it's part of an attack. And this is what we've seen in Italy as well, this particular approach. Now, the European Union cannot be an accomplice to this type of approach. What's going on in Bulgaria and what's going on in Hungary, suppressing this community. The Meloni government is persecuting rainbow families, the children of these families, and some countries represented in this chamber as well have criminalized to a certain extent, rainbow families as well. So we cannot allow for a citizen, Bulgarian, Italian, or Hungarian, to have fewer rights than a Maltese, a Spaniard, or an Irish citizen. So we have to understand that culture is defended with laws as well. We need legislation in place to protect these individuals, to protect women, to protect all vulnerable groups in our societies. This is the only way that we can defend and bolster our values. Thank you very much.
You accept a blue card? Hello? There is a blue card from ECR. Do you accept it? Yes. Okay. So please, Mr. Inservini.
Premettendo il fatto che la considero una
I consider you to be an intelligent person who believes in justice and liberty as well. And I ask you, how do you feel that the Meloni government is discriminating against the LGBTIQ community? And above all, are you in agreement with the theory according to which you can buy and sell children and use the body of a woman in the form of surrogacy, that a child, in other words, could become the object of trade? The Meloni government has taken specific measures against rainbow families as well. And this is a form of violation that discriminates against children with no respect whatsoever. As far as a surrogacy, which you've referred to in terms which are not clear, there is a system in place which is ethical and reasonable, rational, protecting the rights of women as well. And I'm in agreement with when there is proper legislation in place to protect women under these particular circumstances. And you speak on and on about the buying and selling of children, and this is a total distortion of the facts, and it is also casting a shadow of bias and prejudice against LGBTI people. Thank you.
Merci, Madame la Présidente. Aujourd'hui...
Thank you, Madam President. Today, only 12 countries, including Belgium, have proper plans to protect the rights of LGBTQI plus people. Many member states are advancing in the right direction. Not everybody's doing that. Nor are all the MEPs doing that. That's a shame, but that's the case. The anti-LGBT law in Hungary in 2020, which equates homosexuality with deviance. We have the Hartstopper, and which is a popular series which talks about love between two adults quite seriously. The ruling of the court in 2025 is awaited. And there are other cases like that recently in Bulgaria. So it means that systematic infringement procedures can be instituted by the Commission. Europe must remain an area of freedom and freedom of choice. I want to be able to be who I am and the way I am.
Dear
Chair, dear Commissioner,
Last week, the EU wrote history. The Commission, Parliament and 16 member states stood united in the courtroom to fight against Hungary's anti-LGBTIQ law. The silent majority finally spoke out loud and clear that the attack on the human rights of the LGBTQI community undermines the core values of our Union. That was what the community in Hungary, after years of hate campaigns, persecution and humiliation by Orban, was desperately waiting for. This court case shows us exactly how the EU's fundamental values should be defended in a strong, united and interconnected way, because an attack on fundamental rights is an attack on the rule of law and a threat to Europe's DNA. I urge the Commission to use the EU values as a basis for all actions against violations of fundamental rights, democracy or rule of law. And I urge Member States to join continuously cases of the Commission against Hungary, Bulgaria or Italy. In that courtroom last week, the EU showed real fire and determination. Now let's keep that fire burning.
Mrs. Strick, there is a blue card from Mr. Laszlo. Do you accept it? Okay, Mr. Laszlo.
Köszönöm szépen a szót, magyarul fog.
Thank you. President, I will speak Hungarian. We have heard so many lies in connection to Hungary that I can't even reply to everybody. I'm sure that there are people who are lying. There are others who are just guessing.
Annyi hazugság hangzott már el.
So there have been so many lies concerning Hungary, or there are maybe just mistakes, but I just can't pass by these. I don't have the chance to answer everybody, but one thing I would like to make clear, this is about national sovereignty. You shouldn't be dealing with Hungary. Look at the Charter of Fundamental Rights, Article 14, sovereignty, the right of parents to choose what value system they want to pass on to their children. Article 14 in the Charter of Fundamental Rights. In Hungary, there is no punishment for queer people. The new law adopted in 2021.
Half minute is over, so there is not really a question.
Okay.
I didn't hear
have
a question, but maybe I can make a remark.
Will you respect the Fundamental Rights Charter, Article 14?
Good. I'm really happy to hear that you are very well aware of the Charter of Fundamental Rights of the EU, because this is what all citizens of the EU should be protected by and can invoke. And that's very clear in the Treaty of the EU, that our Union is based on those fundamental rights. And one of the fundamental rights is the right to be who you are, to celebrate and express your identity. And this is exactly what the EU is for, to protect every individual citizen against awkward and aggressive policies of EU member states that try to demolish them and use hate speech against those people.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Strick. The next speaker on our list is Konstantinos Arvanitis.
Esteemed colleagues, there's something in the European Union which is called acquis, and that is the basis of our cooperation here. So we have to take things from the start, it appears, to tell people that this is not the United States of Trump. This is Europe. Let's understand that finally. Our acquis, as concerns individual rights and liberties, is very, very clear. Discrimination is not only unacceptable at a theoretical level, the Union has to take action and to make sure that this becomes reality. So we invite the Commission, as it dealt with the case of Hungary in 2022, to move forward against Bulgaria as well. The recent legislation in Bulgaria is extremely dangerous and unexplainable, so measures have to be taken. Thank you.
Speaker is Lisbeth Sommen.
Beste collega's,
Colleagues, we hear these horrible statements by the extreme right in this plenary, and that highlights something yet again. We've seen that the rights of LGBTQI people have gone back in recent years. In Europe too. It seems as though we're turning back the clock. And apparently that's done in the name of neutral teaching, traditional values. We're banning books. We're pulling down rainbow flags, and we are silencing people. All of this is so unacceptable. This kind of legislation goes against our values. People from the LGBTQI community are experiencing more discrimination than 5 years ago. And we hear that from organisations in various member states. We must never give up, though. We must continue to speak out against homophobia and against hate rhetoric and hate speech. In the European Union, we are in favour of tolerance, respect, and that doesn't matter what someone's sexual identity or gender identity is. Thank you very much.
The next speaker is Krzysztof Smiszek.
Jeszcze kilka lat temu patrzyłem.
Madam President, until a few years ago, I looked at the map of Poland with a broken heart. The policy of hate pursued in the name of sick right-wing ideology meant that a third of my country has morphed into the so-called LGBT-free zones. However, today I'm very proud to announce that just yesterday the Polish government adopted a bill that is going to ban homophobic hate and hate speech and will protect all those who experience hate because of their sexual orientation. I'm very happy that I started this action and that it is being pursued. Only one LGBT-free zone out of 100 is left in Poland today. And I would like to thank the Commissioner Helena Dalli for her determination and her commitment to these issues and for her absolute defense of the EU values in my country. Democracy is not only about the blunt rule of majority. Democracy is also about defending the rights of minorities. And the EU is not just an ATM machine. It is security and safety for everyone and values. So anyone who is fighting today for the rights of LGBT community today in any country, I just want to say to you, do not give up. These are human rights.
The colleagues to keep the time. The next speaker is Veronika Cifrova-Ostrihonova.
Thank you so much. I cannot believe what I'm hearing in this chamber right here in year 2024. I thought the European Union was supposed to be a union of equality, no? Am I wrong? I'm a new MEP. Am I in the bad chamber? What is happening? So let me be clear. Targeting or silencing minorities does not demonstrate strength. It highlights division and misunderstanding. The recent laws in Bulgaria and Hungary don't help or protect anyone. All they do is spread fear, deepen division, and undermine the values we all stand for in Europe. What makes this especially troubling is that these laws often target children. What we need is clear. We need better schools, we need quality healthcare, reliable transport, competitive businesses, and communities where people feel safe and included. That's what builds strong societies. That's what builds strong Europe, not targeting those who already feel vulnerable. Our responsibility is to protect fairness, equality, and democracy for everyone, because no one should live in fear just because of who they are. And that is our mission here in the Parliament.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Tilly Metz.
Madame la Présidente.
Madam President, colleagues, dear LGBTQI plus friends, today's debate is about persons, it's about lives, it's about freedom, it's about our future. In various countries in the European Union, national legislation targeting LGBTIQI persons are undermining of common values, dignity, equality, the rule of law and human rights for all. The far right is happy to adopt laws which literally costs lives by encouraging discrimination and feeding violence. History doesn't always go in the right direction. It can go backwards if we don't resist. Progressive forces in Europe have a duty to speak out, a duty to act, a duty to defend the rights of all persons in Europe without exception. The far right is fed by the fear of what is different. We are here to say and to say again, love and diversity will always be stronger than hate. So I exhort you to choose action, to choose solidarity, to choose values, which makes our union stronger and more beautiful. Thank you.
The next speaker is Carolina Morace.
President, Commissioner, unfortunately, we have to accept that there are two Europes. One Europe where gay couples can marry, can have their own family, live in harmony and peace in their society. They're loved and they love. And then there's another Europe, one of inequality, Bulgaria, Hungary, Italy as well, which attack the LGBTIQ community, it's their fault that they exist. And they're simply guilty because of that. A child born from two mothers, unacceptable, as declared by the European Parliament. This is not accepted, although in other countries it's accepted. But these children exist. They are there. So let's not forget the Treaty of the European Union speaks about an inclusive Europe, human rights, equality, and respect for minorities. Let's not forget that.
Do you accept it? Mr. Insolfini, please.
Signora Morace.
Madam Moratti, good evening. So how is it possible for a child to be born from two mothers? Why do you explain that to me? It's very simply because my partner has a 13-year-old child from another mother, and I am that child's mother along with the biological mother. So it's absolutely normal. It's a situation which can exist under numerous different circumstances.
Der nächste Redner ist Marc Angel, bitte. Thank you.
Ja, danke, Frau Präsidentin. In a union of equality, there is no room for discrimination. And I ask the right side of this House, would you not be outraged if one of your relatives or one of your friends would be discriminated because of the color of their skin, or because of their religion, or because of their disability? So, and why are some of you not shocked when people continue to suffer on a daily basis discrimination and violence because they are lesbian, gay, bi, trans, non-binary, or intersex person? In a union of equality, there is no place for double standards. In Europe, the anti-gender movement, notably supported by Putin, Orban and Meloni and others, is getting increasingly vocal and is taking discriminatory measures against the LGBTI community. Europe must counter this excess of hate and actively oppose legislation that undermines equality, freedom and rule of law. And Europe must denounce discriminatory laws and ensure compliance with the EU law and the case law of the ECJ. The Commission must not hesitate to launch infringement procedures. We Socialists and Democrats will never sell our values for political gain, and we will never waver in our commitment to workers' rights, to human rights, including LGBTIQ+ rights. Thank you.
Thank you very much, colleague Angel. The next speaker is Raquel García van der Walle.
Thank you, Chair, Madam Commissioner. I heard a colleague saying, we can't negate nature, we can't deny nature, but you know what nature is? Nature is the pain in the eyes of the Bulgarian LGBTIQ+ activists who came to visit in the European Parliament when they were being told, when they were telling us about being targeted by their own government. And you know why governments are targeting them is to hide their own corruption, their own clientelism, their own nepotism. Either they can't solve their problems, real problems, or they are part of the problem. So to distract society, they limit the rights of innocent people, keeping the lid on their own mess. We need to keep the pressure high. And from the brand new Commission, I expect immediate actions towards Bulgaria and any other country breaking down our fundamental freedoms. And no endless exchanges that take years. Close the money tap for the guilty governments and ensure that those who protect our union values do have the means to keep doing so. And to those brave activists, I will tell you, you will always find partners in the European Parliament. We will stand with you and we will fight for you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Vincent Marsa Ibanez.
Gracias, Presidenta. Thank you, President. When a child speaks in a feminine way, a child is taught to speak in a masculine way. This is all part of conversion therapy. These are the instructions given to primary school teachers that we still are supposed to apply in Valencia in the 21st century. We're supposed to deal with what is labelled as a disease. But if we look at Bulgaria, Hungary, Italy, we see that there is a silencing, a trampling of the fundamental rights of LGBTQI people. And we see in this parliament that some of you support the health commissioner who's anti-abortion and anti-LGBT. And this is painful. It's painful to the LGBTQ community, but to us as well. Most of the parliament stands side by side with the LGBTQ people. We will do everything we can to defend your rights and freedoms. We will do that despite some in this House. Some want to go back to the Dark Ages.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Melissa Camara.
Colleagues, first of all, I would like to address a word to the far right. The only problem is your hate. This is a particular day for the EU. The EU should guarantee fundamental rights, and this has been fragilized by the arrival of the far right as a vice president of the European Commission, and this has been shown by the speeches today. That is questioning our families, stigmatization, violence, the backsliding on our rights. Neo-fascism doesn't have its place in a commission without protecting our rights. The European Fundamental Rights Agency has sounded the alarm. The attacks on sexual minorities are increasing. For all the lesbian mothers in Italy whose rights have been attacked, and victims of attacks in Hungary, and the victims of conversion therapy, and all victims of transphobia. We will not bow our heads. The Commission and the far right have sent a clear signal today. Our rights, our lives are not your priority. It's time for Europe to act for our rights.
To the Catch the Eye, the first speaker on the Catch the Eye is Radan Kanev.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. I will speak in Bulgarian. Колеги, учуден съм от отсъствието на представителите на тези български партии, които гласуваха в българския парламент.
The representatives of the Bulgarian parties which have pushed forward this legislation in the Bulgarian parliament are not here. They're not here in order to defend their own legislation. Perhaps you think that this debate has no place here in the European Parliament. Now, education is something which falls within the remit of national sovereignty, of issue that would be dealt with by a national government. But the European Parliament, on the other hand, is a guarantor. It's a guarantor for all European citizens. And the European Parliament also guarantees, of course, non-discrimination and has to protect all students, all teachers, all queer individuals, everybody. Thank you.
President, Commissioner Dalli, después de 15 años de vigencia.
15 years of the fundamental rights on a par with the treaties. But we've seen that far-right governments which restrict LGBTQ rights have systemic problems with the judiciary, rule of law, and with many other problems. So we're just talking about one issue, but then there's also the issue to have a private life. Because if there are some countries which don't allow for same-sex marriage, in addition to this, they are discriminating minorities who have been adopted by a same-sex couple because of their origin. So there is great work that you've done, Commissioner Dalli, but your successor needs to really have a 2025 LGBTQ strategy, and that needs to end hate against LGBTQ people, make hate against homosexuals an offence on the Euro list.
Madam President, LGBTQI+, this is a term which is that to be used for sexual minorities. And we're running out of letters, so that's the work for LGBT persons, and this is equality work. This has been done in Europe for some time, and everybody should support this. Worldwide, a lot still has to be done. But we come to the end of this list of letters, that's something else. Trans activism has also given us terrible demands which undermine equality work. I won't defend an ideology which means that children have been subjected to conversion therapy. It's not about equality, it's actually ill treatment.
Is Dainius Salimas?
Thank you. Dear colleagues, the European Union is a promise to uphold democracy and human rights. However, as regards LGBT persons, we are still falling short of this promise. We failed to create a common European area of human rights where dignity and family life of each person is equally recognized and protected. In some EU countries, including my own country, Lithuania, same-sex couples are denied of legal recognition of their family life. Children growing up in those families are subject to humiliation. Laws prohibiting information about the LGBT community are being adopted, and even the LGBT-free zones are declared. Such discriminatory ideas perfectly resonates to one of the pillars of Russian world ideology, under which the LGBT community has been declared to be the first enemy after Ukrainians. Therefore, the EU must decisively act by first, launching timely infringement procedures against any violation of fundamental rights. Second, ensuring full enforcement of court judgments protecting LGBT persons in all member states. Third, restricting the EU funding to those member states who gravely break the Charter of Fundamental Rights. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Katrin Langen-Siepen.
Jetzt ist okay. Läuft's? Alles gut? Okay, ich fange nochmal an. Ich bin, glaube ich, hier die...
I'm the only woman here I'm not lesbian or anything like that, and I don't feel threatened at all. So what is it that would lead somebody to take a child away from a family that identifies itself with a sexual minority, with lesbian or whatever? So what is it in a human being that would do that? It's just something that causes great pain, to take something away from somebody. And what we have here on the floor, we have to come down to professionalism, team and commissioner as well. For quite some time, we've been fighting for the implementation of an anti-discrimination directive. This is something extremely important. This anti-discrimination guideline or directive would involve, of course, LGBTIQ individuals, but not only, also individuals with disabilities as well. This is something that we must push forward. And it ought to be made very clear that we want to move forward when it involves issues of human rights, protection of human rights, our own rights as well. This is our work for the months and years to come. So I think indeed, throughout, from end of February onward, we will fight for that.
Thank you, Ms. Vice President. Dear people of Europe, I would like to use this opportunity to challenge one fundamentally wrong talking point of the intolerant, the religious zealots and those who use the discrimination of people to gain power. They say tolerance for people of the LGBTQI+ community is an ideology. How can you claim the nature of people is an ideology? How can you claim tolerance for that is an ideology? This idea is so inhumane and backwards, it leaves me speechless every time I hear it. Mr. Tinkian, for example, is the name used to describe this group of people really relevant? And in what political movement, and it is of course a political movement because it had to become a political movement to fight their suppression, in what political movement there are only good ideas? I myself, I am not a member of this community, but I'm proud to be an ally. Thank you.
Vielen Dank, Herr Sieper. Als letzter Redner.
Thank you very much, Mr. Sieper. And Mikhail Mavrikievich will be our last speaker.
Thank you, Madam Commissioner. I would like to refer to one legal issue, because the representative of Orban's regime pointed out today in this House that here in this House we are telling lies and manipulating about Hungary. He pointed at Article 14 of the Charter, and I will answer this nonsense as a lawyer. This is not about freedom of education of our kids. This is about disgusting discrimination in the middle of Europe in 21st century. We and the Commission fortunately reacted, and we have infringement procedure in the Court of Justice, and it is not Article 14 that is violated. It is about Article 2 of the Treaty and violation of fundamental rights of the European Union, like tolerance and dignity. And you will soon find out this from the verdict of the European Court of Justice. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now I close the catch of the eye and I give the floor to Commissioner Elena Dalli.
Thank you, President, and thank you, honourable members, for this debate. Equality, human dignity, freedom, democracy, the rule of law, and respect for human rights are core values of the EU, enshrined in the Treaty of the European Union and in the Charter of Fundamental Rights of the EU. The Commission is concerned about any development, including legislative acts, that could put at risk the effective implementation of EU law, and remains fully committed to addressing inequalities and discrimination targeting LGBTIQ persons as outlined in our LGBTIQ equality strategy of 2020 to 2025. As regards the law adopted by the Bulgarian Parliament on the 7th of August, amending and supplementing the Preschool Education Act, I can clarify that I have asked the Bulgarian minister to explain the potential consequences and breaches of this law will have, and urged him to ensure that the implementation of the law is fully in line with the principle of equality and respects dignity and human rights of children and LGBTIQ persons. Once more, let me reassure you that the Commission will use all the instruments at its disposal to protect the EU's core values and will not hesitate to act as necessary. But now please allow me to take this opportunity to thank you, to thank this Parliament for these 5 years. And I am sure that the Commission would not have done what it managed to do without your support, without your knowledge, without your experience, and above all, without your love. Your hearts are in the right place, and your passion to see that no matter how we are born, nobody chooses how they are born, and we must not let that interfere with our lives, with our freedom, with our dignity, and that we can all reach our full potential without discrimination. So I wish you all to continue fighting in this Parliament as you have done in these past 5 years. You were really power to my elbow, and we have managed to do these things together. We did them together, and please, I'm sure you will continue holding the fort so that Europe, the European Union, will be an example to the world when it comes to respect of human dignity, of human rights, of love. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Commissioner, for these words. Die Aussprache zu diesem Tagesordnungspunkt.
So the debate on this point comes to an end, and we come on to go to the next point now on our agenda. Commission statement promoting a favourable framework for venture capital financing and safe foreign direct investment in the European Union. And on this point, we'll have Myrid McGuinness, the Commissioner, who will begin, and I'd like to welcome you, Madam, to the plenary, first of all. You're welcome to take the floor immediately. Thank you.
It's nice to see a little bit of celebration in the chamber before I speak, so let's just give them a moment. Well done. I'm afraid I'm not going to match the passion of the last debate. The Mediterranean. But can I just say the Irish are quite passionate, can I say? I suppose there's an air of maybe the outgoing commissioners, I don't know whether it's freedom, relief or just joy, but we're happy to be in the chamber this evening. I know it's for my last debate on this really important topic which matters to everybody, citizens, small businesses and large companies. And it fits very well, this debate, with the morning's activities in Parliament and the voting in of the new Commission. So very timely, and I compliment colleagues who tabled this topic. It's at the very heart of strengthening the European Union's competitiveness. Our start-ups and scale-ups in many sectors, from deep tech, clean tech or biotech, they're key drivers of innovation and growth and job creation in the European Union. And we know that these companies crucially need capital, including private capital, often originating beyond their home country to allow them grow and expand. So this issue of financing is core to securing a more competitive European Union. And I can say that together we have already set the groundwork in place on creating better financing opportunities for businesses of all sizes, from SMEs to large companies. And I know that many who are taking part in this debate support the SME sector and focus on it. The incoming Commission, as we know, will deepen work in this area, and that was outlined by President von der Leyen in what will be a major collective effort to strengthen the EU's resilience and competitiveness in the years ahead. The truth is that our companies face real difficulties in accessing the financing they need for growth. We face a significant funding gap for our innovative companies, particularly late-stage scale-ups, and as a result, EU scale-ups often seek capital, and particular in equity capital, from other countries and are more likely to relocate. We all know companies in our own member states that have taken the decision to leave the European Union and seek listings overseas. Now, this represents a missed opportunity for growth, for innovation and employment in the European Union, and it's an unwelcome trend, representing also a loss of EU competitiveness. Now, we have made progress to improve the situation for smaller companies and their investors. We've made it easier for these companies to access EU stock markets through simplified listing rules under the EU Listing Act. We've streamlined the rules for long-term investments into alternative assets, including innovative companies and projects, with the reform of our rules on European long-term investment funds. We are making information on listed companies and SMEs more easily available to investors through the European Single Access Point. And we continue to mobilise private capital through the Invest EU programme. Boosting the EU's venture and other risk capital is one of the main objectives of the Savings and Investment Union announced by President von der Leyen in her political guidelines, building on the progress made on Capital Markets Union in my time as Commissioner, working with this Parliament and the Council. The entire financing chain must be strengthened, from early-stage companies to more mature ones, which necessitates a solid venture capital ecosystem and well-functioning and integrated capital markets. The Commission's services are identifying the main challenges for venture capital financing. And the most frequently cited challenge is attracting capital from institutional investors. European institutional investors, insurers or pension funds do not invest in growth capital as much as their counterparts in the US. And there are several reasons for this, including a lack of well-capitalised pension funds or sovereign wealth funds in the European Union. There is also risk aversion or a lack of familiarity with this more heterogeneous asset class and certain requirements at national level. Now, this could be partly addressed by mobilising private capital with the support of public programmes. The InvestEU programme, as well as initiatives like the European Tech Champions initiative, are important steps in this direction. But we need to do more to attract private sector investments to key EU policy areas. The second challenge is insufficient scale of EU venture and growth capital funds. There are very large growth capital funds in the EU able to finance large financing operations. Rather, there are very few, let me just be very clear, and as I say, very few that are able to finance these large financing operations. And this again reinforces the dependence on non-EU capital for scale-ups, where around half of financing for large deals comes from outside the European Union. And this was highlighted in the Commission communication on the EU Biotech Initiative. And in line with the communication, we have just launched a study to explore the barriers to consolidation and scaling up investment funds, including venture capital and private equity funds. And this work will support the incoming College in formulating further policy directions. Last but not least, this form of financing is hindered by the fragmentation of rules across the European Union from the perspective of companies and investors. Our investors face different national legal systems in some areas of corporate law, including different incorporation requirements for companies, as well as securities law and taxation. And this lack of harmonisation results in significant additional costs and legal uncertainty. And this really deters EU investors from engaging in what I prefer to say are investments in the single market, but we often say cross-border. And it's the one problem, the mindset is still cross-border, in a single market. This is not how it should be. So I would appeal in this coming and fresh and new Parliament to drop the words cross-border. We need to talk single market, because these obstacles are also deterring foreign investors from investing in the European Union. Now, a word about foreign investors. We have to ensure that the European Union becomes a more attractive investment destination, and that's both for EU and foreign investors. And we have to do that while safeguarding our economic security. There is an external dimension to our investment policy. Europe is and will remain open to foreign direct investment, and it is interesting that despite a global decline in FDI inflows, the EU 27 experienced an increase in net FDI inflows last year. Attracting and promoting foreign direct investments is vital for the Union's economic development. Now, at the same time, this openness of the EU to foreign direct investments is not unconditional. The European Economic Security Strategy emphasises the need to balance economic openness with the protection of our economic security and open strategic autonomy, given the growing geopolitical risks. This includes taking a more assertive stance on security and public order risks arising from foreign direct investments that may negatively affect Europe. The FDI screening regulation provides a framework for the EU and the Member States to assess and, if necessary, address and mitigate these risks, and the Commission's legislative proposal, which will amend the FDI screening regulation, will strengthen that. I now look forward to hearing your contributions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Commissioner. Die erste Rednerin auf unserer Liste.
The first speaker on our list, on behalf of the EPP, is Marion Walzmann. For 2 minutes. Go ahead.
Frau Präsidentin.
Madam President, colleagues, Europe is faced by the challenge to be an attractive harbour for FTA investments. It's not just a question of competitiveness. It's rather about the future of our continent. The figures are humiliating. The US and China have been investing in startups in disruptive technology on a massive scale. Europe is crawling forward and is risking of losing innovation potential. Europe only has 5% of the global venture capital funds and only 6% of the global financial funds for new startups. The reasons are quite clear. We have inefficient promotion of innovation, which often remains halfway and doesn't reach the commercialization point. The single market is fragmented and is weakened by bureaucracy. That frightens off investors, in particular in strategically important in future sectors. So venture capital-funded industries, in many cases, have led to sovereign wealth funding. It means that we need financial backing. We need a Europe. In Europe, we need a financing environment for SMEs, free of red tape, and we need a clear political guidance for strategic investments. And that also means that we need promotion of innovations and more harmonization, and that financing should be steered towards key branches. We need to have courageous reforms and better coordination. And that's the only way that we can make sure that startups and scale-ups don't just exist here, but rather that they grow in Europe. We need clear action and commitment, and that's what I'm calling for on behalf of SME Europe. Thank you very much.
The next speaker is Bruno Gonçalves, please, for S&D.
Cara Presidente, caros colegas.
President, colleagues, before the financial crisis, the GDP of the EU was comparable to the US. Now there's a major difference. We're only at 70% of the US GDP. So we need to have a new response. We need an EU competitiveness deal which supports our qualified workers, but we also need to get private investment. We need a better set of conditions for our startup ecosystem so that we have more involvement of venture capital. We need to boost new innovators, and we need foreign venture capital, but it must be in line with criteria. We cannot have speculation on housing, and we mustn't give up our strategic autonomy. We must not sell off public assets which are of strategic importance to third countries. We must not repeat the mistakes of the past as we establish a more dynamic venture capital market which is also safer.
For Renew.
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you very much, Madam President, Madam Commissioner. To gain competitiveness, our European companies must be allowed to innovate it, but we have a rarity of public money, and if banks don't finance risks, who can companies go to? The financial markets, yes, but where? Europe isn't taught to us. Startups have no other choice but to get their financing in the US. The US invests on average 6 times more than Europe. To guarantee our strategic autonomy, our continent must look at key sectors like tech and defence. It's time to step up, move up a gear. That means public investments that are more targeted and more consistent. Let's get more resources to the European Investment Fund so that we do more and better. There has been financing of more than 350,000 SMEs in 2023, and with a fund to finance European tech champions. We have to invest private investments by creating a European capital market. Let's remove the obstacles for peer SMEs. It's only on which we can deblock a potential that we will become superstars of European innovation.
Ist Damian Böselager. Bitte schön, für die Grünen.
Thank you, Chair. First of all, I want to thank you, Commissioner, for your 5 years of service. We will spend another 5 years in this chamber, but you are free to go. I think the problem awareness is there. We all know that we don't have enough VC capital. And this has been said. I'm very happy that Draghi put it in a new report so we can all see it very clearly again. But then I wonder, why don't we do anything? Like, the reason that currently nothing is happening and that NVIDIA, that Microsoft, Alphabet, all these companies are basically being established in the US is because of our national egos. And we had this conversation recently. The Capital Markets Union is in everyone's ears, but nobody is actually committing because they all want their nations to prevail. And that is weakness, and that is the perspective of cross-border rather than interior market. So I think we really need to do a couple of things now. We need to unlock the Capital Markets Union. We need to ensure that we really work with the 28th regime wherever we can to establish an EU Inc., at least, to make it easier to invest and scale. We need to make it easier to leverage mezzanine funds and EIB and EIF investments, and we need to make it easier for institutional investors to invest in VCs. Thank you so much.
Vielen Dank, Herr Böselager.
Thank you very much, Mr. Böselager. The next speaker is Mr. Navarrete Rojas, on behalf of the EPP Group.
Gracias, Presidente.
Thank you very much, President, Commissioner, colleagues. Europe has been lagging behind when it comes to tech over the last 15 years. And it's due to the underdevelopment of the venture capital market rather than other economic debates, which often get more attention. And the venture capital market is the natural way to fund more disruptive tech. Second, venture capital pushes forward the knowledge economy and creates new success stories. Alas, our venture capital market is 80% smaller than the US venture capital market. We have a lot of good ideas here in Europe, but they jump over the pond to grow in the US. Many of the EU's venture capital comes from abroad. So they recognize that our companies have potential. But it also underlines the fact that we don't have an ecosystem or the appetite for risk that is needed to boost our companies. So we do have money, but we don't have much appetite for risk or disruption. Our markets, our financial markets, should be open to the rest of the world. Of course, we shouldn't overlook geopolitical risks, and we need to look at what pseudo-states are doing. But the solution is not to close our markets. No, instead, we must strengthen the situation at European and national level, and those who invest on our territory must comply with our criteria.
In my turn, I'd like to thank the Commissioner for her good work. I've only been here a year, but it's been great to hear you. And I'd like to comment on what my colleague from Berlin just said. I think you're in Volt. I forget which party you are now. The Capital Markets Union will be difficult unless we break the backs, this sounds a little bit radical, of the banks in the countries. No country wants to give that one up because for many reasons. We won't go into details. So how do we do that in the next 5 years? It's not clear. Second of all, lack of venture capital, among the many bad things that it causes, is that the talent that we produce with our free education, more or less subsidized, goes abroad, comes back as a foreign company and runs the show here. That's the third thing. And Draghi, this is why it's very topical, and a new 5 years, Draghi supports, and I think that's also the S&D position, more public investment to de-risk and to allow for venture capital. It's not an easy thing. We have a few years to do it. I hope we succeed, because that really is the way we will enter Web 3 and the 21st century. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Francesco Torselli.
Grazie, President. Thank you very much, President. Now, direct investments from abroad are an opportunity for growth and innovation. But when one looks at this particular issue, one has to make certain distinctions. In investment, there has to be risk. There has to be an assessment of the various risks that exist. Also, the European Union does not have a homogeneous system, FDI system, in other words. The FDI can serve as an instrument in order to protect, to monitor, for surveillance of investments as well. For example, when the Chinese are invited to invest in the European Union, there are certain threats that are entailed in that as well. So there has to be that type of mechanism in place to protect from any sort of threat or risk. Also, priority has to be protection, and national strategies as well have to be taken on board as well. Thank you.
Herzlichen Dank, Frau Präsidentin. Ich möchte gerne in Danish.
Thank you very much, Madam President. I'd like to speak Danish. Dear colleagues, according to the International Energy Agency, 35% of the technologies we need to use to reach net zero by 2050 are not yet on the market. That shows the need to increase investments in green innovation. Venture capital is central in the ecosystem that will finance innovative companies. That calls for a willingness to take high risks to reach a high return. But Europe is lagging behind the USA because institutional investors in the EU are less involved in venture capital. That must change if we are going to secure our competitiveness and our green leading position in Europe. I have 3 clear recommendations. Make it easier for institutional investors to participate in the venture capital market and strengthen the role of the European Investment Fund. Targeted support for clean tech funds and secure and strict sustainability criteria. Expand direct investments in clean tech startups. The European Investment Bank should support selected companies directly. We should also remember that for every euro, every public euro, we must attract between 2 and 5 private euros to succeed with the green transition. Therefore, it should be a priority for the new Commission to step up the work with sort out the jungle of legislation about cross-border investments. The future won't wait. We should act now for the climate, for industry, and for the leading green position of Europe. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Der nächste Redner ist Matthias Ecke.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Matthias Ecke. Go ahead. Thank you, President, Commissioner. If you have a 2 billion turnover, then Klarna, the payment agency, is the kind of unicorn that we want and need in the EU. But Klarna also shows what kind of weaknesses we have. In 2020, a minority share was sold to Alibaba, a massive Chinese company, and now there's a listing of this company, but not in Europe. The listing is taking place in the US. Now, we've got a problem in Europe. They've got targeted investment. We, on the other hand, are lagging behind. Not because we lack in ideas. We've got enough ideas. The problem is we lack funding. We're strong when it comes to research, but when it comes to bringing the product to market, bringing the research to market, we fail, often due to a lack of venture capital. We need to bring everything together, and foreign capital can play a role. However, let's not be naive. We welcome foreign capital, but it could create new dependencies. That's why we in Europe need more venture capital through a strong single market, through a CMU, Capital Markets Union, and thanks to targeted state instruments, so that in the future these unicorns stay in the EU at the end of the rainbow. Thank you very much. The next speaker is Mr. Peperea.
China is a Trojan horse based on dumping and subsidies which don't respect the rules of the market. And the EU-China agreement could be an attempt to manipulate the single market. For many European companies, competing with the volume of goods might mean bankruptcy. The investment agreement between the EU and China should be based more on risk capital. The markets are permeable for the Chinese because there are double standards when it comes to risks and Chinese investments. Added value should be realized where it's produced. That's a universal principle. For pharmaceutical companies, they shouldn't be exporting their value added into tax havens.
Thank you very much, Commissioner. I wish you all the best in the next stage in your life. I'm going to read to you certain figures from a report that compares the United States and Europe, the risk capital market, and it is quite indicative. On the one hand, we see that less than 50% of the volume of that of the United States, and the United States is above all in all stages. And furthermore, we have indication that investments in Europe are, for the most part, for expenses for the Green Pact, where in the United States, therefore, investments in AI, health, or defense. So also, we don't want high-valued startups, and those that we generate simply go. And the number of unicorns in the United States is 3 times that which it is in Europe. And finally, in the manifesto, we have a lot about the regulatory fragmentation in Europe, which creates a situation which is not agile at all. So we want a Europe of businesses, businesses that generate jobs, of wealth on the one hand, or do we want a Europe of administrators on the other hand? We're going to have to respond to this and not be reactionary in our approach. Thank you very much.
Thank you, President, Commissioner. We in this Parliament often don't see eye to eye. We don't agree on the solutions, but I think we agree on the diagnosis by Draghi. We are lagging behind in economic terms. We're not as competitive. We're losing influence on the international stage. So we have a new global economy which is constantly shifting. Against this backdrop, we need venture capital to start up new companies which can't be funded by the banking sector alone. Progress has been made in recent years, but we still are lagging behind when it comes to the venture capital market. We need to boost it and make the range of venture capital opportunities wider. So we can play an important role here. We also need to be clear, though. The European development model needs to be part of a virtuous circle. And we also need to have a social and welfare state which protects. This is the model I believe in, and I think most citizens believe in that state. There's no economic prosperity without social welfare.
There is a blue card. Do you accept the blue card?
Yes, I accept.
Mr. Oliveira, you can ask your question.
Honourable MEP, the Draghi report says the following. We need a true EU policy. The EU policy should focus on FTAs and foreign direct investment. So, he's talking about foreign direct investment, but shouldn't we have screening of FDI if someone is a foreign investor? So shouldn't we be concerned for countries like Portugal? Because there could be even more mergers, and that could actually jeopardize Portugal. And we don't want the European Union deciding on the conditions for mergers in Portugal. Thank you very much. Now, let me first of all say that we agree with the diagnosis made by Mr. Draghi, but we need to discuss the solutions. Now is the moment to discuss the solutions. Now, our solution has to link European interests and national interests. All needs to be taken into account. So, of course, we need to increase investment while looking at the national side of things and the European side of things. I'm saying that the best way forward is linking national interests with European interests, and that is what that's what the Socialist Party of Portugal has been doing for years. Thank you.
Jürgen Warborn.
Thank you, Madam President. Thank you, Madam Commissioner, too, because this is the very last time that I can thank you as a Commissioner. We've already said the EU has a competitiveness problem. That's right. I deplore that. On the other hand, I'm happy that there are so many of us who agree and think that it is time to act to improve the competitiveness of the European Union so that we can solve the problem of European growth. Several things have to be done. One of the most important things is to have a better access to capital. When I see entrepreneurs, they say that's the main problem. We should create a European system so that we can invest. We must push Europeans to invest in the share market, to invest in the stock market. It's a good thing for the Europeans to invest, and it's a good thing for the companies, because that's the way in which we can continue to develop and to bring prosperity to Europe. Thank you.
I give the floor to Sebastian Tynkkynen.
Arvoisa puhemies.
Madam President, in the United States, the most popular social media platform is owned by China, and the biggest pork producer and processor is owned by China. $900 billion of their public debt is owned by China. So China's threat is now a reality in the US, and they have now realized this fact. Last week, the Texas governor ordered all of their agencies and offices to sell their investments in China and said that they could no longer invest in China. In April, in the House of Representatives, they approved a ban on TikTok for the members of the House of Representatives. We need to do the same. We cannot let China dump their cheap products here in Europe, because that will create trouble for our companies. We must not be slaves to China's investors. China is a dangerous country, and that needs to be reflected in how and what we do here in Europe. We must do something about this.
Vielen Dank. Der nächste Redner unter Catch the Eye ist Lukas Sieper.
Thank you. The next speaker is Lukas Sieper.
Thank you, Ms. Vice President. Dear Commissioner, being a new member to the Parliament, I was not able to see your work in action, but I was told a lot of good things, and having a great sense of love for your culture. I must say you have the most Irish name that I've ever heard in my life. Our newly elected President of the Commission said we need an economy that works for the people, and I fully agree. Our strong economy and our unique single market is our biggest advantage in that more and more hostile world of ours. I really hope that we will especially work together on the Capital Markets Union, not only as a tool to foster both venture capital and foreign investment in the EU, but also strengthen a united Europe as a whole, because our economy was the one thing that brought us together in the beginning, and I think it can also bring us together in the future. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Sieper.
To the Commissioner for the last time in this House as Commissioner, and I would like to thank you very, very much for the work you have done throughout the years. Thanks a lot.
And thank you, dear President, this evening. I loved being in that chair, and I love this Parliament and the fun and debates and the rows we've had. And I've been here 20 years, so I have some memory of that. I just need to clarify something to my colleague at the very back of the chamber. In Ireland, we have a phrase, the poor relation. So I am Mac Guinness, not Guinness. So I qualify as the poor relation, but a happy one, that said. Look, it's been a really frank debate, and I'm glad that I'm here for it. I think everybody in this House really is passionate about solutions. You've all agreed on the problem, and I think that's important. The word used was we agree on the diagnosis. We're losing influence, we're losing opportunities, we're losing companies, we're failing workers, we're failing SMEs. It doesn't have to be that way. And if I could say, MEP Busselegger, you very clearly said, and I think it's a word we need to repeat, national egos are an issue. I mean, we had a bit of an exchange, at the start of this debate. My Maltese colleague and I said, I'm Irish. But our nationality should not blind us to the reality that if we have fragmented capital markets, if we have national boundaries, we have less. And I really hope that you, who are passionate about this topic, can persuade the leaders of member states, their finance ministers, that achieving savings and investment union, or capital markets union and banking union is about added value. I have said to the finance ministers on many occasions, please don't look at this as you're winning and I'm losing. This is not what it's about. I would hope that our citizens and businesses would push us all a little bit harder, because they are losing out as citizens. Their money is not earning what it should be. They're not investing for their future, for their pensions. The SME sector, large companies, they're not getting the capital they need in Europe. And therefore Europe is losing out. But on a day when the incoming Commission has been voted through, I salute you who put this debate on the agenda. And I think it has to be constantly addressed, and you have rather got to put pressure on the member states to, look at the big picture here. And really, I said at the beginning, think and talk about the single market, not about cross-border, because cross-border is a killer. And my last word is again one of thanks and appreciation. Somebody asked me what am I most proud of, and because I come from Ireland and a large family, we don't do pride because it comes before a fall. But I'm proud that I survived and that I made good friends and we got some good work done. And thank you all for that. And I wish you well for the future. Thank you all.
Thank you very much, Commissioner Mairead McGuinness, and I wish you all the best. Now, die Aussprache ist hiermit geschlossen.
That concludes the debate. And we now move on to the next item on our agenda, which is the debate on human rights violations, on urgent matters of democracy and rule of law, and Rule 150 of the Rules of Procedure. And the next item under this heading is the debate on Hong Kong, notably the cases of Jimmy Lai and the 45 activists recently convicted under the national security law. I see that Ms. Lexman is in the chamber already, so I will give you the floor, Ms. Lexman, as author.
Danke, vielen Dank.
Dear colleagues, I want to thank all of you across the parties to support the people of Hong Kong and all those oppressed by the Chinese Communist Party. I'm sorry that once again this evening we must discuss the worsening oppression in the city. Jimmy Lai or the 45 pro-democracy activists do not belong to jail. They represent the best of Hong Kong, its spirit and its love of freedom and democracy. Therefore, I want to call on the new European Commission, especially the new High Representative, to stand strong with the people of Hong Kong and to hold responsible those destroying the city's freedom and autonomy. The evasion of EU sanctions through Hong Kong shows us why the city and its people must matter to us. It is both a moral obligation and a security necessity to stand with Hong Kong. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Lexman. The next speaker is Chloe Riedel, also author of a motion. You have the floor.
President. Thank you very much, Madam President. 10 years after what was called the Umbrella Revolution, we can say the following. The situation in Hong Kong is worsening. It is disastrous. For protesters, these umbrellas weren't just poetry in action. It was a need to protect their faces from tear gas and from facial recognition of the police that was over-equipped. The motion for a resolution we're looking at asks for the immediate release of Jimmy Lai and the Hong Kong 47 that are 8 women and many men, aged from 14 to 89, and who are very well-known faces. They have been handed down prison sentences of up to 10 years just because they demonstrated. Most of them have been intimidated to the point where they have decided to plead guilty, and they are paying a high price for opposing China. So many people are behind bars for defending a democratic ideal. China didn't respect the promise to have a democratic system up to 2047 in Hong Kong. And this promise was at the heart of the agreement back in 1997 when Britain gave back Hong Kong. The EU has to stand firm and stand by the side of those who are in favor of freedom of expression, democracy, freedom of assembly, because these protesters are not just defending themselves, but our interests and those of human rights defenders all over the world. And the fact that China is imposing national security law on Hong Kong violates human rights, and the EU member states have to bring China before the International Court of Justice, and we have to slap on sanctions against Chinese leaders and Hong Kong leaders. Thank you.
Ist Mariusz Kamiński, auch als Verfasser.
Also author.
Szanowna Pani Przewodnicząca, Pani Komisarz.
Madam President, Madam Commissioner, Communist China is flouting its international obligations when it comes to the residents of Hong Kong. The people who are calling for basic human rights find themselves in prison. Freedom of expression, freedom of religion. Their symbol is Jimmy Lai. He's been in prison for 4 years, and the trial is a complete farce. Today, China is opening its arms to companies who are circumventing sanctions, and we need to show that we are determined. We need to say that human rights are non-negotiable. The international community cannot remain silent in the face of what is happening in Hong Kong. We cannot allow the destruction of part of the free democratic world. We are against this persecution, and we stand beside the residents of Hong Kong. Eric Marquardt, 1 minute, also as author of a motion.
Thank you, President, Commissioner. Recently, time and again, we've been debating in Europe as to whether you can have democracy in Europe if you are criticised for expressing your opinion of the government. And today, since we're talking about the situation in Hong Kong, we have to make it plain that we can be proud in the EU that we have the freedom to demonstrate against the government in favour of democracy. We can demonstrate for the freedom of the press, and rule of law protects us from repression. The situation is quite different in Hong Kong and in China. Therefore, to my mind, we should be content with what we have here and to tap into what we have here, just to appreciate how bad the situation is elsewhere. It is right and proper that we demand the release of political prisoners in Hong Kong, such as journalists and Jimmy Lai and the Hong Kong 47. As I see it, by the same token, it's important we call on the Council and the Commission to see to it that those responsible are called to account and sanctioned. By way of conclusion, thank you to the rapporteur and the shadows for their constructive talks and negotiations.
Thank you very much, Mr. Marquardt. Herman Tertsch is the next speaker on the list.
Thank you very much. It's very symbolic that we have this arbitrary detention of Jimmy Lai and the 47 activists who have been condemned under the National Security Law, the NSL, as all the crackdown in Hong Kong. This leads us to one conclusion: the People's Republic of China cannot be trusted. That is the conclusion that we can extract from this repression. The PRC violates the agreement signed back in 1984 because freedoms had to be safeguarded up to 2047 without any changes. But this isn't happening. The freedoms have disappeared, and the rights have disappeared completely as well. So the fact that this agreement has been disrespected means that all agreements with China are called into question. What the repression and crackdown in Hong Kong shows that one cannot have normal relations with a country that tramples the human rights of its citizens and doesn't respect agreements.
Thank you. And the next speaker is Petras Austrovicius.
Commissioner, dear colleagues, Communist China has completely engulfed the once democratic Hong Kong and drowned it into the red swamp. China has broken all its international promises in the Hong Kong Handover Treaty and introduced a draconian anti-democratic system of coercion. The persecution of Jimmy Lai illustrates Communist China's repressive role in Hong Kong and yet another example of its persecution of dissident and democratic opposition. We must continue to call for unconditional release of Jimmy Lai and the other 45 activists recently sentenced. Moreover, we must take urgent decisions to suspend Hong Kong's special status as a separate customs territory. We must retaliate against Hong Kong's involvement in helping Russia evade Western sanctions. And finally, we must suspend the extradition treaties with China and Hong Kong. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now we come to the Catch the Eye, and I have here on my list Sebastian Tinkinen.
Arvoisa puhemies.
Mr. Chair, in 1997, Hong Kong passed on from Great Britain to China. At the same point, it was agreed upon that Hong Kong would maintain its own system for 50 years. China has blatantly broken that promise. In summer 2020, the so-called national security law was used to attack ruthlessly the democracy activists in China. Ask yourself, who is democracy a threat to? The China's Communist Party is all about fear about the citizens' understanding that on democracy and freedom is built much better things than what the China's People's Republic of China can offer them. What is left of that is only dark dictatorship.
Pass over the floor to Commissioner Elena Dalli for 5 minutes, please.
Thank you, President and honourable members. In June 2020, Beijing imposed a national security law on Hong Kong, and since then we witnessed a dramatic decline of the rights and freedoms of the people of Hong Kong. Hundreds of opposition politicians, journalists and civil society activists have been arrested. Most independent media outlets were forced to close. Many civil society organizations were disbanded. The trials against Jimmy Lai and against the pro-democracy politicians and activists, known as the Hong Kong 47, are emblematic of the erosion of democracy and fundamental freedoms in Hong Kong. Both cases further undermine confidence in the rule of law, a cornerstone of Hong Kong's uniqueness and attractiveness as an international business hub. Last week, 45 of the Hong Kong 47 were sentenced to long prison terms, ranging from 4 to 10 years. All they had done was organise and participate in a primary election. Criminalising such peaceful and constitutional political activity constitutes a breach of Hong Kong's international commitments, and it is yet another blow to freedom of expression, peaceful assembly and association. Jimmy Lai has been imprisoned for almost 4 years now. He is being prosecuted for his support for freedom of expression and democracy in Hong Kong. The independent newspaper, Apple Daily, that he founded, was forced to shut down in 2021. This is a striking example of the clampdown on the free and independent press in Hong Kong. The EU, through its office in Hong Kong and member states' representations on the ground, has closely followed the trials against the Hong Kong 47 and Jimmy Lai, including by regularly attending the court hearings, and the EU has issued statements on both cases and raised its concerns in meetings with Chinese and Hong Kong authorities. You can rest assured that the EU will continue to closely monitor the situation in Hong Kong, in particular the application of national security legislation and its impact on the exercise of rights and freedoms. The EU will continue to call on China and Hong Kong to adhere to the Sino-British Joint Declaration, the Hong Kong's basic law, respect international commitments and preserve the one country, two systems principle. Thank you.
Vielen Dank, Commissioner Dalli. Thank you very much. Diese Aussprache ist nun geschlossen.
This debate is now closed. 5 motions for resolution have been tabled and the vote will take place tomorrow. We now move on to the next item on our agenda, which is the increasing and systematic repression of women in Iran. And I'll give the floor to Mr. Mandel as one of the authors of a motion.
Dear colleagues, the Mullah regime in Iran was founded in 1979, quite as the European Parliament, which was founded the very same year. The European Parliament will exist much longer than the Mullah regime in Iran. That's what I'm convinced of and what I strive for, not to mention that I was born the very same year and I also intend to live longer than this Mullah regime, which is cruel against women in the first place, against everybody who is standing up for freedom, liberty, democracy, human dignity, rule of law, who is just part of freedom movements such as Women, Life, Freedom, which are clearly mentioned in our resolution. I thank the co-negotiators. I thank Hannah Neumann and Michael Gahler for putting the issue on the agenda. And I thank all the political groups for a nearly unanimous decision on nearly each and every point in this resolution. The biggest threat for Islam is Islamism. Of course, is Islamism part of the problem, but Islam is part of the religious world, and we protect freedom of religion while we fight Islamism, political Islam, and the terrorism that results from it.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Alessandra Moretti. She is also one of the authors.
In Iran, il regime continua.
In Iran, the regime is intensifying its crackdown and women are paying the highest price. Clinics to cure women that aren't wearing the hijab as they should. That's what the Iranian regime is doing. Scientific and psychological treatment that are optional, but we know there isn't very much optional when these measures are taken. And what happened to Ahu Daryeh is terrible. A woman who took off her clothes as a protest. She was told she was mentally unfit and confined to a psychiatric facility, but fortunately released. These practices not only flout human rights, but they use psychiatry as a weapon of repression. However, the real madness is that of a regime that cracks down, tortures and kills. And the real disease is that of the Revolutionary Corps, the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps. As we have said on many occasions here in the Parliament, it should be considered to be a terrorist organization. The fight for freedom shouldn't be repressed in this violent way as the Iranian regime. Ahu Daryeh and all Iranian women deserve our support. Women, freedom, women, life, freedom.
Al-Sahlani, for 1 minute.
Her name is Mahsa Jina Amini. Her name is Nasreen Soutadeh. Her name is Ahu Daryeh. Her name is the fight for every woman in Iran. 2 years ago, I stood here in the plenary trying to echo the message of these women. And 2 years later, I stand here once more. The situation is even worsening. Women are no longer only facing arbitrary detention, torture and abuse, but also declaration of insanity by the Iranian regime. Women and their right to peaceful, free and equal life is completely discredited, delegitimized and cast aside by the words of lesser men. Women and their rights, when they fight for that, they are declared insane. These lesser men are afraid because by declaring these women insane, they are depriving them from the right to a just trial, where their words would be a fight, a show, a proof of the struggle for the essential rights. They are afraid, these men, because 2 years later, despite all tools of repression, the struggle continues and the fire in the Iranian women's hearts remain alit. Let us continue the fight. Let us continue to raise the voices of every woman in Iran, Farsi, Azeri, Kurdish, Baha'i, Armenian, and make the Iranian regime understand that the women of the world will never stop until every woman in Iran is free. Jin, Jian, Azadi, woman, life, freedom, now, tomorrow, and as long as it takes.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Adam Bielan.
Thank you, Madam President. The human rights situation in Iran is increasingly deteriorating. Compulsory hijab laws, backed by harsh penalties, is just one facet of the oppression. In every aspect of life, marriage, divorce, custody, and public presence, women face systemic discrimination. The regime weaponizes its interpretation of Islamic law to restrict women's autonomy, criminalizing their defiance. In its prisons, women and girls are systematically targeted with acts of sexual assault and rape, methods of torture that reflects the regime's utter disregard for human dignity and rights. The international community cannot remain passive. Today, we applaud the resilience of Iranian women and stand with them in their fight for justice. We commend the European Union's recent expansion of sanctions on Iran for its military support to Russia and call for sanctions under EU global human rights sanctions regime to be extended to all those responsible for human rights violations in Iran. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Hannah Neumann, also as author.
Ahu Daryeh, like so many women in Iran, was harassed by agents of the regime. They tore her clothes, claiming she was dressed too loosely, and to expose the absurdity of these actions, Ahu stood her ground in public in her underwear. And the regime's response? They declared her as mentally ill. Now they even plan to open clinics to treat women who refuse to comply with hijab laws. This is not care, dear colleagues. This is repression disguised as medicine. And these tactics are not new. In 16th century Europe, women were called crazy and burned as witches, not because they were dangerous, but because they challenged misogynist power structures. The Inquisition was a tool of defamation and control, and so are the clinics of this regime. But the only one who is sick here is the Islamic regime. Sick with paranoia, terrified of women who dare to show their hair or sing a song. And the only thing that Iranian women are suffering from is being sick of this regime, a regime that crushes their freedom and denies their future. Ahu Daraya is not a patient. She's a remedy, a symbol of courage and resistance against repression, like so many others, whose names we don't even know.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Sebastian Schröteler. 1 minute and 30.
Dank u wel, mevrouw de voorzitter.
Thank you, Madam President. Women of Iran, your situation is very hard, and you can count on the support of the Patriots for Europe in your struggle for freedom. We would have liked to have had a joint statement on this issue to show the support of this Parliament. In the writings of Islam, it says that women should cover themselves and that men are the guardians of women because they have the right to decide over them and their property and take decisions about them, and they're entitled to beat them if they are disobedient. So Islamic writings say that men have these rights over women, and when it comes to legal procedure, it says that the testimony of a man is worth the testimony of 2 women before a court of law. And I won't tell you what it says in various Islamic texts about the intelligence of women. I won't tell you about that. And here we are facing the appalling situation of women in Iran, and I'm sure that there'll be a blue card raised by one of my colleagues who will try to explain to me that the appalling situation in which women of Iran find themselves in has got nothing to do with Islam. Go ahead. I'm expecting it.
Ask Mrs. Rima Hassan, she is the next speaker, to take off the scarf. Please. 2 minutes.
For some, the feminist struggle is about making certain women, such as Palestinian women, invisible and to take a selective and ideological approach to the fate of other women. And this is particularly true for Iranian women. The left has always fought hard to say that women can decide over their body, choose their life path, and so on. But the right and the far right today are trying to appropriate this feminist struggle against a backdrop of Islamophobia. We are not stupid. We know that you're not really interested in the inspiring story of Iranian women who are betrayed by those who weaponize their struggle. We have to not think about political opportunism. The battle should be beyond that. We have to demand the immediate release of all those women who are imprisoned because they won't wear headscarves without attacking those who have chosen to wear headscarves. We need all the allies we can to defend their liberties and to welcome the women who are persecuted. We are losing political and diplomatic credibility in the EU by applying double standards. Women, life, freedom for all women.
The next speaker is Javier Sarsalejos.
Thank you, Chair, Commissioner. Violence against women in Iran is state-sponsored and institutionalized. How many women have been executed? How many girls and women assaulted, beaten, or lethally hurt? Women are the most powerful force for change. That's why the regime targets women. The Ayatollahs fear them. Mariana Akbari Monfared is one of the longest-held female political prisoners in Iran. She has been in prison for 15 years without one single day of leave. The regime's judiciary kept her in prison for an additional 5 years, and in January this year, they condemned her to an additional 3 years on fabricated charges. Her crime? Well, she was seeking justice for her 3 brothers and 1 sister executed in the early 80s during the massacre of political prisoners. A mother of 3 daughters, she was taken to a prison to, they say, provide some explanation at midnight, December 29. She never returned. She never returned home. From inside prison, she wrote, "Finally, one day I will sing the song of victory from the summit of the mountain, like the sun." So be it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Daniel Attal.
When women in Iran refuse to comply with laws that strip them of their dignity, the regime labels them as dangerous or unstable. But the truth is, the problem isn't women who resist. It's the system that punishes them for refusing to bow their heads. This is not just their fight, it is our fight too. It's meaningless to speak of human rights if we do nothing to defend them. This would be a betrayal of the values on which the European Union is built. We must go beyond statements. We must strengthen mechanisms that ensure accountability. We ensure that there is justice and justice is served. And above all, take a stand on the side of rights, on the side of those who are asking for nothing more than what every human being deserves: life, freedom, equality. Indifference is complicity. There can be no compromise on human rights. We have a duty, not just as legislators, but as human beings, to stand shoulder to shoulder with those who courageously resist fear and intimidation. This is a test for us all. Will we stand on the side of justice or indifference? To me, the answer is clear. Thank you.
The next speaker is Margarita de la Pisa Carrion.
Presidente, Comisaria, colegas.
Commissioner, dear colleagues, the application of Sharia law, which is the foundation for the Iranian regime, is a reality which some of us here do not dare to call out. We are glossing over the role of Sharia that distorts the underlying cause of the violence against women in Iran. So please support the Patriots Amendment. Acknowledging causes is not xenophobia. It's vital to save lives, both in the countries of origin and here in Europe. We are also concerned by the open door policy in Europe. Women in Iran are speaking clearly. We must regard the Revolutionary Guard as a terrorist organisation and cut ties with the Iranian regime and lend a keen ear, hearken unto the people. We are talking about courageous women who are sticking their neck over the parapet in order to ensure there is a change towards democracy. This Parliament must forsake hypocrisy and present a united front. It's regrettable that because of Renew and the Green, we've been excluded from the joint resolution. We cannot be on the side of these women if we fail to act.
Now, thank you very much. This is Tim Grenisier.
Tack, herr talman. En gång levde...
Thank you, Mr. President. All we want for a people of Iran is freedom to study. They had this once upon a time in Iran, but the Islamic Revolution took this away and limited this. Now, for example, women are considered of less value. Their evidence is of less weight in a court of law. And when women try to resist this and try to make their views heard, well, the left-wing people in this House say that this is not to be criticised because it's Islamophobia if we criticise this. But I think we have to call a spade a spade. We have to condemn this and stop financing of Islamic groups in our countries and show zero tolerance to this culture of hatred that is wreaking havoc in Iran. Millions of Europeans have fought to have these rights. We shouldn't let them be taken away.
Renew Europe.
Mrs. Vilmez on behalf of Renew Europe. Thank you very much. 2 years ago, Mahsa Jina Amini, 22 years old, lost her life because the morality police in Iran hitting her, and the reason was the hijab. We saw what happened a few weeks ago, and once again it is the umpteenth act of resistance. We saw this a few weeks ago. Now, Ahu Darya and what she went through reminds us of what our duty is, the duty to defend Iranian women who are fighting for the fundamental rights and with putting their lives at risk. Europe has to put more pressure on the Iranian regime. Let us demand that women's rights are respected strictly and that those who protest peacefully are released if they're in jail. It is civil society who works for a fairer and juster society. And as the European Parliament says, let us call the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps what they are, which is a terrorist organization.
Por un minuto.
Mrs. Terlak, 1 minute.
In elkaar geslagen,
beaten up, tortured, and even raped. Just because you, as a 14-year-old girl, take off your headscarf. That is the reality of girls in Iran if they get caught by the morality police. Since the protests 2 years ago and the death of Mahsa Amini, the situation for women and protesters in Iran has only got worse. In Iran, you are a second-class citizen if you're a woman. If you want to choose your own clothes, decide how to wear your headscarf, you're in danger of being beaten up, ending up in prison, or even getting the death penalty. In this year alone, 27 women have been executed for their choice of clothes, and the perpetrators, the oppressors, get off scot-free. Violence has been institutionalized. Women in Iran are second-class citizens. We have to keep on criticizing this because as long as women are repressed, it is our duty to fight for their rights wherever they are in the world.
Muchas gracias. Ahora tiene la palabra.
Thank you very much. Mrs. Galvez, 1 minute.
Commissioner, we are called upon to deal with an urgent issue, the fight of women and activists in Iran against a regime which has made repression its main tool of control, its very essence. Since the protests due to the death of Mahsa Amini several years ago, we've seen an alarming worsening of infringements of human rights. Brave women, activists standing up for human rights are the principal targets for arbitrary arrests, torture and executions. Among them, Nazizma Hamida, who won the Nobel Peace Prize in 2023. She was imprisoned in inhumane conditions because the so-called morality police is silencing and slaying women. And we cannot keep stum about this. It really behooves us in Europe to act in Europe and throughout the world, because women in Iran are not alone. We stand by them.
La palabra la señora Sardone por un minuto.
Mrs. Sardone, 1 minute.
La repressione delle donne in
The crackdown on women is merciless. Beatings, executions, and so on. And this is because of Islam. It's important to say that the driving engine behind the terror is radical Islam. And I can't believe that the left won't recognize this clearly in this House. I look at the seats of the left, they're completely empty. Oh, maybe they're not interested in what is happening to women in Iran. To condemn the Iranian regime is a necessary step, but it's not enough. We need to firmly oppose the Islamic headscarf, which is a symbol of oppression for women. And what about the feminists? Feminists who take to the streets to talk against patriarchal society. Why aren't they taking to the streets to talk about this? Why aren't they speaking up against what is happening to Iranian women? Why don't I hear them today in this House?
Minuto.
Scared for 1 minute.
Géographie, histoire.
In terms of geography, history and ideology, you would think that Iran and Russia had nothing in common, except for how similar their regimes are. Psychiatric internment of opponents was invented by Yuri Andropov, the head of the KGB, but Ayatollah Khamenei has really taken it to perfection by making the refusal to wear a veil into a mental illness, an unveiling sickness, a manifestation of exhibitionism. It's a bit of a stretch, but just as real power in the USSR was in the hands of the Central Committee and not in the hands of the elected institutions. In Tehran, power doesn't lie with Republican institutions, but with the Shiite clergy. So these two regimes are the same. The Supreme Guide of Russia has understood this so well that he now relies on the mullahs, just as he has always relied on an Orthodox patriarch whose blessing is worth its weight in gold. So these regimes are birds of a feather, and one thing they do have in common is their growing weakness.
Muchas gracias. Ahora tiene la palabra la señora.
Thank you very much. Mrs. van Leuren.
I'm here today to stand in solidarity with the courageous women of Iran in their efforts to break free from the chains of the Iranian regime. Women, journalists and activists are imprisoned, tortured, sexually abused and even executed, simply because they're fighting for their rights. Iran is one of the few countries regularly executing women. When I was born, my father's greatest wish for me was that I would never be dependent on a man. His wish was granted. Today I stand here before you as an independent woman and the mother of 4 children, 3 of whom are girls. I wish the same independence and freedom for them. Let us not forget the privilege we enjoy in this room, the ability to speak freely, to protest, and to engage in activism without risking our lives. But we cannot look away. We must stand with the brave women of Iran who are fighting for their freedom. This is for my courageous Iranian friend watching me right now, who stood up for her freedom so her daughter can grow up in freedom. Women, life, freedom. Thank you.
Muchas gracias. Ahora tiene la palabra la señora.
Thank you very much. Mrs. Inchir, 1 minute.
Jin, Jian, Azadi, woman, life, freedom. These 3 Kurdish words resonate deeply, instilling fear in the Iranian regime. The words embody the strength, the wrath, and defiance of women across whole Iran. That is why the regime is so afraid. Women, girls and other groups in Iran need our support. We must try to be at least a bit as brave as they are. In September 2024, the Iranian regime approved the oppressive protection of the family through promoting the culture of hijab and chastity law. These disgraceful measures must not go unchallenged. We must impose sanctions on those responsible. Colleagues, the Iranian regime is on edge, and so is also the Turkish. Recently, the slogan Jin Jian Azadi was banned in Diyarbakir, my birthplace. This is unacceptable, especially as the EU member states remains silent. Let's be clear. Our priority should be democracy, peace and adherence to international law. If we fail
to defend these principles, we will face grave consequences. You cannot pet the snake and expect not to be bitten.
Muchas gracias. Ahora tiene la...
Thank you very much. Mr. Lopatka is the next speaker. 1 minute.
This regime is one of the most brutal on our planet. It kills and tortures its own citizens, with women most strongly persecuted. The regime has been trying to all means to suppress the protests triggered by the death of the 22-year-old Mahsa Amini. In addition to arrests of numerous demonstrators, many death sentences were carried out in connection with nationwide protests. The way Iranian authorities are dealing with the protesters, especially with young girls and women, is shocking and absolutely unacceptable. Although Iran, as a UN member, has formally recognized the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, it is unfortunately among the 5 states in the world that most frequently apply the death penalty. We must support the Iranian civil society and widen restrictive measures against the Islamic Republic of Iran.
Muchas gracias. Ahora tiene la palabra la...
Thank you very much. Mrs. Teodorescu, 1 minute.
Tack, talman. Ja, Irans ayatollah...
Thanks, President. The Ayatollahs in Iran do not only hate Jews and homosexuals, they also hate women. Being a woman in the bastion of Islamism means that you can't enjoy basic human rights. You live in the shadow of a man. You have to fight for your rights and for your life. The EU should assist these women and ensure stability in the region by classifying the Revolutionary Guard as a terrorist organisation. We need punchier sentences against the Iranian mullahs and against the upper leadership, including Khomeini.
För att regionen ska kunna återfå sin stabilitet.
What's more, Iran should be isolated. The mullahs must fall in order that Iran remain stable, and indeed the whole Near East remain stable.
Mrs. Czarba for 1 minute.
Przedstawiciele Komisji, chciałbym, żeby z tej sali wybrzmiał dzisiaj jeden przekaz, który jest trochę...
Thank you very much. I would like our message today to be clear. I'm paraphrasing the battle of Polish women for their rights. You will never be alone. We MEPs will stand by your side. For too long, the Iranian regime has been using repression to muzzle women, women who are clamoring for freedom and equality. The brutal murder of Mahsa Amini was not an isolated incident. This is just an example of the behavior regime that sees women's behavior as a threat. Since then, so many women have been arrested, beaten, and even killed just because they were fighting for their rights. This Iranian regime is part of the axis of evil by joining forces with other regimes that want to destabilize democracy, and the link between Iran and Russia should worry us.
Un minuto.
Imagine being beaten to death for how you wear your scarf. Imagine being thrown in prison for demanding your dignity. Imagine your voice silenced simply for wanting to live free. This is the daily nightmare for countless women in Iran. And while they march in the streets, risking their lives for the freedom, we sit here year after year, passing the resolutions. We condemn, we debate, and yet their suffering does not end. We must do more than just speak. We must act with all the power we have to stand with these women, to stand for the values we claim to protect. Because if we do nothing, their silence becomes our shame.
Muchas gracias. Ahora tiene la palabra el señor.
Thank you very much. Mr. Steer, 1 minute.
Thank you, President. Colleagues, in the week when we are talking about violence against women, we have to see what the situation in Iran is. In spite of all the hopes with the new president, Pezeshkian, Iran is continuing to repress women, especially through the so-called moral police. The government is limiting the rights of women through new laws. The women who are not in line with the law on hijab are usually tortured, beaten, and sometimes even killed. We see that Saudi Arabia is going in the other direction, slowly, but in the direction of more liberties for women. We have to take this into consideration in a wide regional aspect. In supporting the rights of women in Iran, we are also supporting liberty in all the region of the Middle East.
Thank you very much. Mrs. Benjumea for 1 minute.
Thank you, President. This debate coincides with the second anniversary of the appalling murder of Gina Mahsa Amini, a 22-year-old who was detained on the 13th of September 2022 for allegedly violating the dress code rules of the Republic of Iran, in other words, for not wearing a veil. And then 2 days later, she died in hospital because of the physical abuse to which she had been submitted by the police. And, of course, this unleashed a wave of protest led by women throughout the country, united under the motto, Woman, Life, Freedom. Women who are calling for something that we enjoy every day, perhaps without appreciating it. That is simply the right to live in freedom and decide on their own life choices. A murderous regime which last year killed 853 people. We cannot allow such a regime to have diplomatic representation at large in our countries.
Thank you. Catch the Eye is next. We have 2 requests. And Tiago Moreira is the first speaker. You speak from your seat.
Thank you, President. Albert Camus said, freedom is written on the carriage of storms. Currently, Iran is cracking down on those who refuse to wear the veil. The women say, we are the storm. We cannot conceal the truth of this storm. The writing is on the wall. The women are the storm. There are people who do not understand freedom, and they don't understand that the storm is coming. These people are doomed to fall. These women are the storm. Autocracy will fall in Persia due to the efforts of women. Without the efforts of women, Persia will be lost. The veils of Iran will not stand firm. They will fall.
Thank you. Mr. Tinkynen for 1 minute.
Arvoisa puhemies.
Mr. President, in Islam, women are second-rate citizens. Take a look at Islamic states like Iran. The regime makes women wear a hijab, and if you are seen without it in public, you may be detained, tortured, or killed. When an Iranian woman was recently suspected of violating the hijab rules, she protested by taking her clothes off. Final result, she was arrested and sent to a psychiatric institution. This is not an isolated case. The Iranian government has said that it will establish so-called treatment clinics for women who disobey the hijab laws. When Europe has wanted to be tolerant towards all, we have also tolerated the entry of such thoughts into Europe.
That has been a massive mistake. If those entering Europe sympathize even a little bit with this repression of women, the message must be clear. You cannot enter Europe. Thank you.
Muchas gracias. Con esto daría.
Thank you very much. That brings us to the end of the Catch the Eye procedure. And I would like to give the floor to Commissioner Dalli to speak on behalf of the European Commission.
Gracias, Presidente. And honourable members, the EU has a clear and strong position on the human rights situation in Iran, and in particular on the situation of women and girls. This House plays a crucial role as your debates and resolutions highlight the need to keep holding the Iranian authorities accountable for human rights violations, particularly regarding Iranian women and girls. The European Parliament 2023 Sakharov Prize for Freedom of Thought was rightly awarded to Mahsa Amini and the Women Life Freedom Movement in Iran as a clear recognition of the protest movement. We stand by them and support their aspiration for a future where their universal human rights and fundamental freedoms are respected, protected and fulfilled. The Mahsa Amini protests have exposed the systematic discrimination against women and girls by Iranian authorities. And since then, women and girls have been one of the main forces trying to push for real change in Iran's policies. In this context, we will continue to monitor the situation of student Ahu Darai, also now that she returned to her family after being detained by the Iranian authorities. Both publicly and privately, we continue to call on Iran to eliminate in law and in practice all forms of systemic discrimination against women and girls in public and private life, and to prevent and ensure protection for women and girls against sexual and gender-based violence in all its forms. Since 2011, we have sanctions in place to target those responsible for human rights violations under the Iran human rights sanctions regime. In response to the 2022 protests alone, we adopted 10 sanction packages. Our commitment to the situation of women and girls in Iran extends to UN fora as well, where the EU is a strong advocate of accountability mechanisms. The EU will continue to monitor very closely the situation of women and girls and stands ready to react to all issues of concern, including through sanctions. At the same time, we continue to use every opportunity in our direct bilateral contacts with the Iranian authorities to convey the EU position and solicit a change in state policies. This will continue to be zero tolerance for human rights violations. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. This debate is now closed. 7 proposed resolutions have come in, and the vote will be tomorrow on those. Let's turn our attention to the next point on the agenda. As you'll be aware, we're dealing with the shrinking space for civil society in Cambodia, in particular the case of the labour rights organisation Central. First off, the co-authors, Sebastião Bugalho. 1 minute.
Muchas gracias, señor presidente.
Thank you, President. Commissioner. Relations between the EU and Cambodia go back to 1997 and are based on a cooperation agreement which provides for the promotion of democracy and human rights. Alas, today we note there has been tremendous backsliding, particularly since 2017, and we must call this out, not ignore it. The path pursued by the Cambodian regime means that here we must call for the freeing of all political prisoners and the immediate cessation of the stamping upon of civic rights. Central has been a particular target, having denounced practices which flagrantly ignored the labour rights and human rights we stand up for in the EU and the rest of the world. If you were patient in the time of rage, you will spare yourself 100 days of tears, as they say in Cambodia. The government in Cambodia should listen to this and save a lot of unnecessary tears being shed. We must keep a close eye on cases such as this and compel Cambodia to immediately and fully comply with the letter of the law, rather than doing the opposite. Thanks. Mr. Assis, likewise 1 minute.
Signor Presidente, Signora Commissaria.
Thank you, President and Commissioner. Europe is the continent which best takes care of labour and trade union rights. It took blood, sweat and tears to achieve these rights, but now European democracies benefit from products stemming from countries where these rights are still not fully consolidated or are under attack. Looking at Cambodia, there are other countries where the EU has also signed up to cooperation agreements. We need to think carefully about this. The generalised system of preferences of the EU is not achieving the outcomes expected. Partial suspension of these benefits for Cambodia seems not to have had any effect. Persecution and imprisonment of trade unionists for political reasons just goes to show that the EU has to send a clear message to the Cambodian government saying that they cannot criminalise civil society and imprison people, recurring to all possible mechanisms, including individual sanctions and the suspension of tariff preferences. That's what the EU could do. Now, Ms. Vieira, for 1 minute, as co-author.
Thank you, Chair. Ever since Cambodian labour rights organisation Central published a critical report on freedom of association violations, they have been confronted with a government-led smear campaign. Central and its program manager, Mr. Kuntaro, are facing unfounded legal threats and harassment. We see the same pattern with Mother Nature Cambodia, a youth-led organisation that exposes environmental crimes. Several of their members, most of which are students in their 20s, have been sentenced to prison, while others have been harassed to the point of leaving. They are not safe in their own country because they dare to speak out. Cambodian civic space is shrinking rapidly, and the government is instrumentalizing the judiciary and affiliated trade unions to silence opposition, human rights and environmental defenders, and journalists. We need targeted sanctions against those responsible for the political repression. And we must ensure that further engagement with the country is conditional upon the improvement of human rights and civil society freedoms. The EU must use its leverage to ensure that the Cambodian civil society is not silenced.
Muito obrigado. Ahora tendría la palabra.
Now the floor goes to Sarah Sanchez for 2 minutes as co-author.
Thank you, President. The government of Cambodia is carrying out political persecution against workers who are trying to organise to defend their rights, against activists, journalists, trade unionists, people who are fighting for labour rights like Central and its leader. The government should abandon its witch hunt against all of those who are trying to defend labour rights and human rights. We call on the European Union to impose sanctions. But, ladies and gentlemen, this alone will not be enough. The question is, who benefits from the violation of human and labour rights in Cambodia? Because many of the people who benefit from this are owners of big textile companies, European companies. Cambodia is a country in which 1 million people work in the textile industry. 90% of them are women working in inhuman conditions. And the European Union is its second biggest export market. Companies like Inditex, H&M, and the owner of Inditex is one of the richest men in the world. So these companies are benefiting from the low wages and poor conditions in Cambodia. So I think the EU should consider taking action against these companies if we want to really combat this persecution of activists.
Thanks. Political groups now. Over to Mr. Tarquinio. 1 minute. on behalf of S&D.
Thank you very much, President. Madam Commissioner, to defend the freedom of association, workers' rights, essential human rights, and to protect the environment cannot be reasons for criminal sanctions. Unfortunately, it is happening in Cambodia. The EU can just sit there and look while the Cambodian government is muzzling Cambodian society. I would like answers. So we need to answer all tools, political, diplomatic, tax, trade, to make sure that the Cambodian governments withdraw charges against labor rights organizations. These are trumped-up charges. And we have to put an end to the attacks against civil society organizations, including Equitable Cambodia and Mother Nature Cambodia, that are fighting hard for noble causes such as environmental protection and sustainable development, as well as social justice.
Muchas gracias.
Thanks. I don't see the next speaker in the room. Mr. Knotek from the Patriots. Seems he's not here. Neither do we have Bressier Klein, the speaker after that. If you can confirm that for me. So, we won't have catch the eye since nobody wants it. So the floor will go to Helena Dalli for the Commission.
Thank you, President. Honourable members, human rights continue to be at the centre of the EU engagement with Cambodia. The decision taken by the Commission in 2020 to partially withdraw the Everything But Arms, the EBA, trade preferences is a clear example of the EU commitment to the human rights agenda. As we stated at the time of the withdrawal in the GSP report of 2023 and in our political interactions since 2020, EBA preferences could be fully restored if there is a substantial improvement on the serious and systematic violations of the principles of UN International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights that motivated the decision to withdraw. Civil and political space in Cambodia continue to shrink. The most recent parliamentary elections in 2023 were conducted in a restricted political and civic space. Civil society organizations are subject to the restrictive law on associations and non-governmental organizations, which impose cumbersome registration and reporting procedures. Shrinking civic space also featured prominently on the agenda of the last Universal Periodic Review for Cambodia in May 2024. Cambodia needs to do much more to overcome the violations of labour rights. For instance, stopping the ongoing harassment of trade union leaders. Cambodia must also urgently implement the ILO's Fundamental Convention 87 on freedom of association and Convention 98 on collective bargaining, prohibition of anti-union discrimination. The EU is closely following the situation of the labour rights group, the Centre for Alliance of Labour and Human Rights. The EU head of delegation in Cambodia has been consistently raising these issues with his counterparts in the Cambodian administration, including this specific case. The EU also publicly reiterated its concern about harassment of non-governmental organizations and labour rights groups at the Human Rights Council in Geneva 2 months ago. The agenda of the EU political dialogue with Cambodia reflects our preoccupations. In March 2024, Commissioner for International Partnerships Jutta Urpilainen visited Cambodia and met with representatives from civil society. The question of shrinking civil space also featured on the 12th EU-Cambodia Joint Committee held in Brussels on the 25th of April of this year. Substantial discussion covered inter alia civil and political, labour and women's rights. The EU will continue to support human rights and democracy in Cambodia through political dialogue with the authorities and in multilateral fora. The EU will also continue to provide support through its cooperation instruments and the bilateral cooperation programmes. Thank you.
Muchas gracias. Con esto.
Thank you. The debate is now closed. We've received 6 proposed resolutions and the vote will be tomorrow. So let's switch to the next point on the agenda. Council and Commission statements on the arrest of the Franco-Algerian writer Boualem Sansal and the call for his immediate and unconditional release and the repression of freedom of speech in Algeria. First off, Commissioner Dalli.
Thank you, President. Honourable members, this debate shows the importance we attach to rule of law and human rights, in particular freedom of expression, which are core values of the EU that we are committed to uphold inside the European Union and promote consistently and coherently with all our partners. Algeria is a long-term partner and close neighbour of the EU, with whom we can and must address matters of concern openly and frankly, I would say. The circumstances of the arrest and detention of the renowned writer Boualem Sansal raise many questions and concerns. Reportedly, he has been taken by the police at Algiers airport on the 16th of November, but his arrest was only confirmed 6 days later, and only yesterday he could meet a prosecutor who, according to his lawyer, charged him based on a terrorism-related article of the Algeria Penal Code. If this accusation were based exclusively on opinions expressed publicly by Boualem Sansal, it would represent a clear attack against freedom of expression. It is essential that the Algerian judicial authorities address all these issues, which are clearly related to the rule of law and respect for human rights, including the fair administration of justice. Human rights and fundamental freedoms, including freedom of expression, are in fact enshrined not only in international law, notably the International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights, to which Algeria is a party, but also in the Algerian constitution. These universal values are at the core of the relations between the EU and Algeria, as reflected in the association agreement and in our partnership's priorities. This is why we continue to follow, discuss developments and raise concerns in these fields with our Algerian counterparts in line with commitments from both sides. In particular, the EU regularly addresses human rights in the framework of the EU-Algeria Association Agreement, notably in the Political, Security and Human Rights Dialogue Subcommittee and through continuous contacts with civil society representatives in Algiers and Brussels. Algeria has been elected as a member of the UN Human Rights Council for the period 2023-2025, and as with all members of the Council, we expect Algeria to champion the respect, promotion and protection of human rights. I look forward to hearing your opinion and views on this important human rights issue that concerns a close neighbour and important partner of the EU. Thank you.
Muchas gracias. Ahora daríamos.
Thank you. Now over to the political groups. Firstly, Mr. Bellamy, on behalf of the EPP.
Boualem Sansal
Boualem Sansal was arrested by the Algerian regime, and for one reason only, because he dared to speak out, because he dared to write. We're here this evening, ladies and gentlemen, and we are very pleased that it's all political groups that called for this, which shows that all member states and all political parties support this. And we're here to speak out against this, because we don't know what the fate of this amazing author and freedom fighter will be. Thank you very much, Commissioner, for your words. Now the EU has to act. Europe has to act to make sure that Boualem Sansal is no longer in this terrible situation. And we have levers we can use. Algeria has relations with many countries and trade, including France, and the Algerian regime is trying to export its failures instead of resolving them. I'm thinking of the Franco-Algerian Pact on Migration. We have to denounce this, and our political family has been saying this. So what a show of weakness when the regime is imprisoning someone because they've spoke out. On TV, we've heard about charges against an author who cannot defend himself, who cannot respond to what is being said on TV. Boualem Sansal is a French writer, a European writer, not only because he asked for and obtained French nationality, but because he defends freedom. And we have to say this. In one of his books, he said that if we don't believe in life and freedom anymore, then there is no reason to continue living. Boualem Sansal has to be released. We have to do everything we can to make sure that he's freed in order to show that we still believe in this European idea.
Por un minuto, no.
Mr. Glucksmann, 1 minute for S&D.
Thank you. Colleagues, Madam Commissioner, Boualem Sansal is in prison. This is an absurd sentence. In itself, it condemns the government who has imprisoned him. What is his crime? A terrible crime, an unpardonable crime, which is to write, to think, to speak, to dream like a free man. That is enough to constitute a violation of the territorial integrity of Algeria, a betrayal. At what point do you have to lack confidence? To what point do you lack confidence to imprison a man of his age, to feel threatened by a writer? Those in France who are criticising the writer instead of criticising his jailers are worthy of the bureaucrats of the past who criticised Russian dissidents in the past instead of criticising their jailers. I think we need to condemn this appalling imprisonment of Boualem Sansal, call for his immediate release, and call on European authorities to do everything they can to obtain his immediate release.
Muchas gracias.
Thanks. Ms. Sorel, 1.5 minutes for the Patriots.
Chers collègues,
ladies and gentlemen, Boualem Sansal is a brother and a friend. He never felt an ounce of hatred against anyone, even less against Algeria and the Algerians. He has a deep love for them. This is all based on a terrible misunderstanding, and we have to do everything we can to get rid of it. Boualem Sansal is a French citizen, and we have to protect him. We have to help him. And that is why the highest diplomatic and political authorities have rallied behind him. Now, he is brilliant intellectually. He studied engineering. He got a prize from the French Academy and a prestigious German book prize. So he shows that that humans can be truly humanist and can stretch out their hand to others. Instead of using this drama to express our hatred against Algeria, we have to defend this man. We mustn't jeopardize those who are trying to help him. Boualem, here in the European Parliament, we are thinking of you. Our thoughts are with you. We truly hope that the Algerian regime in this country that I love will prone reconciliation, advocate reconciliation, and take the hand that will be given to them so that we can build a better future for everyone.
Muchas gracias. Ahora tiene la palabra.
Thank you, Ms. Maréchal. 1 minute for the ECR.
L'écrivain franco-algérien Boualem Sansal.
The Franco-Algerian writer Boualem Sansal is in prison because he had the courage to denounce the Algerian regime and Islamic fundamentalism in France and in Europe. Algeria is behaving like a rogue state. This is a hostage-taking that we're witnessing. We need to send out a very clear message. Free immediately Boualem Sansal. While the Algerian regime puts writers in prison, they continue to send their children for their education to France. What is the world coming to? There are 300,000 real Algerian delinquents in prison in France. We're very happy to exchange them for Boualem Sansal. He wrote that the name of his country, Algeria, had become a synonym of terror. I think Europe has become a synonym of cowardice. We should use all economic and diplomatic means at our disposal to obtain the liberty of Boualem Sansal.
Thanks, Ms. Toussaint. 1 minute for the Greens.
C'est avec une indignation.
I'm hugely indignant, and I'm speaking on behalf of the Greens to condemn the arrest of Boualem Sansal, an author who wanted to speak freely, who opted for words instead of the leaden silence that the regime wanted. We demand his immediate release. To ask for the release of Boualem Sansal is to defend an essential freedom, that of thinkers, writers, creators. This freedom doesn't have strings attached. It doesn't depend on whether we share their ideas or not. It is not about an individual. This is a barometer for the freedom of a whole people. If you throw a writer behind bars, then you're imprisoning their whole people. It's not just about the word. It's not just about Boualem Sansal. This plea is to free the Algerian people that is being stifled for decades. We have a gerontocracy that is clinging to power, and they're refusing to listen to the legitimate aspirations of people for democracy and a better world. We are demanding the release of Boualem Sansal and freedom for the entire Algerian people.
Ms. Nathal, 1 minute for the ESN.
Il est des heures où il faut laisser la politique.
There are times where you have to put aside politics without a second thought and stand up for freedom, talent and courage. We've rarely been so unanimous in defending the same cause in this House, but this is a cause that doesn't need a debate. It just needs a unanimous vote. This is an opportunity for us today because a major writer has been arrested in Algeria. This writer is Boualem Sansal. He won a prize, the Francophonie Prize, also the Académie Française. He shows the power of literature and the power of faith in truth. This is the fight that Europe should be fighting, and this is the fight that this man has been fighting and for which he's been so arbitrarily arrested. If Europe doesn't defend Boualem Sansal, who will? Beyond ideology, beyond our divisions, our differences of opinion, through this one vote, we will perhaps have the power to achieve the release of this 75-year-old man who needs our help and whose help we desperately need. So I would call from the bottom of my heart on all of us to demand the release of Boualem Sansal.
Muchas gracias.
Thanks very much. Over to Mr. Papandreou. 1 minute.
Thank you, President. We have here a country that has all the possibilities of being a European country. Very high education, literacy rate, a powerful industry based on energy, very close to France, but I would say a schizophrenic relationship with France. In the daytime, it's the revolution. At night, it's quoting Anatole France. So that relationship we have to exploit. We have to make sure that given their power, given the ancientness of this government, they follow the rule of law that Europe proposes. And I would like to remind those people there that in 1953, the original document of revolution was written by a writer. And today they put Sansal in jail, a writer. So go back to your values of 1953 and apply them today in 2024, and we'll be with you. Thank you.
Muchas gracias.
Thanks very much. Over to Ms. André. 90 seconds.
After days of rumours, on the 22nd of November, Algerian press service confirmed the fact that Samsal had been arrested. He got many prizes from the French Academy, but he was arrested on security charges. Now we don't know what the imprisonment conditions are, and this flies in the face of international conventions signed by Algeria. The moral left hasn't really taken a harsh stance, and the only crime that this man has committed is that he's talked about increasing Islamization on both sides of the Mediterranean. And it seems that he has been arrested because of what he's done. The left has capitulated. It no longer defends writers. We are talking about a barbaric approach. You don't throw someone into jail for his ideas, even if you don't agree with them. But it is also the duty of the EU to support French diplomatic initiatives, even the proposal to not send money within the framework of the association agreement. The time of colonies has come to an end. We should all be independent. And as Charlie Hebdo said, Algeria, take your imams and give us your writers.
Muchas gracias.
Thanks very much. Please do not wave objects around if you're in the room. And please speak as slowly as you can to avoid acoustic problems. Next up, Ms. Rafovitz. 1 minute.
En 2006, dans une lettre.
In 2006, in a letter to a compatriot, Boualem already denounced censorship. You're not an Algerian. You shouldn't think that. You have no right to exist. In another life, there would have been the Inquisition. Now he's the victim of this censorship. For a week now, this Franco-Algerian writer has been under arrest in Algeria. But what is the crime for which he has been arrested? What is the justification for this? It's just his freedom to create, his ability to be provocative, his ability to wield his pen. His place is not in a dictatorship's jail. It's for France and for Europe that he belongs. The spirit of the Enlightenment, revolt against oppression, in the footsteps of Solzhenitsyn and of Voltaire, Charlie Hebdo, who dared to publish caricatures. The EU should denounce with one voice the arbitrary arrest of this free-thinking writer. We, members of the European Parliament, should demand the immediate release of Boualem Sansal.
Muchas gracias. Con esto.
Thank you. So we finished the first round of speeches. Now we have Catch the Eye. One request. Mr. Tinkunen, over to you from where you are for 1 minute.
Arvoisa puhemies.
Mr. Chair, a well-known French-Algerian writer, Boualem Sansal, has been detained in preliminary pre-trial imprisonment. What is his claimed crime. An attack against the national security, say the authorities. Sansal is known for his strong attitudes and his ideas that are against authoritarianism and Islamism. His Islam criticism is not all about Algeria, but he has also warned about the Islamization in Europe. In Europe, you can be fined for that. In Algeria, the consequences can be harder. I hope, from the bottom of my heart, that Boualem Sansal will be freed soon. My message to you, Boualem, is you can be sure that the voice for the freedom of speech and against the Islamization is Europe will not be quiet. It will sound high here in Europe.
Commissioner Dalli to respond on behalf of the European Commission.
Thank you, President. Honourable members, this debate confirms the importance that the European Union gives to promoting human rights and the rule of law in its relation with partner countries. Rest assured that this will continue to be the case, in particular with close partners such as Algeria. And we will, of course, continue to closely follow the case of Boualem Sansal in full coordination with the French authorities. I recall that just a few weeks ago, journalist Hisham El-Kadi, in support of whom this assembly mobilized in May last year, was finally released. This is certainly a positive signal, and we hope that the handling of the case of Sansal will confirm this encouraging trajectory. Thank you.
Muchísimas gracias, comisaria.
Thank you very much, Madam Commissioner. This brings us to the end of the debate, and we'll move on to the next item on our agenda, which is the Commission statement on a recommendation on smoke and aerosol-free environments. So once again, we will be giving the floor to Ms. Dalli on behalf of the Commission.
Thank you, President. It is now almost 4 years since we launched Europe's Beating Cancer Plan, one of the most ambitious and well-funded cancer plans in the world. As part of the key priorities of this plan and to protect the health of our citizens, in particular the young ones, we set the goal to create a tobacco-free generation in Europe by 2040. We still have a long way to go in reaching that target, of course. Today, nearly a quarter of Europeans are smokers, and we lose nearly 700,000 lives in the EU every year due to tobacco consumption. More than half of past and current smokers started smoking before the age of 19. This is why, in September this year, the Commission adopted the proposal for a Council recommendation on smoke and aerosol-free environments. It broadens its scope to emerging products like electronic cigarettes and to key indoor and outdoor areas. The proposed recommendation aims to ensure that people, especially children, are protected from second-hand smoke and aerosols in key public places like public transport and playgrounds. The World Health Organization clearly states that there is no safe or acceptable level of exposure to second-hand smoke. Second-hand emissions from electronic cigarettes also expose people nearby to particular matter, toxicants and contaminants, whether they contain nicotine or not. In addition, second-hand emissions from heated tobacco products are associated with serious respiratory and cardiovascular problems. The tobacco market has evolved significantly in recent years. On average, 30% of the EU population now uses electronic cigarettes and 2% use heated tobacco products. These products are increasing their market share, especially among young people, which constitute a growing health threat. Our proposal responds to these developments. We ran a Eurobarometer survey related to tobacco last year. 42% of respondents said they experienced people smoking in outdoor places intended for use by children and adolescents. And 49% say that they experienced people using emerging products in the same places. That is why we have proposed to reinforce the protection from second-hand smoke and aerosols in outdoor areas, including outdoor areas of hospitals and schools and children's playgrounds. Putting the recommended measures in place in practice will be essential to reinforce the protection of our citizens. We are fully committed to supporting Member States in their work to do so with EU4Health funding, more research and evidence gathering, training and best practice sharing. I am very happy that this House is also supporting our work by adopting a resolution on smoke and aerosol-free environments with a high level of ambition. Together we can make our European Health Union healthier and more resilient for the benefit of present and future generations. Thank you.
Muchas gracias, señora comisaria.
Thank you very much, Commissioner. We now move to speeches on behalf of political groups. I'll give the floor to Mr. Castillo, first of all, on behalf of the European People's Party for 2 minutes.
Monsieur le Président, Madame.
Mr. President, Madam Commissioner, 8 million people die every year in the world. 75,000 in France. That's the size of a town like Cannes or La Rochelle, just wiped out by the effects of smoking every year. This is the terrible toll that smoking takes. It's the first cause of avoidable cancer. Yes, we have a duty to fight against tobacco, help people who smoke to give it up, and try to prevent new smokers emerging. And this recommendation is a decisive step forward, but let's be clear. Member States are free in their anti-tobacco, anti-smoking policies. You shouldn't give them the impression that the EU is stopping people from smoking, say, outside a cafe. The EU has set itself an objective to achieve a smoke-free generation by 2040, and in order to get there, we have to support smoke-free environments around schools, hospitals, in order to protect our young people and people who are ill. The question that arises is, what is the right approach that we should have in the face of new related products such as e-cigarettes? As a surgeon and a medical professor, I can tell you that scientific studies are what I base my opinions on, and this is why I would like us to base ourselves on real evidence rather than assume we know the truth before we adopt rules. E-cigarettes might be or must be able to help people who want to give up smoking without becoming some kind of attractive new gadget for young people and non-smokers. We don't want them to be attracted by e-cigarettes.
Ahora tendría la palabra la señora.
Thank you. The next speaker is Ms. Moretti for 2 minutes on behalf of the S&D Group.
Presidente. Thank you very much, Commissioner. Smoke-free environment and aerosol-free environments are extremely important to fight against tumours and non-communicable diseases, among others. They are key tools to achieve the goals in the cancer plan and to protect public health, especially in the case of the more vulnerable groups, such as children and pregnant women. Now, a smoking ban should be extended to all open spaces where people where a lot of people are there, but also to fight against heated tobacco products and e-cigarettes. These new products are marketed as innocuous by the companies that manufacture them, of course, but they're actually quite dangerous for users, but also for bystanders. The World Health Organization has shed light on how dangerous they are, and has underpinned this with scientific evidence. A lot of colleagues from the right, and not only, find it difficult to accept scientific evidence. They put forward dangerous amendments denying science, saying that these products are less dangerous, and this is unacceptable. I find it very worrying that there are MEPs that want to deny science in order to shore up private interests, economic interests. We can compromise on a lot of issues, but not on the back of people's health. If you are serious about fighting against tumours, don't turn your back to science, to doctors. Please adopt a text that protects the health of Europeans. Defend science and make sure that the tobacco industry doesn't meddle and bring pressure to bear. We have to protect doctors, patients and society, all those who want to defend health and protect people. I hope you will always find people who will help you, and that this is the thinking that will prevail in other political groups as well.
Tiene la palabra el señor.
Thank you very much. Mr. Panatek now has the floor on behalf of the Patriots for Europe group.
This is indeed an interesting topic consisting of different elements that need to be put in balance. First, we want to protect citizens from the effect of second-hand smoke and aerosol, and achieve the 2040 goal for tobacco-free generation. Second, we do not want to excessively interfere into lives of Europeans with any ambitions to regulate their lives. Third, European institutions shall not go beyond the treaties and shall respect national competences and sovereignty. Fourth, we shall take science into consideration. These are four basic elements concerning this topic, and I would like to invite you, dear colleagues, to consider them during tomorrow's vote on the resolution and related amendments. Many thanks.
Muchas gracias. Ahora tiene la palabra el señor Fiocchi.
Thank you very much. I now give the floor to Mr. Fiocchi for 1 minute on behalf of the ECR group.
Thank you. Point one. As Shadow Rapporteur, there are two key concepts here: reducing risk and scientific evidence, scientific support. If we don't wish to have an outright ban, you will have to give me some kind of scientific evidence, otherwise this can't happen. We all are mindful of the fact that banning some of these behaviours, well, human beings are addicted to caffeine, alcohol and all of that stuff, and as well as nicotine. I mean, a ban just won't work. That's why, once again, we must try and whittle down the risk somehow. If we compare new products to traditional products, that's barking up the wrong tree. Because a major scientific study was conducted on the substances which emerge from combustion and which cause cancer, which do not exist in the other alternative methods. Folks, let's have this thought sink in a little bit, because if we save just one life, then it's worth reducing the risk.
Palabra al señor Marino.
Thank you. And I'll give the floor to Mr. Marino for 1 minute on behalf of the Greens.
Let us imagine a world where the air we breathe isn't polluted with noxious aerosols and smoke. It is not a dream, but an urgent need. People who are exposed to passive smoke, whether from cigarettes or e-cigarettes, and I want to repeat this in front of Mr. Fiocchi, are exposed against their will to the same health risks as active smoking. I'm talking about cancer and cardiovascular diseases, because nicotine in aerosols can lead to cardiovascular diseases. Children and pregnant women are particularly vulnerable, and we have to protect them through our decisions. Otherwise, what are we doing here? We have the support of civil society. As is usually the case, civil society is usually ahead of parliaments. They want a smoke-free environment. Most Europeans want offices and restaurants that are smoke-free, and most of them want smoke-free bars. We have to act to create or lead to a healthier future for everyone. As Alessandra Moretti said before me, public health for everyone's public health needs to prevail over industry's economic interests.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much. I now give the floor to Ms. Martins for a minute and a half on behalf of the left.
Thank you, President. The power of the tobacco industry is massive, and they are telling irresponsible lies, which have caused countless deaths. They are sticking their oar into politics and have done for ages, and they have more power than any parliament. The tobacco industry is concealing the dangers of its new products. Heated tobacco, e-cigarettes and other aerosols contain complex chemicals associated with a massive range of diseases, cardiovascular diseases, cancer and chronic respiratory ailments. They are hiding the fact that these new products also harm passive smokers. That's particularly serious for vulnerable groups, pregnant women, children and those with chronic diseases. The Parliament's resolution has a clear goal, telling the Commission that this is the right time to hone legislation, bearing in mind the risks we are already aware of. We are not prosecuting or chasing down consumers, but we know that the tobacco industry reads up its nose at public health, and they're trying to draw a cloak over the fascist tobacco industry. Alas, the tobacco industry has many allies in the Parliament. The left wants transparency and action to stand up for our grassroots, to stand up for our population.
Thank you very much. I now give the floor to Ms. Anderson for 1 minute on behalf of the Europe of Sovereign Nations Group. Well, it gets better and better. The EU now even wants to ban smoking in the open air, not just swimming pools or leisure parks, but, even in an outdoor pub garden. They don't actually have the powers for this, nor do they have the scientific justification for this, but Europe's regulation frenzy knows no limits. This is treating citizens like children and shows once again the image that the Commission has of people. They think the people are just subjects, badly brought up children who requires to have every element of their lives dictated to them. And the Europeans rightly say, well, to hell with this EU. Your approach is not one of freedom, but it's authoritarian, and you've now developed totalitarian traits. Just leave people in peace.
Tendría la palabra ahora el señor Sokol por un minuto.
Mr. Sokol, 1 minute.
Thank you. Health prevention is one of the main instruments to protect the health of citizens and deburden healthcare systems. 80% of all heart diseases and heart attacks can be prevented. Between 30 and 50% of cancer cases can be prevented. These data show clearly that prevention is key. Therefore, after the Beating Cancer Plan of the European Union, we are advocating for a plan for cardiovascular health. It needs to have a clear roadmap, but also financial means, because we cannot see funding healthcare as expenses, but we need to see it as an investment. We need to promote a healthy lifestyle and also prevent smoking and unhealthy diets. Of course, the scientific evidence is there. We unfortunately do not have an adequate assessment And, of course, this is a topic where the final decision will be with the member states. This is not something where we want to impose on member states what they need to do, because the decision in the end will be theirs. This text that we have in front of us needs to be improved, but we do need to do everything to improve and enhance public health care on a European level and to enable our citizens to live healthy.
Mr. Andriukaitis.
Welcome. I am very happy to listen to you. Of course, tobacco remains one of the greatest public health threats and greatest killers in the modern world. We are losing every year a lot of numbers of premature deaths, colleagues. When we are speaking about tobacco, we are speaking about every citizen. Doesn't matter where he is living. And of course, the science is clear. There is no safe level of exposure to smoke or aerosol emissions. The need for stronger measures to protect citizens in both indoor and outdoor spaces have never been more urgent like today. By extending smoke-free policies to outdoor areas such as public transport hubs, near healthcare and educational institutions, in hotels and catering sectors, we will ensure a healthier environment for all. The goal of tobacco-free generation by 2040, as outlined in the European Beating Cancer Plan, is ambitious, but it is achievable. We must act now to implement strongest measures, ban harmful products from public spaces, and if they are needed for medical purposes, regulate them accordingly, including making them available for sale only in the pharmacies. This was my old proposal in 2013. When I am listening now to those arguments, nothing new from industry side, nothing new from those who are lobbying such strange product as tobacco. Let's act now.
Sorry, we have a blue card. Andriukaitis, if you won't accept it, it will be from the Mr. Lise.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mr. Andriukaitis. You have worked a lot and successful against tobacco addiction as health minister and also as commissioner, and I congratulate you that you have done this. But when we speak about scientific evidence, we have to be clear. I, also as a doctor, I don't know any scientific evidence that when somebody uses an e-cigarette in an outside restaurant, that any third person has any risk here. So that needs to be clarified. Where is the scientific evidence? Which article? Send it to me and we talk. Thank you.
Okay, I would like to be very clear to say that aerosol smoking is evidence that it is harmful. It is harmful. Doesn't matter you are using it in public space or on indoor and outdoor. It's science, it's evidence in our hands. Of course, you can tell me, please look into details, for example, meters in the room and so on. You can find that it is harmful to those who are staying in the room. But generally speaking, if you are not stopping situation now to use such terrible issue, we can lose a lot of lives. You know, Dr. Lisa, better than me, because we are both colleagues. We need to stay and we need to defend the right to save lives of our people. Thank you.
Thank you very much, both. Ahora tiene la palabra la señora
Mrs. Brasier-Klein for 1 minute. President, ladies and gentlemen, tomorrow we'll be voting on a resolution that wants to create a smoke and aerosol-free environment. If the objective of protecting public health, especially vulnerable people and children, is something praiseworthy and that everyone agrees, I feel that this text goes too far. It's about a Europe which is a burden, which is trampling on EU powers, and that is based on outdated scientific evidence. Nothing justifies these restrictions. They seem punitive, much more punitive than protective. Let us remind everyone of the fact that public health falls within the remit of the member states and must remain so. To impose a one-size-fits-all through this resolution flies in the face of the principle of subsidiarity. Moreover, to ban electronic cigarettes in outdoor spaces such as restaurant terraces flouts individual freedoms and threatens the local economy, especially in tourist areas. We have to protect our citizens, but we have to respect their freedom and the sovereignty of nations.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Mr. Veriga. 1 minute.
Thank you, President, colleagues. It's very important to talk about smoke-free and aerosol-free environment. Referring to so-called rights of smokers, there is understanding that my rights ends where rights of other people begins. Simply speaking, nobody has any right to damage my health, and no matter what is the reason. Exemption is only for self-defense. Talking about possible impact on hospitality industry, we have already something to see from the past. Smoke-free legislation in bars and restaurants introduced in many countries. There was also fear that this will negatively affect hospitality industry. Nothing like that happened. This was much supported legislation by society, at least in Lithuania. Support for this increased over the time. There is another very serious reason why we have to think about regulation of passive smoking and new tobacco products. Passive smoking not just creates harm to health, but it normalizes smoking in the eyes of children. Thank you.
Muchas gracias. Ahora tiene la palabra la...
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Mrs. Palmisano. 1 minute.
Grazie, Presidente.
Thank you, President. Dear colleagues, each year in Europe, around 700,000 people lose their lives due to consumption of tobacco. For dozens of thousands of them, this is due to passive smoking. We're talking in most cases about old people and children who don't choose to smoke but are nevertheless exposed to other people's smoke. It's up to all of us to protect our citizens, and many kinds of tumours can be completely prevented and avoided thanks to simple tweaks in our lifestyle. Therefore, our responsibility is the greater. That's why we want member states to see to it via internal legislation that it's no longer possible to smoke outdoors. We're talking about areas outside schools, bars, restaurants and workplaces and parks and on beaches. Only in so doing will we take a crucial step towards the European plan to fight cancer, which will not only save lives but will offer a healthier future for all European citizens.
Muchas gracias. Ahora tendría la...
Thank you very much. Mr. Balsamer, 1 minute.
Ja, sehr geehrter Herr Vorsitzender.
Mr. President, ladies and gentlemen, clearly smoking is not healthy, and passive smoking can also lead to serious lung damage, and this is why tobacco consumption has been increasingly banned from closed spaces. I can understand this. It may be difficult for smokers to understand, but, you know, they can go outside. A bit of fresh air never did anybody any harm. But, of course, now EU officials have come up with a ban on smoking in the open air. What is the Commission going to come up with next? What else are they going to ban? The new Commission has taken up their new task today, and this proposal is just a slap in the face of every citizen of the EU. Smokers have the right to damage their health as much as they like with their smoking. I mean, maybe their doctor or their wife won't like it, but it's their right. This fanaticism for issuing bans is typical of the von der Leyen Commission. They should maybe think about the damage to health of all the arms deliveries that they're planning. That would be worth a debate.
Ahora tiene la palabra el...
Thank you. Mr. Liesner has the floor for 1 minute.
Kollegen, ich rauche nicht.
Ladies and gentlemen, I don't smoke, and I would never encourage anybody to start smoking. Anybody who does smoke couldn't do anything better for their health than to quit. And we should support people in doing this. Nevertheless, looking at the resolution that is before us, I cannot support it, and I can't support the Commission's proposal for the Council recommendation, which is behind the idea for this debate. We can only say these are recommendations. Nothing is being banned, but the debate has a purpose, and the Commission would like to see a ban. And I don't want to see it brought in to the extent that the Commission is proposing it. The use of an e-cigarette for heavy smokers can indeed help those people get away from tobacco. They're not reducing their health risk to zero, but they are reducing it considerably. To tell these people then that you can't have e-cigarettes when you're sitting outside at a restaurant, that will come up against a lot of opposition, and it is not proportionate. And Mr. The former Commissioner has not talked about the steam that comes off these, and until we've covered that, we can't talk about a ban.
Mr. Lise, but you have a blue card? Mr. Lise? Sorry, you have a blue card. It's from Nicolás González Casares, if you accept it.
Gracias. Thank you, Mr. Lise. Usted siempre habla de que es doctor.
You always say you're a doctor. I'm also in the health sector, so I think I also know what I'm talking about. But we can't really pontificate about health. But something very concrete, you say that these products can't be used to stop smoking, or we shouldn't be so radical. But a question, maybe almost a personal one. What do you prefer, that your children or a baby remain in a smoke environment or not? What do you prefer? Do we apply the principle of precaution, or do we stick to the same strategies for decades that we have done for decades? Please tell me.
Yeah, well, the protection of children is something that we as the EPP consider very important, and hence we've put forward an amendment to say that children and young people should not be encouraged to smoke. We have to be fairly strict on that. But talking about outside at a restaurant, that somebody using an e-cigarette, if my children, well, they're grown up now, but if they were small, they wouldn't have bothered me, because I can't imagine any theoretic scenario where sitting outside at a restaurant, somebody who's far from my children, who's not having the smoke blown into their faces, is not actually causing any damage. So I can actually accept that with a clear conscience.
Muchas gracias, señor Lise. Ahora tiene la palabra.
Thank you, Mr. Lise. Ms. Elera Pagin has the floor for 1 minute. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President. The right to health is one of the fundamental rights of EU citizens, the right to live in a healthy environment, which is also safe. However, 75 million Europeans die as a result of tobacco consumption every year. So we need to protect the most vulnerable, guarantee smoke-free areas, and inform ourselves of the real consequences of tobacco on health, and de-incentivize its consumption among young people. We have legislated in our countries, but we need to do more because consumer habits have changed, and also industry strategies. The number of children experimenting with vapes is increasing, and these can bear a lot of risk for health. We need to reduce the risks. These things are also very accessible. We must be serious and ambitious and agree on a real policy, a common European framework facing the interest of industry with science, with the greatest consensus possible.
For 1 minute. Thank you very much. Laurence Trochot for 1 minute.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you very much, President. Ladies and gentlemen, as ever in this European Parliament, good intentions can lead to poor consequences. Nobody today, of course, questions the dangers to health in Europe of smoking, but legitimate concerns for prevention can be carried out without actually damaging many economic sectors that we need to take into consideration. Let us be careful of those tobacconists who work hard every day, and sometimes it's the last place where you can have a social life for many villages. And, of course, there are many people who would actually suffer from a ban being imposed on their outdoor restaurants. Electronic cigarettes and their effect on health and whether they can help to wean people off tobacco is something that has to be looked at before you start putting it on an equal footing with tobacco. I regret that this subject of consuming cannabis, which has exploded in France, with 72% increase in France between 2010 and 2017, has not even been mentioned in this text. The effects on health are, of course, just as bad as tobacco. Thank you. Thank you. Sebastian Everding.
Vielen Dank, Herr Präsident.
Thank you, President. Colleagues, tobacco, which kills more than 8 million people a year around the world, is the biggest threat to public health. And 2/3 of the tobacco smoked around the world ended up in nature, where they can cause considerable damage to animals and health because of the microplastic and poisons contained in the butts. The goal that we have of a smoke-free generation by 2040 is far from achieved. The tobacco lobby is able to act freely and packs their dangerous substances in flavours such as strawberry ice cream or peach iced tea. Some countries, such as the Netherlands, have already clamped down to this and only allow tobacco-flavoured vapes. Such strategies are not surprising because it's not surprising that a large proportion of young people have become smokers over the last few years. And they are particularly like disposable e-cigarettes, and the long-term effects of these have not yet been investigated. Smoking is a bit like climate change. The consequences are not immediately visible.
Thank you. Andros Kulja.
Tisztelt kollégák! Erre több tudományos bizonyíték támasztja alá, hogy az
Colleagues, there is scientific proof that e-cigarettes and other new nicotine products cause major health risks. These products are fashionable among young people, and without proof, it is maintained that they are not harmful, and this is a harmless habit. The effects on the health of young people are underestimated. However, these products create dependency and cause harm to health. Prevention training is very important to ensure these youth are protected. They must be aware of the risk. The EU must send clear messages. We must protect the health of our citizens. We must protect children and youth from our products that cause dependency. Thank you.
Thank you. Nicolas González Caceres.
El tabaco mata.
Yes.
Del cáncer de pulmón.
Yes, tobacco kills. It's the first cause of lung cancer, of heart attacks, and avoidable sudden death. Tobacco kills, and the tobacco industry continues to use the same strategies they've deployed for decades. Now what they want to do is create addicts to nicotine by presenting them with new technological developments. They're targeting young people, ensuring they're addicted to nicotine, so they will just go from one product to another, and the consequence can be fatal for many. So, of course, we have to try and prevent young people from accessing these products. And those who say that these products could help you kick the habit, well, in that case, put them under prescription. You can get them from a pharmacy. That would have no impact on the tobacco industry. We want to create smoke-free environments to protect young people, children, pregnant women. This is easily done, and we've seen that it can be done, and it should be enforced in all countries of the EU. This will have no impact, no negative impact on restaurants, hotels. Quite the contrary. The benefits are clear. because people don't want to go back to smoky environments once they have seen the alternative.
Elena.
Thank you very much. Elena Nevado del Campo.
Vicepresidente, buenas noches.
Vice President, good evening. Cancer is a scourge that we need to eradicate. It's the second cause of mortality in the European Union, and every year 2.6 million cases of cancer are diagnosed and 1.2 million people die because of that illness. The People's Party is committed to the European plan to combat cancer and the aim of ensuring that by 2040 less than 5% of the population consume tobacco. For us, it is a priority. It is also essential to implement the European Fund to combat cancer, to ensure diagnosis and detection on an early basis and establish therapies, and remove inequalities between countries when there are new treatments, as well as promoting scientific research. We have already established the pillars for this, but we now have to implement them. Scientific research is essential, and as legislators, any law must have a strong scientific empirical basis in order to protect our citizens. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Elżbieta Łukaszewska.
Thank you very much, President. Smoking is one of the causes of deaths and social costs. We're facing a new challenge, e-cigarettes. Over in Poland, almost half the youth are using them on a daily basis, and 21% of the youth are using those single-use devices with exotic tastes. Let us not be fooled. E-cigarettes is not a way to do away with smoking. I think it is a tool that is going to bring young people to dependencies, and we are yet to find out what the consequences will be of this new quote-unquote fashion. We need to bring in regulation in place to limit the access to e-cigarettes for the youth and to reduce the negative influence on public health. But in our actions, we must keep healthy distance, and we must be reasonable. That's what I call for. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Radan Kanev.
Благодаря, господин председател. Уважаеми колеги.
Thank you. Dear colleagues, nobody is saying that tobacco is bad for your health. I don't know whether you have thought about the risk on the image of European institutions of similar proposals. Do you really think that it is up to the European Parliament and the European Union to determine whether the citizens in a small town in Bulgaria can have a cigarette in front of the local pub or at the bus stop? On the other hand, we have a number of serious problems, many of us born here in this very room. The question of smoking in the open air should be referred first to the municipalities, secondly to the health authorities, and thirdly to the medical profession, particularly when it comes to electronic cigarettes. And it is only then that we can have a debate on the issue in the European Parliament. Thank you.
Voorzitter.
President, ladies and gentlemen, Commissioner. Smoke-free generation or tobacco-free generation by 2040 is something we can support, but it's not going to happen by itself. And we know if people see people smoking, then people will smoke. If you can see people vaping, people will vape. This is part of a beating cancer plan, and that will help us get to a tobacco-free generation. In the Netherlands, I've always supported stronger measures, and they've been brought in, and I see that they do work. And it'd be good if, at European level, we could cooperate on this. And that would apply to the price of cigarettes as well. At the moment, cigarettes are so cheap that, in Poland this is, that some people can fly to Poland from the Netherlands, buy their cigarettes, and it's cheaper than buying them at home. So we need to work together on price setting. Let us also work on a vape-free and smoke-free environment. Every young person in Europe deserves that same protection. Thank you. Thank you very much. Peter Agius.
Dear colleagues, Commissioner Dalli, if I meet a friend on the street who smokes or vapes, I advise them to stop. But as a politician, I am duty-bound to protect your freedom unless we have a valid reason to limit that freedom. Our health and that of our children is non-negotiable. But has the Commission done enough serious research to direct us to limit vapes and aerosols outside? I have studied this proposal and I can see that the Commission itself has doubts as to whether it has a solid scientific basis to justify not smoking outside or vaping. So much so that we did not see an impact assessment. I believe that we have to act in some way and see to it that vapes are not presented as something cool, something very colourful and candy-flavoured. But I would like to see smarter action on behalf of the European Commission. We need to do a lot more to educate before we try to regulate. I call upon the Commission to invest much more in sound research on this subject. After we have conducted serious studies, then we can come back here again and talk about solid and clear actions. Thank you.
Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much. That brings us to the end of the debate, and now we move on to the Catch the Eye procedure. I give the floor to Sebastian Tirkkinen.
Arvoisa puhemies.
Mr. President, what are we tinkering with here? We see wars in Europe, our competitiveness is at a low point, and our borders are open for anybody who wants to cross them. But here we are talking about a ban on smoking outside restaurants. That really brings to a T what's wrong with the EU. The EU was brought about to improve freedom and promote free movement, but it's become a system in which Big Brother retains control and messes in every small point of people's lives. We know that all sorts of decisions that we're looking at here could be left to member states to deal with. What would happen if the people who prepared this text had actually spent their time and effort in trying to find new ways to support Ukraine, for example? That would have saved more lives than this piece of paper will ever do. Thank you.
Merci beaucoup, cher collègue.
Thank you very much. That brings to the end the debate, and to conclude, I'll give the floor to Helena Dalli. If I may, Commissioner, maybe I can just pay tribute to the work that you've done at the head of your portfolio. You have the floor.
Honourable members, I welcome today's debate on smoke and aerosol-free environments. We are working to better protect people in the EU from second-hand smoke and aerosols, especially children and young people. I am encouraged by the support of many of you in this House in stepping up these efforts. I believe this will provide important support to the proposed Council recommendation and help us reach a tobacco-free generation in the EU by 2040. This means denormalizing smoking and the use of emerging products, especially by young people. And it means tackling young people's access and exposure to tobacco and nicotine products. The proposed recommendation is, I would say, an important, also a crucial step towards doing this. It should also be coupled with the ongoing work to evaluate the EU's tobacco rules. This way, we will ensure that the EU continues to have a comprehensive, up-to-date and effective set of actions on tobacco control. Thank you.
Merci beaucoup, Madame la.
Thank you very much.
Channel 1. 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 Channel 1.